Deep inside a high-security prison, a young master of a powerful clan walks up to our protagonist, Jiang, who is a death row inmate, to strike a deal where Jiang will become his body double and live as the third young master of the great mock sword family. For Jiang, this is more than a chance to escape prison. It may be his only chance to survive, grow stronger, and take revenge on the man who murdered his grandfather. There is only one condition. Jiang must swallow a poisonous pill to ensure his obedience. With no other path left, Jiang accepts the deal and takes the pill. Believing the murder is now under control, the young master orders his guard to release him. But the moment they step outside, Jiang suddenly grabs the real young master and twists his neck, killing him instantly. Then, facing the stunned guard, Jiang calmly declares the fake is dead. But before things reach this point, everything began a few days earlier. Jiang stands silently before the body of his grandfather. The old man is covered in blood, his body brutally cut in half right in front of him. For anyone else, it would be unbearable. But as Jiang stares at the corpse, he realizes something deeply disturbing. He does not feel sad at all. The only thing he feels is regret that he had never been a better family member while his grandfather was still alive. Memory returns to him from the days when the two of them still lived together. Back then, Jiang excitedly shouted that he had found a spirit connection herb. His grandfather appreciated his hard work and told him they could earn at least 5 nyang from it. Jiang then explained that there was a fox den right next to the place where he found the herb, but the mother fox was not there. Only the babies were inside. His grandfather asked him, "Did you kill the babies?" Jiang replied, "Why would I? The mother would be sad if she found out all her babies had been killed." His grandfather appreciated him again, then asked him to promise him something. He told Jiang to never reveal the true nature hidden within himself to anyone. Now returning to the present, Jiang is furious. He yells that he is sorry because he can no longer keep that promise. A few days later, in a city called Zhengyang County, a carriage is traveling through the streets with prisoners inside. The people in the city curse the prisoners for their evil deeds. However, everyone is shocked when they notice that a boy is also sitting inside the carriage. They begin whispering to one another, wondering what he could have done to end up there. From an inn, a middle-aged man from Murim watches the scene and says that he guesses the boy is suitable for the young master's place. But another person at the table, who is an informant, argues that the boy is not fit for that role because he might be even worse than the other prisoners. The Murim man asks about the boy's story, and the informant explains that the boy is called the Scythe Killer Demon because he killed more than 50 people using only a scythe. The Murim man says he needs to hire someone young, someone no one would care about even if he died. At that moment, someone throws a stone at the boy sitting inside the carriage and says he needs to receive divine punishment for his crimes. The boy's face is finally revealed, and he is none other than Jiang. After seeing Jiang's face, the Murim man is amazed. He leaves the inn, saying that Jiang is the perfect candidate. Later, at the Golden Jade Hall, the place where the county keeps all the prisoners, Jiang regrets that he acted too rashly. He finally managed to find the person who killed his grandfather, but that person had covered his face with a hat. Jiang could not do anything because he was too weak. Now he understands that he needs to learn martial arts if he wants to defeat such a strong enemy. However, he also realizes that because he is now a prisoner, he may never get another chance to meet that person again. Suddenly, smoke appears from outside the Jade Hall. Jiang recognizes it right away and realizes it is not ordinary smoke, because he has eaten all kinds of herbs while living with his grandfather. He understands that it is sleep aroma, and soon after, Jiang falls asleep. A stranger enters the cell and opens the chains tied to Jiang's legs. However, Jiang is actually awake. He strikes the stranger and runs away from the cell. Jiang thinks he was able to escape because the herbs used in the smoke were badly combined. But in an instant, he suddenly freezes. The person behind him is none other than the Murim man from earlier. He swiftly attacks Jiang, causing our protagonist to cough up blood. Jiang immediately realizes that this man is a martial artist. At that moment, a young man appears inside the Jade Hall. He calls the Murim man Guard Cam and asks if Jiang is the candidate. Guard Cam responds that he is the one, then lifts Jiang up. The young man unveils his face and says, "He looks exactly like me." Our protagonist is surprised for a moment, because the two of them look extremely similar in appearance. The young man seems joyful as he notices Jiang's reaction. He tells Jiang how unfair life is, saying that even though they were born with the same face, he is a young master while Jiang is only a prisoner. Jiang cannot understand what is happening. Then the young master presents him with a chance. He tells Jiang to become the third young master of the great mock sword family, meaning Jiang will act as the stand-in for the young master standing in front of him, Mock Jongwon. The young master tells Jiang about the privileges he would receive, such as delicious food, pretty servants, and a comfortable bed. These are things Jiang has never had in his life, and once the stand-in period is over, Jiang will receive plenty of gold. Then the young master presents him with a pill and tells him to take this chance. Jiang asks, "Is it poison?" The young master responds, "How can we trust you blindly when you are a murderer?" Guard Cam then tells Jiang that he can receive the antidote after the mission is accomplished. Jiang thinks of his grandfather and realizes that he has been given a second chance. A chance to get revenge, so he swallows the pill given to him. After Jiang proves himself, The young master appreciates him and orders guard Cam to undo his pressure points and handcuffs. Guard Cam obeys the order and releases Jiang from his seal. Jiang feels a little relieved and walks out of the prison while guard Cam leads the way outside. Once they are outside, guard Cam tells them to stay silent and turns his head back. But then an unexpected event happens. Jiang twists the young master's head and kills him in an instant. Then Jiang says to guard Cam that the fake is dead. But before that, let's rewind to what happened before Jiang was arrested. Everyone was shouting and running away from him in terror. Jiang was holding a severed head in his hand, and while everyone around him was filled with fear and begging for help, he simply called it fun. He did not hesitate at all. With a smile on his face, he slaughtered everyone who stood in his way. Jiang says that this was the true nature his grandfather had always told him never to reveal. Now he finally understands. He realizes that he was smiling while killing all those people, and he understands what his grandfather had been warning him about all along. But Jiang himself does not understand whether his true nature is evil or not. All he knows is that he kills for enjoyment. At that moment, someone suddenly kicks Jiang from the side. The person has his face covered with a hat, so Jiang cannot see what he looks like. The only thing visible is a scar on the man's left eye. The man is surprised after seeing that Jiang survived the attack. Jiang instantly recognizes that this man is dangerous. The man pulls out his sword and realizes that Jiang has not learned any martial arts yet. Even so, Jiang somehow manages to survive his ultimate attack. The man grabs Jiang by the neck and becomes fascinated, wondering how a kid who has not even learned martial arts has been tailing his group. Then the man stabs Jiang and says that a talent like him should not be allowed to live. Jiang coughs up blood and the man leaves him for dead. Somehow Jiang manages to survive. But after that, he is arrested. And now, after finally getting a second chance, Jiang kills the young master. Guard Cam becomes furious. He grabs Jiang by the neck and interrogates him, demanding to know what he has done. But Jiang responds calmly, saying it is better to get rid of an unnecessary risk that could get him killed. Guard Cam is startled for a second and asks, "Did you not consider the possibility that I might kill you?" But our intelligent protagonist responds that if that were the case, he would already be dead. He also assumes that Guard Cam has no real attachment to the young master. Guard Cam cannot believe how clever this kid is. Then he completely flips Jiang over. Guard Cam pulls out his knife and warns him that he is going to kill him right now. Jiang asks, is that really necessary? After all, he has already taken the poison, and the antidote is with Guard Cam. That means Jiang has no choice but to obey him. Guard Cam thinks for a moment, then decides to let Jiang live. He declares that from this day onward, Jiang is Mok Jeongwon. Jiang smirks in an evil way as he thinks about his revenge. After that, Guard Cam takes the protagonist to the Mok Sword Manor. Along the way, he explains the limits Jiang must never cross. Jiang must not meet the people of the Mok Sword Manor, and he must receive the neutralizer every 24 hours. Otherwise, the poison inside his body will react and kill him. Guard Cam also warns him that if he tries to do anything that causes trouble, he will not receive the antidote. After everything that happened, Jiang can only think about how lucky he is. He survived the stab wounds, and now he has been given a completely new life. From now on, he will pretend to be the young master and train in martial arts. That way, he can avenge his grandfather and kill the man with the scar in the same way that man killed his grandfather. The next day, even though Jiang has gained a new life and a chance to learn martial arts, Guard Cam leaves another guard behind to keep an eye on him. The new guard's name is Gotchen, and he is Guard Cam's disciple. Gotchen thinks Guard Cam has gotten soft. After all, what is so special about a kid who has not even learned martial arts? The day before, Gotchen had been shocked when Jiang killed Mok Jeongwon. However, Guard Cam simply told him to keep an eye on Jiang and make sure he did not leave this place, so Guard Cam could come up with a different plan. Once that plan is executed, they will throw Jiang away and side with someone else. But Gotchen says they already fed him poison, so Jiang should have no choice but to obey them. Guard Cam objects, saying Jiang is not that easy to handle. After all, he managed to kill the young master even while he was on the brink of death. Because he cannot go against his master's orders, Gotchen angrily bangs his head and stands guard outside. Inside the room, Jiang starts thinking about the situation. He wonders why they even need a stand-in in the first place, especially since Guard Cam simply left a guard on watch and walked away. Jiang quickly understands that this place does not actually need a stand-in. That means there must be another reason behind it. And soon, Jiang realizes that Guard Cam is planning to switch sides. So Jiang opens the door and Gotchen immediately asks where he is going. Jiang replies that he wants some fresh air and has a few questions to ask him. However, Gotchen warns him to go back inside the room. Gotchen grabs Jiang by the collar and pushes him back. But Jiang instantly realizes that Gotchen is weaker than Guard Cam. Then he flips Gotchen upside down, exactly the same way Guard Cam did to him, and tries to seal all of his pressure points. In that situation, Gotchen cannot even move. But then he uses all of his strength to break free. Jiang tries to seal his points again and says he only copied Guard Cam's movements exactly, but it is not easy to pull off. Now Gotchen understands that Guard Cam was right. Jiang is able to copy something after witnessing it only once. Gotchen then blackmails Jiang using the poison. He says that if he does not give Jiang the neutralizer, Jiang will die. Then he orders him to leave. But Jiang bites his own finger and forces Gotchen to swallow his blood. Gotchen freezes for a moment, then tries to circulate his inner energy to expel the poison. However, what Gachin does not know is that he swallowed Jiang's blood, which contains many poisonous properties. Ever since Jiang was a child, he tried all kinds of poison while living with his grandfather. Because of that, his blood became a unique poison by itself. Jiang can even tell what herbs were used in a poison just by smelling or tasting it. Because of this, most poisons do not work on him. To be clear, Jiang never needed the neutralizer in the first place. Now Jiang blackmails Gachin instead, telling him to explain everything about the mock sword manner. Otherwise, he will not neutralize the poison from his blood. Gachin becomes terrified and realizes that Jiang is like a demon. Later, inside the master's room of the mock manor, a doctor is looking for a way to treat the illness that the manor master Mach 1 has been suffering from. The doctor uses all of his experience in all kinds of herbs, but he still cannot find a solution. If Mach 1 dies from this illness, there will be a fight for succession because the master has not chosen a successor yet. Then a lady enters the room. She is Mach 1's first wife. She loves her son so much that she would do anything to secure the master's position for him. She asks about Mach 1's condition. The doctor greets her and explains that his knowledge is lacking, so he is unable to find a solution. Then the first lady says she has asked for a shaman to perform shamanistic arts in order to cure the mysterious illness. The doctor objects, saying that shamanism is nothing more than a false belief. However, the first wife does not care about that and excuses the doctor. She believes the illness can be cured by a shaman, then commands that no one be allowed into the main hall. Gachin explains that this is the current situation inside the manor. After hearing everything, Jiang sets off with Gachin to see the manor master. Jiang learns the truth behind the plan that the third young master and guard Cam had prepared. Their plan was to make the first son start moving, so that both Jiang and the first son would end up killing each other. The first son, Mach Yongho, loves drinking and womanizing, and he goes to the tavern every other day. Among the four siblings, he is the least capable, but he is also greedy and cruel. The second son, Mach Yumpyong, is clever and cunning. After learning about these two, Jiang understands the real plan. They intended to call the first son and make him kill the stand-in, which is Jiang. Then later, the first and second sons would kill each other. In the end, the original third young master would become the winner. However, a new variable has appeared now that Jiang has killed the third young master. Gachin asks why Jiang is heading to the manor master's hole. Jiang explains that it is related to his life, then warns Gachin to keep it a secret from guard Cam. At that moment, the shaman arrives at the manor and requests to visit the manor master. The first wife trusts shaman Mayo because of his achievements. The shaman appreciates her trust and asks to see the master before it is too late, because the longer the illness lasts, the weaker the master becomes. Then the shaman asks everyone to leave the main building. Even the first lady reminds the shaman about their deal, and the shaman tells her not to worry about it. The deal is related to the master's seal and the secret manual. The first lady has offered 300 silver coins if the mission is accomplished. After that, the first lady commands everyone to leave the main building until she says otherwise. When the first lady walks out of the building, she sees the fourth young master of the Mach family, Mach Yuchun. The fourth young master is the child of a concubine, and the first lady hates both the concubine and her child. Soon after the first lady leaves, Jiang arrives and also sees Mach Yuchun. Gachin explains to Jiang that the fourth son is a martial arts prodigy and the most suitable person to inherit the master's position. Jiang asks Gachin, is that the method to learn martial arts? Gachin replies that it is only for lower body strength, since martial arts comes from one's lower body. Then Jiang instantly asks if he can kill guard Cam if he learns martial arts. At that moment, Gachin realizes that Jiang has already predicted their plan to abandon him. He cannot believe how clever Jiang is, because his intelligence keeps exceeding his expectations. Gachin explains that the basics of martial arts begin with internal training. It is a method of gathering nature's energy through breathing in order to create inner Kai. The more inner Kai someone has, the stronger they become. However, inner Kai cannot be obtained in just one day. Even if Jiang learns martial arts right now, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a first-class martial artist like Guard Cam, because Guard Cam has more than 30 years of inner Kai compared to Jiang. Jiang understands that it will be difficult to beat Guard Cam in a short period of time. Meanwhile, Gachin thinks that Jiang will not be able to do it in his entire lifetime. There is a proper period for internal training, which is around 5 to 9 years. If a person does not complete it during that time, impure energy will build up, making it harder to gather energy later. Gachin chuckles inwardly, but Jiang instantly notices that chuckle. He touches Gachin's cheek and offers him a chance to become his subordinate. Gachin hesitates for a moment, but in the end he accepts. Jiang thinks it would be impossible to kill Guard Cam in his current state. At the same time, it would also be hard to bring Guard Cam over to his side. Gachin then suggests that they leave before the fourth son notices them. He explains that 2 years ago, the third young master called the fourth young master's mother a vulgar woman, and because of that, the third young master was beaten to a pulp. After hearing this story, Jiang laughs and leaves the place. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, the shaman observes the master's body. After seeing his condition, the shaman thinks it is murderous energy. A normal person would have already died from this, so the survival rate is only 50%. The shaman now begins the ritual. He chants a few shamanic spells and starts performing shamanism. But once the ritual begins, the master starts feeling uneasy because of the murderous energy. At that exact moment, the door suddenly opens from the backside, interrupting the shaman. The murderous energy bursts out from the master and the shaman falls down. Jiang and Gachin enter the room, and both of them are shocked after seeing the master's condition. Then Jiang steps forward and greets the master. The shaman yells at them to leave this place no matter who they are, but Gachin refuses to move out. Suddenly, the manor master makes a strange sound, and the mysterious illness takes over his body. The shaman requests the two of them to help him by holding the manor master down so he does not break the strings. The master almost breaks free from the strings, so the shaman starts chanting the spells again. However, his spells are unable to do anything to the manor master. The master breaks Gachin's arm and grabs onto it, trying to transfer the demonic energy into him. At that moment, Jiang cuts off the master's arm without hesitation. But he does not stop there, he cuts off the other arm as well. Then the shaman applies the seal on the master and his arm. After seeing this whole mess, the shaman tries to escape from the main building as quickly as possible. But Jiang points his sword at the shaman's neck and asks him, "Is this also the doing of the mysterious illness?" The shaman answers yes and tells him to complete the process quickly. He says there is no time for this, but then he accidentally slips his tongue and asks, "Do you also want the master dead?" Jiang immediately catches that slip and questions him about who wants the master dead. The shaman says it was only a misunderstanding, but Jiang does not believe him. He points his blade even closer to the shaman's throat and warns him to tell the truth, or else he will kill him. The shaman finally answers that it was the first lady who him to locate the secret manual and the manor master's seal using the evil spirit. As for the manor master's life, it was not necessary to spare him. Jiang does not know what the secret manual and the manor master's seal are, so Gachin explains that they must save the manor master's life. Otherwise, with the help of those two items, the First Lady can secure the master's position for her child. And now that Jiang has interfered with the First Lady's plan, she will definitely try to kill him. The shaman also begs Jiang, saying that he will save the master's life. But Jiang rejects that and orders him to locate the secret manual and the seal first. Both the shaman and Gachin are shocked for a moment. The shaman explains that it would be hard to try anything now, because the situation has become much worse than before. However, Jiang does not care and forces the shaman to begin the process. Now, the shaman uses a vessel to make the evil spirit believe that the vessel is the manor master. The shaman starts chanting and tricks the evil spirit into entering the vessel. Right after that, the shaman thinks of something evil in his mind. He says he will restrict the evil spirit, and that it would be better for Gachin not to stay here. After hearing the shaman's words, Gachin leaves the room. Instantly, the shaman begins the ritual. The spirit answers the call and wakes up. Then the shaman starts questioning the spirit about the locations of the secret manual and the manor master's seal. The evil spirit answers his questions, and both Jiang and the shaman remember the area. Then the vessel breaks, and the evil spirit moves back into the manor master. However, the shaman asks Jiang to cut the string, and Jiang does as the shaman requested. But now the evil spirit catches on to Jiang. The evil spirit has contained strong killing intent from the very beginning, and by the time it breaks free, Jiang is caught in it. The shaman plans to put all the blame on Jiang and receive the payment from the First Lady. Then he sticks a talisman on Jiang's forehead. Inside Jiang's body, the evil spirit becomes furious and plans to take control of Jiang's mind. Now Jiang is trapped inside his own delusion, locked in a deep slumber. He finds himself in a forest and recognizes the place as the watering hole. He does everything as usual, filling the bucket and carrying it back to his grandfather. But for some reason, something feels strange today. Then Jiang catches a glimpse of fire burning in the forest. It is coming from the direction of his home. He immediately runs toward it while shouting for his grandfather. But by the time he arrives, his grandfather has already been sliced in half. Jiang finally understands the true meaning of his grandfather's existence, but it is already too late. The spirit watches the scene from behind and traps Jiang inside his own memories. At that moment, the spirit tries to completely invade Jiang's body. Suddenly, his grandfather speaks, and Jiang snaps out of it. Jiang cannot believe what he is seeing. He hugs his grandpa with love and thinks that he never wants to lose him ever again. From the side, the spirit laughs as it slowly begins taking control of Jiang. Then Jiang asks his grandfather a question about his name being similar to the word righteous. As the spirit closes the distance between them, Jiang suddenly stares back at it, and that look scares even the devil itself. Jiang grabs the devil with his hand and tells it that it was annoying to make his grandfather act like that. The spirit cannot believe that Jiang is able to see it. Jiang says that if it was going to create a delusion, it should have shown him taking revenge on the bastard who killed his grandfather. The spirit then senses a dangerous presence inside Jiang, something that had been sealed away. It is a presence of pure killing intent, a desire strong enough to subdue even a spirit itself. This is not something a living being should be able to possess. Jiang's grandfather then answers his question about his name. He says it is because Jiang is different from others. That is why he wished for Jiang to grow in a righteous way. Because of that, Jiang's name contains the character for righteous. After saying those words, his grandfather fades away. The spirit escapes from Jiang's grasp and runs as fast as it can in fear. After running for a while, it reaches the deepest part of Jiang's consciousness. The place is peaceful, filled with flowers and calm scenery. However, there is a door with a seal on it. The spirit realizes that the door contains all the memories sealed inside Jiang's mind. It attempts to open the door, but Jiang pulls the spirit back and swallows the devil itself. Back in reality, the shaman turns around and cannot understand what is happening. Jiang has subdued the demonic spirit and names it demonic monk. On the outside, the inner hall master, Jang Myongin, is worrying about the master of the Mok Manor. He and Mok and Dan worked together 19 years ago to subjugate the pirates. Later, Jang Myongin pledged his loyalty to Mok and Dan and settled in the Mok Sword Manor as the inner hall master. The First Lady had made a deal with Jang Myongin. She wanted him to permit the shaman to enter so the shaman could locate the secret manual and the seal. That way, the first young master could become stronger. However, Jang Myongin thinks the shaman is a fraud. He believes the shaman is only going to blackmail the master into revealing the location of the items. Unable to control his curiosity, Jang Myongin moves to check on Mok and Dan. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the shaman realizes that this is not a regular vengeful spirit. It is a high-class evil spirit. Jiang commands the spirit to kill the shaman. The evil spirit rushes toward him at full speed. The shaman uses his shamanism to block the spirit, but even he becomes frightened after witnessing that Jiang can order a high-class spirit around. With a smirk on his face, the spirit uses its powers to push the shaman back. Then multiple hands emerge from the spirit and grab the shaman, trying to swallow him. The shaman begs Jiang to release him, but Jiang refuses. The shaman asks if this is because he betrayed him and apologizes for it, but Jiang says that is not the reason. The real reason is that the shaman knows the whereabouts of the secret manual and the seal. Only then does the shaman realize that Jiang planned to kill him from the very beginning. Jiang then calls Gotchen inside, but when Gotchen enters, he is shocked. After seeing the state the shaman is in, Jiang asks Gotchen to carry the corpse. Then Jiang picks up the sword and swings it around the room. He comes up with a plan. The story will be that the shaman went crazy and cut off the manor lord's arms. Then at that exact moment, Jiang and Gotchen happened to stumble upon the scene and tried to stop him. But Gotchen explains that no one would believe such a story that easily, and it would only draw suspicion toward Jiang. After hearing Gotchen's words, Jiang points his sword toward him and stabs his legs, making it look like the shaman even tried to murder the young master as well. Then Jiang asks, is it more believable now? Gotchen sees the determination in Jiang. And just to make things even more convincing, Jiang stabs his own legs too. Gotchen thinks Jiang is becoming scarier. No, scary is not even the right word to describe him. He is horrifying. At that moment, Jang Myongin opens the door, and his mind is blown after seeing the mess inside. He thinks Jiang and Gotchen are the ones who caused all of this. Gotchen quickly explains that it is a misunderstanding. Jiang gets up to explain the situation as well, but then he falls down. He yells at Gotchen to explain everything properly. Gotchen looks at Jiang and notices that he is smiling. Now, Gotchen understands that this is all part of Jiang's acting. Later, because of Jiang's performance, he ends up in the medicinal hall. To be clear, this is the place near the secret manual and the seal, and Jiang plans to look for them at night. Gotchen visits Jiang and gives him the books that had been in the shaman's possession. Gotchen barely managed to get them before they were burned. The people of the manor are burning all the items that belong to the shaman in order to get rid of the evidence. Gotchen wonders why Jiang is so interested in those books. Jiang tells Gotchen to look outside the window. Gotchen looks outside, but he cannot see anything. However, there is a spirit outside. After that, the First Lady suddenly barges into the medicinal hall to have a chat with Jiang. Gotchen greets the First Lady. Jiang immediately realizes that she is the First Lady of the Mok Sword Manor, and Guard Cam had even listed her as the #1 person of interest. The First Lady is from the Martial Siak clan. Her martial arts are first-rate, and on top of that, she is also very clever. Jiang greets the First Lady as well, but he does not get up from the bed. Gotchen thinks Jiang is acting even better than he expected. Then the First Lady suddenly strikes Jiang's injury. At the same time, the guard points her sword at Gotchen so he cannot save him. The First Lady figures out that Jiang is the culprit behind the incident. She whispers that he cannot fool her the way he fooled the inner hall master, Jang Myongin. She says that a skilled shaman would never be possessed during a ritual. Then she furiously slaps Jiang for trying to make a fool of her with such a lie. She questions him about what really happened inside the main building. But Jiang simply laughs at the First Lady and calls the demonic monk. The demonic monk swiftly moves and takes control of the guard the First Lady brought with her. The First Lady recognizes that this scene is similar to what happened to the shaman. Then Jiang mentions the secret manual and the seal to the First Lady. The guard feels uneasy because of the demonic monk. But instead of threatening the First Lady, Jiang proposes a negotiation. He says he does not want to become the manor master, but he could always give that chance to the second master or even the lowly fourth master. Jiang explains to her that she is not the one holding the upper hand. Later, inside Lady Siak's room, she becomes furious and throws the items around her. The First Lady's anger is all because of Jiang. He easily fooled her and took all the fruits of her labor. Lady Siak thinks all of this happened because she let her guard down around Jiang, believing that he would be scared of her. She now believes that Jiang has been hiding his true self this entire entire time. And after his mother's death, everyone on the third master's side began to lose influence. The guard recommends killing Jiang before he can do anything more. But Lady Siak refuses, because killing him now could raise suspicion toward them after the ruckus they caused in the medicinal hall. Instead, the First Lady plans to eliminate Jiang using the Phoenix Pavilion. The Phoenix Pavilion is the place where the shaman came from. So the First Lady informs the Phoenix Pavilion about Shaman Mayo Shin's death, making it possible for them to take revenge on Jiang. At midnight inside the medicinal hall, Jiang reads the contents of the book. The book explains that when a dead person becomes a spirit because of unresolved resentment, they turn into a vengeful spirit. And their strength depends on many different conditions. There are 3 types of spirits. The first one is a lowly spirit. It is bound to a certain location and it can cause a person to feel chills or goosebumps. The second one is an orange spirit. It can cause a human body to feel lethargy, exhaustion, or even sickness. The third one is a red spirit. These are dangerous spirits that must be exorcised because a red spirit has the power to kill a person. Then the demonic monk arrives and says that he found the area. Jiang thinks that the demonic monk is a yellow spirit. After that, Jiang moves out to find the secret manual and the seal. On his way, he learns more about spirits and understands that the demonic monk's powers did not work on the First Lady, but luckily they worked on the maid. If the spirit's powers do not work on a first-rate martial artist, then the demonic monk's powers will not work on guard Cam either. However, they did work on Gotchen. Because of that, Jiang sets a new goal. He needs to find a 4th spirit called a green spirit. These spirits have existed for decades, and they have the ability to control their surroundings and cause hallucinations. They are extremely dangerous and must be exorcised at all costs. With that in mind, Jiang continues on his way to find the secret manual and the seal. Jiang walks down the steps, moving deeper and deeper underground. As he continues descending, he realizes just how valuable the manual must be if it was hidden this deep inside the manor. Jiang knows he needs more cards to use against Guard Cam, because the demonic monk's powers will not work on him. Finally, a door comes into view. Inside the room, there are 4 more doors. According to the manor master's evil spirit, the manual should be inside the 4th door. Jiang enters the 4th room, but there is still a long path ahead of him. Then by accident, Jiang steps on a stone, triggering a large rock to fall from above. He quickly jumps out of the way but lands on another trap. Arrows shoot toward him, and Jiang deflects them using the lantern in his hand. Right after that, a large trunk is released toward him. He dodges it and starts wondering if there is something more than just the secret manual hidden here, because this cave is filled with traps. Because of that, Jiang becomes even more intrigued to find out what is inside. At last, he reaches a symmetrical place made of wood. In the center of the room, there is a wooden box placed on a table. Inside the box are 2 books. According to Gotchen, one book is a sword technique, while the other one is a cultivation technique. Jiang takes both books, but something still feels strange to him. He looks around the room and notices a large wooden box. It looks heavy and does not seem functional. There are also traces showing that the wooden box had been dragged to its current position. Jiang pushes the box aside and finds seals on the floor. He opens all the seals, revealing another wooden box hidden underneath. This chest gives off an ominous feeling, and when Jiang opens it, he discovers a book made of leather. The lantern suddenly goes out. To be precise, the book is made of human skin, with beads and charms all around it. Outside the medicinal hall, the second young master is having a party with his subordinates. He confidently says that he is going to become the manor master because, from today onward, Guard Cam is on his side. Then Guard Cam arrives and greets the second young master. The second young master praises Guard Cam. He wanted to give him a grand feast, but because his father, the manor master, is unwell, he cannot do that right now. Guard Cam feels honored by the treatment as well. After a while, Yunpyong learns that Jiang has lost his martial arts. According to Guard Cam, the real Mok Jongwoon is dead, and the fake one does not know martial arts. However, Guard Cam does not intend to tell Yunpyong the truth about the third young master being dead, because his own life would be in danger if everyone found out that he failed to protect him. Instead, Guard Cam thinks about decapitating Jiang, using his head as proof to show his loyalty to the second son, Yunpyong. Yunpyong is happy after being informed that Mok Jongwoon can no longer use martial arts. He is also grateful because Guard Cam is now on his side. Yunpyong wonders how Jongwoon lost his martial arts, but Guard Cam apologizes and says he cannot answer that at the moment. Still, he assures Yunpyong that no harm will come from not knowing. Yunpyong trusts Guard Cam because he is a former assassin from an infamous place. However, Guard Cam becomes irritated after hearing Yunpyong's words. Yunpyong then excuses Guard Cam and says he will call him later if anything urgent comes up. After Guard Cam leaves, Yunpyong tells his guards to keep an eye on him. Then he commands one of the guards to check on Jiang and confirm whether he has actually lost his martial arts or not. He also tells the guard to break one of Jiang's ankles to make things more fun. Meanwhile, beneath the medicinal hall, Jiang feels a pulse beneath his fingertips, one that feels closer to death. He does not understand why something like this is hidden down here. To satisfy his curiosity, he wants to untie the rosary and check the contents. But then the demonic monk appears, trembling in fear. After seeing the book, Jiang realizes that this must be something worth investigating, because even the demonic monk kneels before it. But if the demonic monk is here, that means there is an intruder outside the medicinal hall. The guard sent by the second young master has arrived to check on Jiang. However, Gachin is guarding outside instead of staying close to Jiang. The guard thinks this is the perfect time to strike and moves toward the medicinal hall. He peeks into Jiang's room, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. Jiang is sleeping like a child inside the room. The guard silently enters through the window. Then he finds a manual on the table and is shocked after realizing what it is. With this book in the second master's possession, they could easily gain the upper hand. However, Jiang appears silently from behind and watches the guard. Jiang grabs the guard's head and slams it against the table. Then he asks whether the guard is sleepy or not. He bangs the guard's head against the table again and again and again. The guard thinks Jiang is a mad demon. Later, the guard loses consciousness, and Jiang takes him to a place beneath the medicinal hall before tying him upside down. When the guard wakes up, Jiang greets him with a menacing smile before starting a one-on-one coaching session with a fist. Soon after, the guard appears badly beaten before Gachin arrives at the medicinal hall. After seeing him, Gachin explains to Jiang that the guard's name is Cho Ilsing. Based on his appearance and the way he infiltrated this place, Gachin realizes that he is an escort of the second master, and he clearly did not come here with good intentions. Jiang picks the guard up and takes him underground to interrogate him. Gachin asks Jiang not to torture him, because the second master deeply cherishes his subordinates. If anything happens to them, he will become greatly enraged. But Jiang does not care about that and continues moving. No matter how much Gachin begs, Jiang keeps going. Now, beneath the medicinal hall, the guard begs Jiang to let him go. Jiang demands a reason, and the guard answers that he is a close subordinate of the second master. He warns Jiang that he will be in serious danger if he does not release him right now. The guard tells Jiang not to overdo this and says he will put in a good word with the second master so that Jiang's life can at least be spared. The guard thinks Jiang is scared, but he does not understand that our protagonist is not a saint who would let him go so easily. He is a demon. Jiang becomes fascinated and accepts the guard's words about how much the second master cherishes his subordinates. He stands as if he is going to let him go and unties the ropes. But then the guard is shocked when he realizes that one of his fingers has been sliced off. Jiang starts questioning him, asking whose finger it is. The guard cannot feel anything, even after one of his fingers has been cut off. He cannot move and he cannot feel his inner energy either. Jiang explains that this is because of a paralysis poison. He made it by combining herbs from the medicinal hall, so the guard should not be able to feel anything for 2 to 4 hours. Now Jiang begins the real questioning. He tells the guard that if he does not answer immediately, Jiang will cut off one finger for every second that passes. The first question is why Yunpyong sent him to Jiang. Once the time starts, Jiang cuts off one finger. But the guard still does not respond, so Jiang cuts off the second finger. The guard curses and tells Jiang to stop, but Jiang does not care at all. In that flow, Jiang cuts off 4 fingers in total and threatens that the next one will be his thumb. Only then does the guard finally answer. He says he was ordered to confirm whether Jiang had truly lost his martial arts abilities or not. Jiang thinks for a moment and instantly realizes that Guard Cam has switched sides very quickly. Then he moves on to the next question and asks if Guard Cam is responsible for this. The guard nods his head, and Jiang acknowledges that Guard Cam is using his head well. The guard is astonished by how quickly Jiang realized that Guard Cam had betrayed him. He cannot understand whether Mok Jongwoon was always this clever, or if Jongwoon had suspected Guard Cam from the very beginning. Now Jiang has no more questions to ask the guard, so he starts thinking about what to do with him. The guard realizes that he is going to be killed, so he swears his loyalty to Jiang. He screams that he never thought the third young master was this brilliant. He even offers his life and says he will do anything to work under Jiang. Jiang says he does happen to have a task and asks for the guard's loyalty. The guard becomes happy, thinking he has been saved as long as he completes the task. He asks Jiang to use him however he likes. Then Jiang slits the guard's throat and says that the task is to offer his life. Jiang borrows the guard's blood to use it on the book he found earlier. After looking at the book for a while, Jiang understands that in order to weaken a seal made of pure energy, one must pour something impure on it. That impurity will make the seal weaker, so Jiang uses the guard's blood because the guard died a pitiful and undeserved death. This is all information Jiang learned from one of the shaman's books. Jiang places the book under the guard so that his blood will fall onto it. When the blood fills the wooden box containing the book, the impurity is completed and the seal is broken. Jiang holds back and watches to see what will come out of it. Then the blood overflows and fills the room. Slowly, the blood begins to take form, releasing a tremendous energy that makes Jiang unable to see anything. Everything suddenly becomes silent. And when Jiang opens his eyes, he finds himself in a world filled with blood. Then a woman appears before him. Jiang is amazed after realizing that this is not the power of a 4th-level spirit. This is the power of a 5th-level spirit. According to the book, 5th-level spirits are called blue spirits, and they have existed for more than a century. Jiang had expected a 5th-level spirit or at least something similar to appear, but even so, he thinks of this as a misfortune. At that moment, he is forced to kneel under the overwhelming strength of the spirit. The spirit announces that Jiang must offer his soul to her. To subdue or exorcise a 5th-level spirit, at least 10 shaman masters are needed. After a while, Jiang struggles to stand up and refuses to offer his soul. But now he understands exactly why blue spirits are considered so dangerous. Then he speaks to the blue spirit about the knowledge he gained from the books. The most important thing about spirits is that every spirit needs someone's body. In other words, spirits cannot do anything without a vessel. The spirit becomes slightly frustrated after hearing Jiang explain this to her. Jiang stands up and provokes the spirit, telling her to take his body by force if she can. Immediately, she strikes him with a bloodshot attack. Jiang is severely injured and falls down. The spirit pierces him, then strikes him again with even more force. She warns Jiang to stay down and obediently offer his soul. The spirit is impressed that Jiang managed to withstand that attack, even though half the flesh on his face has been torn off. Then she pushes him back and makes him an offer. If Jiang submits his soul, she will fulfill one of his desires. Jiang questions why she is making an offer to him in the first place. The spirit says it is out of consideration for his will. In other words, if Jiang's body is damaged any further, she will gain nothing from it. Jiang asks what will happen if he refuses. The spirit responds with a death stare. She will simply kill him and find another soul. Jiang mumbles that he does have one desire. The spirit brightens up and asks him what his desire is. She guesses that he may have been betrayed or that a family member he loved died. She says she will tear them into shreds and erase their soul from existence. But Jiang brazenly responds that his wish is for the woman to shut up and obediently become his familiar spirit. The spirit grits her teeth and uses all the blood accumulated in the area, making it flow toward Jiang. In anger, she says that his flesh, bones, and body will be butchered. She admits that it will damage his body, but says it is necessary in order to take over his body. Jiang is unable to do anything and loses consciousness, but his senses tell him that this tastes like blood. The color is much redder than a pomegranate and it has a metallic taste, but it is different from the blood he has experienced before. Back when he was the Scythe Demon, he tasted plenty of blood, and the taste back then felt like the trembling of life, heat, and warmth. To be exact, it meant being alive. However, what he feels right now is death. After Jiang figures out that all of this is merely an illusion, the world filled with blood completely breaks apart. The spirit cannot believe what she is witnessing, and she is pushed back by the force coming from Jiang. The blue spirit creates a butterfly with blood and sends it toward Jiang, but it barely does any damage to him. The spirit recognizes this realm as transcendence. It is a realm used to escape any hallucination by rejecting all 5 senses. However, it is much harder than it sounds. Even a first-rate shaman would struggle to completely reject all of their 5 senses. But Jiang, who is not even a shaman, has reached such a realm. And the only possible answer is that Jiang was born with the qualities of a great shaman. Jiang laughs loudly in front of the spirit and it irritates her. She says that just because he escaped an illusion does not mean he has the upper hand. But Jiang says he has thought of something fun. Then he shows the book to the blue spirit, and the sight of it makes her furious. According to the shaman book Jiang obtained after killing the shaman in the main building, called the Yin-Yang School, the older a spirit is, the more likely it is connected to a vessel that links it to this realm. In that case, the vessel connecting the blue spirit to this realm is the book made from human skin. Jiang tears the book with his teeth, which inflicts pain on her and enrages the blue spirit even more. The blue spirit curses Jiang. She cannot understand how he is able to damage a book imbued with demonic kai. Even first-rate shamans barely managed to seal it after many attempts to destroy it. But Jiang simply damaged it with his teeth. She grabs Jiang's neck with force, pushes him back, and tells him that she no longer needs his body. Even at that moment, Jiang snickers and says that this could have ended if she had simply snatched the book from him. But she did not. That means she is unable to touch the book. Even while being inflicted with pain, Jiang still tries to swallow the piece he grabbed with his teeth. Then he realizes that the blood that entered his body earlier has made his blood flow travel in reverse. This situation happened to him before when he first ate a poisonous herb. But right now he can sense a soul's rage. It is rage against someone as strong as Jiang and a desire for revenge. At last, Jiang swallows the piece of human skin, even though the blue spirit is grabbing his neck and shouting at him not to do it. Now, she becomes furious as hell and squeezes his neck harder and harder. Instantly, Jiang is transferred to another world again. This time, an ocean of corpses is floating around him, and a person is kneeling with a sword in front of a throne. That person is the blue spirit. She ties her hand to the sword using a cloth, points her sword at the one sitting on the throne and says something, but Jiang cannot hear it. All he can feel is her rage. She speaks again and moves forward to kill the person who looks like a king. But the king-like person easily takes the heart of the blue spirit and throws her away. Then a few masters appear from behind the king and rush toward her. Each of them takes out their knives and stabs her. And like that, the blue spirit dies. Returning to the present, someone yells loudly and a red thread comes out from Jiang's heart. On the other end of that thread is the blue spirit. She has finally become his familiar spirit. Jiang is happy now that he has obtained a blue spirit. The blue spirit grabs Jiang's neck again. But now that she has become his familiar spirit, even she can feel the pain Jiang is experiencing. Because of that, she lets go of his neck and coughs. She becomes frustrated and walks away. Jiang thinks that if the blue spirit is experiencing his pain now because she became his familiar spirit, then there is a chance the demonic monk also felt pain before, especially since Jiang practically came back from the dead earlier. Meanwhile, the demonic monk's condition is terrible. He looks as if he is almost evaporating. Jiang then says they should introduce themselves, since they will be staying together from now on. He walks over to the spirit and introduces himself as Mok Jongwoon. Then he asks for her name so he can call her properly. But the spirit does not respond at all. So Jiang decides that he will just call her whatever he wants and names her Red Dung Beetle. She becomes frustrated after being called such a ridiculous name, so Jiang realizes she does not like it. He asks for her name again, but she refuses to tell her name to a stupid mortal. Then Jiang decides to call her Blue Spirit since she is a blue spirit. This time she quietly sits there and it seems like she likes the name. So Jiang decides to call her that from now on. However, she clearly has quite the ego, and it is not like Jiang can just beat her up to tame her, so he thinks he will have to slowly persuade her to like him. Now Jiang asks the blue spirit about the book made of human leather. She replies that she does not know any blue spirit or anyone with that name. Then she walks away saying she is busy. Jiang catches something interesting. The book is written in blood. He smirks while thinking about it. A book wrapped in human leather and written with blood. To him, it is fascinating. However, the characters do not make sense to him at all. He cannot understand what these characters are supposed to mean. The blue spirit chuckles at Jiang. Jiang finds it a bit annoying and tries to figure out the characters by himself. After looking at the book for a while, he learns something and reads aloud. Without despair, rely on the mind of the other form. Before nothingness, there must have been a form. What seems to be may not actually be. As Jiang reads the chant, all the Kai around him start circulating toward him. Then Jiang reads again. The demon stands in the way of the good, but the ultimate blood has the power to reverse all. After reading the chant, the book in his hand sticks to his palm and refuses to let go. The blue spirit cannot believe what he just did. Jiang asks her whether this book has something to do with it or not. Suddenly, all of his veins tighten and he feels extreme pain. The blue spirit also starts experiencing the pain, so she immediately tells him to stop breathing, empty his mind, and not think about anything at all. Jiang does all of that in an instant. Slowly, his veins start to settle back down, and the book falls from his hand. The blue spirit is amazed by how quickly Jiang controlled his body. Jiang has already undone the ritual of attachment. The blue spirit is puzzled as to how a mortal who has not even learned martial arts could attain something like this. To begin with, it is already a miracle that Jiang managed to carry out the ritual of attachment. The blue spirit has witnessed something she never saw even after death. Jiang feels good and sits down, still not knowing what just happened to him. The blue spirit explains that all of this happened because he could not properly control the ritual of attachment, and his breathing was wrong as well. Jiang becomes happy because the blue spirit has finally started speaking. The blue spirit feels embarrassed and says she is only taking care of herself because of Jiang's foolish mistakes. Now Jiang wants to know about the ritual of attachment. The blue spirit explains that it is a method of pulling things toward oneself and making them stick. To put it clearly, it is like manipulating the very nature of something according to one's own will. But Jiang feels his stomach and veins hurting a lot. The blue spirit clarifies that this happened because Jiang was pulling at nothing. That is why his Kai was manipulated and pulled nothing after the book, causing his Kai to become completely messed up. The blue spirit recommends that he try it with the guard's dead body. She tells him to focus on the guard's energy core, explaining that his Kai is probably spread out because he is already dead. However, Jiang does not know anything about the energy core or those kinds of things, so he asks the blue spirit to explain everything to him. The blue spirit prepares him to start the chant. And after Jiang begins, he places his palm under the guard's belly button and slowly absorbs his Kai. He feels a warm energy flowing and circling around his energy core. The blue spirit tells him to pull forth anything and make it stick. Then she asks him whether he can feel it. The speed of the flowing Kai increases, and this is how the ritual of attachment works. This is the first time Jiang experiences what Kai actually feels like. The warm energy wraps around his torso and he finally understands what Gotchen meant earlier. According to Gotchen, it takes a lot of time to gather Kai. But if someone can absorb another person's inner energy, then Jiang can collect a large amount of Kai much faster and become stronger in a short period of time. In other words, Jiang is smart but with the mind of an anti-protagonist. So for him, killing other people is not even a problem. But then all the energy he gathered suddenly scatters in an instant. A person needs a special method to store the Kai they absorb. Otherwise, it will not remain inside the energy core. Jiang needs a unique trait in order to possess a special method, so the absorbed energy does not mix with other energies. To put it clearly, collecting Kai through the ritual of attachment is impossible. Jiang becomes disappointed after hearing the blue spirit's words. He thought he had truly found a shortcut to becoming stronger. The blue spirit tells him it is not that easy to become a martial arts expert. However, the ritual of attachment still has many uses. The ritual of attachment is only the first ritual of the thought-sharing 8 techniques. By learning just this one method, endless possibilities can open up. The blue spirit teaches Jiang that even if the Kai scatters away, Kai is still Kai. She tells him to concentrate the Kai into his hand by circulating it. However, Jiang does not know how to circulate Kai into his hand, so the blue spirit teaches him step by step and advises him to imagine it. Kai circulation and chants are only tools to help a person form the correct image in their mind. Because of that, the blue spirit tells Jiang to imagine sending his Kai into his hand. The blue spirit thinks this is easier said than done. Jiang is still a beginner who has not even received proper Kai training, so he will probably just waste the precious Kai. In his current state, it should be impossible for him to achieve this. However, the blue spirit does not know that Jiang is the protagonist of this story. Jiang slowly manages to gather Kai into his hand, and once he has enough Kai, he strikes the pillar with his inner energy. The pillar shatters into pieces, and even the wall behind the pillar is damaged. The blue spirit is completely flabbergasted. She cannot understand how a beginner who has not even learned martial arts or received any basic training has successfully achieved this. Even during her lifetime, she witnessed many individuals, but never someone as talented as Jiang. Jiang quickly understands why martial arts are so hyped up. After all, it becomes much easier to kill someone when you learn something like this. The blue spirit is astonished again by how rapidly Jiang grasps the essence of martial arts. Most people say martial arts are meant to train the soul and the mind, but all of that is just nonsense. The main point of martial arts is how efficiently someone can kill another person. Jiang urges her to teach him the second technique, and the blue spirit starts to explain it. But then she realizes that she would never willingly do something nice for Jiang, so she walks away. She thinks she talked more than she intended to. At the same time, she finally understands why old geezers were always so obsessed with their disciples. Jiang literally absorbed everything the blue spirit taught him. Jiang wants to ask the blue spirit something, but she is not interested in listening. He only wanted to ask about the cold energy he felt after the Kai scattered away, because Kai always feels warm. But since the blue spirit does not want to talk to him, Jiang decides to figure it out by himself. After that, they both leave the place beneath the medicinal hole. Jiang has learned a lot after coming down here. Meanwhile, the guard who protects the First Lady arrives at the Phoenix Pavilion and enters inside. The pavilion is filled with wooden statues of shamans, and every one of them looks ominous to the guard. Suddenly, a torch lights up. The guard explains why she came to the Phoenix Pavilion and tells them how Mayo Shin, the shaman, died. She claims that the third young master, Mok Jongwon, is the one who killed him. She says the First Lady told her to place 300 silver nyang as an expression of grief toward Mayo Shin. Then she offers an additional 400 silver nyang if they take on another mission. The mission is to eliminate the third young master. She asks whether they will accept, and the torch suddenly goes out. The guard understands that they have accepted the quest. She appreciates them and leaves, but she cannot understand it. Even though there was no one visible inside, she could feel the stares of many people watching her. If not for this mission, she would have never come to this place. Inside the pavilion, the shaman leader states that it was definitely murder, and everyone agrees with him. According to the information they received, the guard who protects the First Lady was floating, and only a yellow spirit could do something like that. Because of that, the shamans believe the third master was possessed by a yellow spirit. Then the shaman leader questions whether there is a chance that the yellow spirit has become a familiar spirit. The other shamans say that if it were a beast of pure spirit or a yakai, then there could be a chance. But taking in a yellow spirit as a familiar spirit should be impossible. The shaman leader concludes that a shaman will eliminate the third young master of the Mok Manor and help the resentful spirit move on. Every shaman agrees with the leader's decision. The next day, Gachin yawns and curses Jiang for making him run errands even though he was awake all night. Gachin says he bought the brazier and asks what Jiang needs it for. Jiang replies that there is something he needs to burn. Gachin asks again what he plans to burn, and Jiang pulls out the secret manuals of the Mok Sword Manor. Then Jiang tears off each page and burns them without leaving a trace. Gachin screams and cannot close his mouth. He is incomplete all while. Jiang casually burns the manuals as if they are just ordinary pieces of paper. Gachin wonders what kind of human would do something so insane. He yells at Jiang, then quickly switches back to speaking politely, saying that even if those books are useless to Jiang, that does not mean other people would not want them. Jiang responds that this is exactly why they should burn them, so that only Jiang will be able to learn them. Gachin does not understand what Jiang means and questions him again. Jiang replies that all the information is already stored inside his brain. Then he tells Gachin to hand over that manual to the First Lady and the second young master. Jiang says everyone wants this book, and he likes a harmonious family. Then with a smirk, he says that if they happily share the manual among each other, would that not be nice? The next day, guard Cam goes through his morning routine. Once he wakes up, he organizes the things around him, and quickly changes his clothes. After that, he cleans his surroundings and checks everything he needs to do for the day. This is a habit he has had since his days as an assassin. But soon, there will be no need for it anymore. Once the second young master secures the master's position, guard Cam can become an elder of the Mok Sword Manor. Then a guard appears and informs guard Cam that the second young master is looking for him. After a while, Guard Cam comes out of the second master's hall with a serious expression and an injury on his forehead. Just a moment ago, the second master had told him that Cho Ilseng disappeared without a trace. Right after going to check whether the third young master had really lost his martial arts or not. The second young master is furious, believing that Guard Cam deceived him. Guard Cam thinks that something must have gone wrong. He reports that he is 100% sure Mok Jeongwoon lost his martial arts and that some other problem must have occurred. But the second master throws a plate at Guard Cam and questions why Guard Cho has not returned yet. Guard Cam cannot understand how things reach this point. If this continues, his decision to change his allegiance will all be for nothing. He cannot accept that. So he asks the second young master to give him some time to uncover the truth behind it. The second master asks how he can trust him again. Guard Cam offers his right hand as proof of his loyalty. The second master accepts and gives him 4 hours to uncover the truth. If Guard Cam does not complete his mission by then, the second master will take his life instead of his arm. Back to present, Guard Cam realizes that nothing has gone his way ever since the fake Mok Jeongwoon appeared. The possibility of Jeong being involved is low, but if Jeong really is the main culprit, Guard Cam will not leave it at that. Then Guard Cam spots Gotchen and asks what he is doing here. Since Guard Cam told him not to take his eyes off Jeong, he questions whether Gotchen is plotting something with him. Gotchen denies it, but Guard Cam notices a manual on him and pulls it out. After looking at the manual, Guard Cam furiously asks, why is this training manual with him? Gohan trembles as he tries to think of an explanation, but without waiting, Guard Cam decides to teach Gohan some lesson. After beating Gohan to a pulp, Guard Cam drags him to Jeong's room. Guard Cam kicks the door open and throws Gotchen inside. Jeong welcomes Guard Cam, while Guard Cam demands an explanation. Guard Cam thinks to himself that his mood is ruined just by seeing Jeong again. Jeong acts innocent and asks what he needs to explain. Guard Cam says there is no time for his little tricks and reminds him that he made it clear from the beginning. If Jeong tries anything funny, he will die. Guard Cam grabs Jeong by the throat and warns him again. But Jeong calmly responds that he does not recall Guard Cam ever saying not to try anything funny. Guard Cam questions Jeong about what he did to the second son's subordinate. Jeong acts as if he does not know who Guard Cam is talking about, so Guard Cam cross-examines him and asks whether he hurt the guard or not. Jeong says Guard Cam already knows how weak he is, while that guard is an expert martial artist. Guard Cam thinks about it for a moment. He knows how weak Jeong is, and he also knows how strong the second master's subordinate should be, but still something feels off. Then Jeong implies that there is no way the third son, who has lost his martial arts, could have killed him. Those are the exact words Guard Cam used to prove his loyalty to the second master. Guard Cam finally understands the situation and pulls out his knife to stab Jeong. But Jeong ridicules him and asks what he is going to do now. Jeong says Guard Cam switched sides, and now the fake third son has killed the second son's guard. Guard Cam stabs Jeong with the knife in a frenzy, and later both of them sit down for a moment. Guard Cam starts narrating his life. He was born an orphan and raised as an assassin. He barely managed to enter this place after sacrificing all the money and time he had. He endured all kinds of side jobs, and his life depended on those 3 years. But now Jeong ruined everything. Not only did Jeong kill the third son, he also killed the second son's favorite subordinate. Guard Cam now plans to escape after killing Jeong, otherwise he will end up dead. However, Guard Cam suddenly realizes that he still has an opportunity. The second master's guard is already dead and nothing can be done about that. But there is something that can replace the guard's life, and that is the manual he took from Gotchen. He asks Jeong whether he has the rest of the manual. Guard Cam thinks he can save his own life if he presents the manual to the second master. Jeong says he does not know anything about it. Guard Cam warns him to answer properly or he could simply kill him and leave. But he still gives Jeong a chance to repent for his mistakes. If Jeong hands over the rest of the manual, Guard Cam will leave him alive. Otherwise, Jeong will die a terrible death. Jeong accepts Guard Cam's proposal with a downhearted expression. The moment Jeong accepts, Guard Cam feels almighty and powerful. He tells Jeong that he should have done this earlier, then holds out his hand so Jeong can give him the remaining part of the manual. However, Jeong places his own hand in Guard Cam's hand instead of giving him the manual. Then Jeong says that he is the secret manual, because he has memorized everything inside his head. Jeong adds that there is one more thing. In that fleeting moment, Jeong grips Guard Cam's hand tightly. Then, by releasing his internal energy, he attacks Guard Cam, and slowly begins absorbing his internal energy through the ritual of attachment. Guard Cam senses his internal energy being sucked away, no matter how much he resists, but Jeong refuses to let go of his hand. Then Jeong says, "I was wondering who I should use this technique on, but you became the lab rat just in time. I am so grateful." From that single action, Guard Cam feels that he is not dealing with a human but a savage monster. He slashes off Jeong's arm. Then Guard Cam becomes agitated and stabs his dagger into Jeong with everything he has, forcing Jeong to loosen his grip. Taking that chance, Guard Cam swiftly launches a blow at Jeong, sending him crashing into the wall. Guard Cam becomes completely exhausted and his hand trembles. He can no longer feel the internal energy in his left hand. But then Jiang smirks at Guard Cam and slowly gets back up, saying that Guard Cam's martial arts are truly worthy of a first-rate martial artist. Guard Cam looks at Jiang with widened eyes as if he is witnessing a nightmare. At that moment, Jiang declares, "I will kill you," in a way that even hell itself trembles in fear. Guard Cam feels a bone-chilling dread from those words. Still, he tries to stay calm. Extending his hand, he challenges Jiang, telling himself that someone like Jiang is nothing in front of him. With those words, Guard Cam rushes at Jiang, his eyes filled with murderous intent, just as he is about to kill Jiang in a single attack by thrusting his sword into him. Jiang's eyes glow with a crimson-colored aura. Then Jiang commands the demonic monk. In that split second, Guard Cam's hand is blocked by something. Guard Cam wonders what has caught his hand. Horrified, he lets go of the dagger and takes a step back. But the dagger falls into Jiang's hand. Jiang plans to show Guard Cam the demonic monk and admits that he uses dirty tricks. In that moment, the demonic monk makes a dramatic entrance into the scene. Guard Cam can feel the energy of the demonic monk. Without wasting a second, Jiang tightens his grip around the dagger's hilt and rams it straight into Guard Cam's chest. Guard Cam screams in agony from the brutal assault. Then Jiang tells him, "I am simply returning the favor." Guard Cam falls back and coughs up blood all over the place. He realizes the spot where Jiang stabbed him is dangerous. If he pulls the knife out carelessly, the bleeding will become even worse. Guard Cam finally understands that Jiang is not someone easy to mess with. Not only did Jiang absorb his inner energy, he even used the demonic monk's force to attack him. Guard Cam concludes that he was foolish for choosing someone like Jiang as a stand-in. But Guard Cam still has a secret weapon up his sleeve, and that is the poison he fed to Jiang. He prepared that poison exactly for a situation like this. So Guard Cam decides to negotiate with Jiang, because if they continue fighting, both of them will lose. He offers Jiang the antidote and money, telling him to leave this place. But then Guard Cam vomits more and more blood, and realizes something is wrong. Even though he circulates his Kai, his body only gets worse. He quickly recognizes that this is poison. Jiang speaks about the injuries he received, and says that he is not that badly injured. Guard Cam questions him, asking what Jiang did to him. Jiang responds that it is nothing great. When Cam stabbed Jiang with his dagger, Jiang's blood spilled onto it. And Jiang's blood is extremely poisonous. Then Jiang names the ingredients Guard Cam used to make the poison he fed him. After that, Jiang reveals that he has eaten poisonous herbs ever since he was a child, so his blood itself has turned into poison. In other words, Jiang never needed the antidote from the beginning. Guard Cam realizes that he is going to be killed, and his body starts trembling. Jiang explains that he opened the window so Cam would live a little longer, because if his body temperature drops, the poison will spread more slowly. Now Guard Cam begs for mercy. He pleads with Jiang to spare his life and swears that he will give him his loyalty. He even says he will become Jiang's dog, lick his feet if Jiang insists, and crawl if he is ordered to. All Guard Cam wants is for Jiang to spare his life. Jiang likes Cam's attitude, and says that with that kind of attitude, they could work together perfectly. Guard Cam's eyes fill with hope after hearing Jiang's words. However, Jiang says that would only be true if Cam had acted like that from the beginning. He points out that Cam changed sides too quickly based on his own needs, so how could someone call that loyalty? Jiang decides that Guard Cam is better off dead, and thrusts the knife into his heart. At last, Jiang manages to kill a first-rate martial artist with excitement, in a truly demonic way. Jiang stands up and stretches his body. He took care of Guard Cam earlier than he expected. Then he looks at Gachin and thinks about whether he should kill him or not. But Jiang decides there is no reason to kill him. After all, Guard Cam did not know that Jiang had burned the rest of the manual. That means Gachin did not reveal the secret, even after being beaten to a pulp. Jiang tells Gachin to get up now that the action is over. Gachin asks how Jiang knew he was awake. Jiang replies that he noticed when Gachin kept moving away little by little, because he was afraid of being stepped on during the fight. Jiang appreciates Gachin for keeping the secrets between them. Gachin smiles humbly and thanks him. Then Jiang commands Gachin to send everyone somewhere else, so he can take care of Guard Cam's body himself. After that, Jiang starts using the ritual of attachment on Cam's body. He can feel the warmth of the inner energy, but it is no use to him. What Jiang wants to check is the cold, ominous energy he felt in the underground pavilion. That energy is known as Death Kai, the same feeling he sensed when he was killing. Now that the warm energy is gone, Jiang begins to feel the cold energy again. Unlike the warm energy, the cold Kai does not scatter away. Because of that, Jiang assumes that if he wants to collect more cold Kai, he needs to kill more people. The blue spirit watches Jiang from the side with the demonic monk. She tells the demonic monk that she now understands why he is being controlled by Jiang. It is because Jiang is a monster. Meanwhile, in the second master's pavilion, a guard reports to Yunpyeong that Guard Cam is not lying. The second master replies that he already knows Guard Cam is fair and not lying. He explains to the guard that when someone is too nice to a person from the beginning, that person becomes entitled. That is why the second master showed Guard Cam how strict he can be. If he forgives guard Cam later, then Cam will remain subservient to him. Ultimately, the second master says that one needs to be cruel to someone before being nice to them. The guard finally understands the second master's wisdom. He realizes that guard Cam is not a loyal man, so this is a kind of test to prove guard Cam's loyalty. At that moment, another guard appears to report a problem. The second master asks what happened. The guard reports that guard Cam just tried to kill the third master, Mok Jeongwoon. But that is not the most important part. The most important part is that the third master announced that the second master was the one behind the murder attempt. Now, the second master is completely shocked. And soon after, his shock turns into fury toward Mok Jeongwoon. The guard asks about guard Cam's whereabouts, and the guard who just entered reports that guard Cam disappeared after the murder attempt. Hearing this, Yoonpyong unsheathes his sword and tries to go kill Mok Jeongwoon himself. His guard tries to stop him, saying that if he moves forward right now, it will only strengthen Jeong's testimony. But Yoonpyong refuses to listen. He says Jeong must be ridiculing him in his current state. However, the guard recommends one brilliant idea, that they have the others take care of things instead. Yoonpyong stops moving and listens to him. The guard explains that Jeong testified during the investigation that guard Cam was after him. So instead of acting directly, they can use the organization guard Cam was once affiliated with. That organization is extremely prideful when it comes to its rules. For example, if an assassin fails to complete an assassination, it cannot be tolerated. Even if the assassin is retired, there are no exceptions. They must complete the assassination they were tasked with by any means necessary. The guard plans to explain the situation to one of the three greatest assassination organizations in the Central Plains, the Flying Assassin Sect. After hearing the name of the Flying Assassin Sect, Yoonpyong becomes happy. Meanwhile, at the third master's residence, Jeong is trying to create an energy core as written in the secret manual. However, even though he succeeds in circulating his Kai, it is still of no use. Near the energy core, the energy begins to disperse. Jeong does not understand what is wrong with him, so he calls Gachin and demands an explanation about the situation he is experiencing. Gachin is under the impression that Jeong was completely clueless about martial arts just a day ago. Yet now he can already feel Kai and even circulate it in a single night. Gachin wants to say that this is complete nonsense, but instead, he politely asks Jeong to let him check for himself. Gachin plans to flow his Kai into Jeong's body to confirm why the energy is disappearing. At the same time, he thinks he should avoid getting on Jeong's nerves, believing that Jeong is still just a kid who likes pretending he knows everything. Gachin and Jeong sit down, and Gachin asks Jeong not to pay any attention to him. But the moment Gachin feels the Kai inside Jeong, he is amazed. Jeong has no waste matter in his meridians, meaning there is no blockage at all. This should be impossible unless a master of internal arts has trained Jeong every single day. Gachin realizes that Jeong is a one-of-a-kind genius. Then all of a sudden, Gachin feels a strange energy. It is cold and frightening. A moment later, the Kai blows away again. Jeong becomes disappointed because it happened once more. He demands that Gachin explain what happened truthfully and tell him whether he can form his Kai or not. Gachin answers that he felt a strange energy near Jeong's Kai center, but he cannot explain what it might be. Jeong guesses that his cold energy is probably the reason behind the problem, and he starts thinking that he may need to give up on martial arts. But then Gachin says that the cold energy is dispersing the warm energy. It does not feel like energy created by normal circulation. Instead, the cold energy feels like the exact opposite of the warm energy. After hearing Gachin's statement, Jeong realizes there may be a possibility. Life Kai is warm while Death Kai is cold. Then Jeong tells Gachin that he is going to circulate his Kai in reverse. Gachin immediately tries to stop him, but he is pulled back by the Blue Spirit, who gesture for him to shut up. The Blue Spirit thinks Jeong is going to get himself killed because of his incomplete knowledge. If a familiar spirit tries to kill its contractor, the backlash will also kill the spirit. However, if the contractor dies on their own, the contract will end without any restrictions. The Blue Spirit tells the demonic monk that they are going to be free, and when Jeong comes out as a spirit after he dies, she plans to tear him apart with her own hands. Meanwhile, in the First Lady's chamber, a shaman from the Phoenix Pavilion arrives. Her name is New Moon. The First Lady thinks that even after a powerful shaman died, the Phoenix Pavilion only sent one shaman. And from the shaman's voice, the First Lady realizes that she seems to be a young woman. But what piques the First Lady's curiosity is that the female shaman brought the previous shaman's dead body with her. The female shaman explains that she brought her junior, Myo Shin's dead body, in order to track down the killer. The First Lady understands that this shaman must be higher in status than Myo Shin, because she referred to him as her junior. Then the female shaman says that the third young master is going to die at all costs. The First Lady speaks honestly. At first, she did not have high expectations of her, but now she's starting to like her. The female shaman begins the ritual, and Myo Shin's eyes and mouth open. The shaman stabs Myo Shin with a knife while chanting, and the energy enters Myo Shin's body. Suddenly, a pair of hands comes out of Myo Shin's mouth. More hands come out from his eyes as well. All of those hands move forward to track down the target. which is none other than our protagonist himself. The blue spirit instantly notices the shaman's energy. Then the hands break into Jiang's room, closing down on him. The demonic monk quickly blocks all the hands, but even he is pushed back by their strength. The blue spirit recognizes the spell used by the shaman as reverse murder. It is a technique used to target Jiang and inflict pain on him from a distance. Every time Mao Xin is stabbed, the First Lady imagines Jiang being injured. She becomes overjoyed, thinking that Jiang must be suffering a lot. But the situation inside Jiang's room is not going the way she expects. Now the blue spirit decides to take action. Some inferior creature is messing with her prey, and that alone annoys her. She instantly slices through all the hands and pinpoints the shaman's location. Then the blue spirit attacks with her might, tearing all the hands apart in a single blow. Because of her attack, the shaman is sent flying far away. The shaman starts bleeding and cannot believe that reverse murder was deflected. The shaman then demands more payment. The First Lady questions why she needs more payment, and New Moon says she needs at least 1,000 silver nyang more. The guard screams, asking why she needs 1,000 when they already gave her 400, which is enough to buy a bag of rice. But the shaman explains that she has to risk her life for this mission, because the evil spirit involved is extremely high-ranking. Even a yellow spirit is enough to threaten a person's life, and this one is much higher than that. Anything higher than a yellow spirit is considered a disaster. Most shamans cannot handle anything above a yellow spirit unless they are as skilled as New Moon. The First Lady accepts the condition and agrees to pay 1,000 more. But in return, the shaman must kill Mok Jiongwoon. Shamans also have ranks just like spirits. From highest to lowest, the ranks are Divine, Sun, Moon, Talent, Darkness, and Porter. Mao Xin is Porter rank, while New Moon is Talent rank, which is 2 ranks higher than him. On top of that, New Moon is one of the 3 shamans of the pavilion, who can handle familiar spirits. She guarantees that Mok Jiongwoon will not survive, no matter the cost. Inside Jiang's room, the blue spirit is annoyed by the shaman. If Jiang is killed by the shaman, then it will not be a death caused by his own hand, which means it could harm the blue spirit as well. But then the blue spirit senses both death kai and yin kai coming from Jiang. The problem is that a living person should have no way of accumulating death kai. She finally understands that Jiang is not an ordinary person. He understood the ritual of attachment extremely quickly, learned how to circulate kai in one attempt despite knowing nothing about martial arts, and now he is collecting death kai while still alive. The blue spirit hates to admit it, but she is starting to like Jiang. Jiang wakes up and realizes he has found the answer to circulating his kai. This time, the kai does not dissipate like before. However, he is still unable to create an energy core, because his kai is insufficient. Then Jiang looks around the room and asks what happened. Even the demonic monk is in a terrible state. But what Jiang cannot understand is why Gotchen has fallen too. The blue spirit says Gotchen might simply be sleepy. But the demonic monk wakes up fiercely and explains why Gotchen is in that state. The blue spirit immediately punishes him and kicks him for telling Jiang the truth. Suddenly, a sound comes from outside. Jiang asks what the situation is right now, and the blue spirit warns him not to let his guard down. At that moment, a large number of beetles crawl into the room. Spirit becomes disgusted that someone would take these beetles as a familiar spirit. Then she identifies them as the spirit of the mountains, called the mountain-piercing turtle beast. The spirits that reside in the mountains are referred to as mountain spirits, while the ones that dwell in the sea are called sea spirits. For a long time, people have called the spirits that cause disasters and trouble the mountain-piercing shelled beasts. The lady shaman releases her spirit, which looks like a bird but possesses the tail of a snake. It calls forth insects to bring mayhem, making it a very dangerous and lethal being. There is no friendship between shamans, but the lady shaman is still saddened to see Mao Xin killed by an evil spirit. So she decides to avenge Mao Xin by turning Jiang into pet food for her spirit. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Gotchen is still sleeping peacefully, so Jiang slaps his face to wake him up. The moment Gotchen opens his eyes, he becomes frightened after seeing all the bugs swarming around them at once. Jiang orders Gotchen to kill all the bugs. But just by touching them for a second, Gotchen's hands become disgusting. Jiang tells him to protect his body with inner energy. Jiang understands that even though the bugs look small with how many of them are here, it will only take a moment for them to eat both him and Gotchen completely. The blue spirit asks Jiang what he will do now. If he does not do anything, he will become insect food. At this rate, Jiang seeks help from the blue spirit, but the blue spirit asks what she will get in return for helping him. Jiang reminds her that she is his familiar spirit, so he questions why she is being so uncooperative. She says she will consider helping him if Jiang offers his body. Jiang replies, then we will just die together. The bugs continue swarming around both of them. Then the blue spirit proposes a bet. If Jiang ends up on the brink of death, she will take his body. However, if Jiang manages to escape this situation, she will actively help him as much as possible from now on. Jiang agrees to those conditions and starts planning a way out of this situation. Gotchen and Jiang stand up because now there is not even enough space to sit. Jiang plans to set the whole place on fire if he can find something flammable. He explains to Gotchen that they can use the lantern on the table to set this place on fire, so the bugs will not survive. Gotchen thinks the lantern is too far away from them, but Jiang uses the ritual of attachment to pull it toward him. Gotchen is completely perplexed by how Jiang did that. Jiang starts thinking about who would do something like this, because ordinary people would not be proficient in this kind of scheme. Then he quickly realizes that the First Lady might be behind it. If that is the case, then the shaman should be near her. Setting this place on fire will create a huge ruckus. So Jiang plans to use that chaos to kill the shaman. However, the shaman has already arrived near Jiang's room, and she stops the flame Jiang is trying to use. She says it is foolish to use such a little trick on a shaman like her. Then she says, I can see what others cannot see. She can clearly see what Jiang is trying to do behind those walls. The shaman uses her spirit to destroy the wall, and steps into the room. Jiang greets the shaman, and she instantly sees the red threads connecting him to his familiar spirits. The demonic monk is already near her, ready to attack, but she starts chanting and crushes the demonic monk to the floor. She steps on him, and says that she could identify him easily. Gotchen moves forward to attack her without an ounce of fear, even though she is a shaman of talent rank. But the shaman uses another curse and pushes Gotchen back. The knife Gotchen was holding flies toward Jiang, and Jiang catches it. The shaman commands her spirit to kill Jiang, and all the bugs swarm in his direction. Jiang falls back as the insects rush toward him. The shaman tells Jiang to cross over to the spirit realm after he dies. Then the bugs completely surround Jiang, covering him so densely that there is no way to see what is happening inside. Without long, all of them are now under the shaman's spell, unable to do anything. The shaman thought it was an evil spirit of a higher level, but she lets it go, thinking it was just her imagination. The spirit returns to its contractor, and the shaman appreciates it for its good work. Since the problem is now solved, both of them plan to leave. The shaman thinks the commission is not enough for the task she just completed, but at that moment she feels chills run down her spine. Our boy, the demon, stands up. Mok Jeongwoon stabs himself so that his blood starts flowing out. The shaman turns back, and Mok Jeongwoon uses his own poisonous blood to kill all the bugs. The shaman is horrified after witnessing what Mok Jeongwoon has done. He stabs his left palm and pours the blood leaking from his body over his head. The bugs are unable to survive after tasting Mok Jeongwoon's blood. Because his blood contains poison, the shaman is dumbfounded by the situation. To her, Mok Jeongwoon looks like a demon that crawled straight out of hell. The shaman becomes terrified, and Mok Jeongwoon rushes toward her, saying that his blood is a deadly poison, and it works perfectly as a pesticide too. The shaman backs away, and orders her spirit to buy time, so she can cast a powerful spell. But Mok Jeongwoon uses the first ritual of the thought-shattering 8 techniques, the ritual of attachment, and pulls the spirit straight into his hands. The shaman is shocked, while Mok Jeongwoon says that it is finally quiet here. The shaman runs for her spirit's life, but then she instantly feels immense pain through their connection. Just then she realizes something. Mok Jeongwoon is absorbing the death kai from her spirit. She cannot understand how a living person is able to absorb death kai. Mok Jeongwoon thinks to himself that this went beyond his expectations. He only grabbed the spirit to deal with the bugs, but the spirit contains an immense amount of death kai. It is far greater than the amount produced when a person is killed. To put it clearly, the death kai inside the spirit is enough for Mok Jeongwoon to create an energy core. The shaman begs Mok Jeongwoon to stop, because if he drains any more energy from it, the spirit will die. Meanwhile, near the First Lady's residence, the guard recommends that the First Lady move into a room because it is cold outside. But the First Lady refuses to go inside while the situation is still uncertain. The First Lady requested 2 things from New Moon. One is Mok Jeongwoon's life, and the other is the secret manuals, so that the possibility of others obtaining them will slow down. Then the guard says that the shaman is returning. They already begin to believe that New Moon has succeeded, and that Mok Jeongwoon is dead. The First Lady imagines the books finally being in her possession, and her son finally becoming the Manor Master. Both guards congratulate the First Lady, saying her son will soon become the Manor Master. The First Lady becomes embarrassed and commands them to shut up. However, the shaman suddenly stops walking. The First Lady questions her, asking what happened and telling her to say something. Then the shaman announces that the Phoenix Pavilion is unable to kill the 3rd young master as the First Lady ordered. The First Lady falls into a state of shock. The shaman thinks about what a cruel person Mok Jeongwoon is, making her do something like this. A while ago, Mok Jeongwoon had commanded the shaman to incriminate the First Lady with her own mouth. Mok Jeongwoon said that the shaman was willing to do anything for her spirit's life. He also stated that even if he defeated the Lady Shaman, the Phoenix Pavilion would simply send someone else again. So he ordered the shaman to incriminate the First Lady with her own mouth. That way, the First Lady and the Phoenix Pavilion would become enemies. This is the master plan of our demon, Mok Jeongwoon. Returning to the present, the shaman believes she is now a traitor to the Phoenix Pavilion, but she had no other choice if she wanted to save her spirit. The shaman now announces loudly that the First Lady told them the 3rd young master was possessed by a mystical being. Because of that, she requested the Phoenix Pavilion to take Master Mok Jeongwoon's life at the same time. But after confirmation, the 3rd young master was not possessed by a mystical being. Therefore, the shaman requests that the First Lady never commission such requests from the Phoenix Pavilion ever again. All the people begin whispering to each other about the First Lady. Even the order from the director states that they must head immediately to the First Lady's residence. The guard tells the First Lady that the people from the outer chamber are rushing in. The First Lady trembles in fear, unable to do anything. Later that night, the shaman enters the third young master's residence, and Jiang asks whether she did as he told her. The shaman answers that she successfully completed her mission. She thinks that in the end, everything went exactly according to the third master's plan. Now, the First Lady and the Phoenix Pavilion have become enemies. The First Lady has been branded as a villain who attempted to murder the third son. But New Moon is not in a position to worry about the First Lady. After all, she is the one who betrayed the Phoenix Pavilion in order to save her spirit. Because of that, the Phoenix Pavilion will chase her down forever. The shaman asks Jiang to return her spirit, but Jiang says he wants to ask her something first. He questions her about the Chime Morio. He wants to know about people who control spirits like the demonic monk and the bird-headed spirit in his hand. The shaman realizes that her expectation was correct. Jiang was never possessed. But at the same time, she is astonished after seeing the demonic monk as his familiar spirit. She cannot believe Jiang managed to obtain a resentful spirit of that level. And on top of that, he has another familiar spirit as well. Jiang asks whether she is going to answer him or not. The shaman then begins explaining. There are 6 levels of Chime Morio. From lowest to highest, they are Ominous Beast, Strange Beast, Mythical Beast, Demonic Beast, Sacred Beast, and finally the Divine Beast. Even an ominous beast is considered a small disaster, and the higher the level, the more dangerous they become. The Phoenix Pavilion has 3 people, including the Lady Shaman herself, who can control such beasts as their familiar spirits. One of them is Go, who has long aided the Hall Master. He handles the strange beast of Luwu Mountain called Gu Daio. She does not know the full extent of that spirit's power, but it is definitely dangerous. The other one is the Phoenix Pavilion Master. She does not know what kind of Chime Morio the Master possesses, but it is definitely a higher level one. Jiang responds that in that case, it should either be a sacred beast or a divine beast. But the shaman says that is not the case, because those beasts only exist in legends. There are only a handful of stories about people who have taken a sacred beast as their familiar spirit. Then she offers Jiang a book containing information about Chime Morio. Jiang thinks that even a normal mountain-piercing shelled beast had that much death kai. So how much death kai would a higher level Chime Morio possess? He appreciates the shaman's kindness and returns her spirit. Then he asks why she did not say thank you. The shaman thanks him, but Jiang tells her to say it louder. So she says it loudly, and only then does Jiang let her leave. Gotchen becomes upset because of Jiang's personality. After the shaman leaves, Jiang thinks this truly is a lucky day for him. Now the First Lady cannot do anything to him because she's being watched by the people of the outer hall. On top of that, the death kai he obtained from the spirit is enough for him to create an energy core. At last, Jiang will finally be able to learn martial arts. Gotchen asks whether it is really all right to let the shaman leave, since she might hold a grudge against him. Jiang replies that a promise is a promise. Gotchen then asks what they will do if the shaman tries to take revenge. Jiang says Gotchen is right, but the shaman will not be able to do anything. Then Jiang orders the blue spirit to fulfill her promise. In the mountains, the shaman walks alone and realizes that she would not be surprised if her spirit died right now, because Jiang absorbed almost all of its death kai. She starts planning to take revenge on him. But all of a sudden, the blue spirit appears and says it is not good to plan revenge against someone. The shaman steps back and instantly remembers this feeling from reverse murder. She cannot believe that someone managed to take a blue spirit as their familiar spirit. The blue spirit takes one of the shaman's eyes and appears upside down in front of her. She says the shaman still looks pretty, even after losing one eye. In just a few moments, the blue spirit takes the life of a talent-level shaman. Meanwhile, the First Lady bangs the desk and tells the outer hall master, Sang Woonbeek, that she has been wronged. She acts as if Jiang is framing her and says she is not the kind of person who would harm the third young master. She claims that the shaman and the third young master are actively working together to frame her. Outer hall master Sang Woonbeek tells the First Lady to keep quiet. Then he questions her about the ruckus she created in the medicinal hall yesterday. The First Lady says it was because the third young master entered the manor master's room, even after she told him not to. But the outer hall master immediately says that the third young master did that in order to save the manor master. Then he questions whether the First Lady was the one trying to kill the manor master. The First Lady yells at the outer hall master, but he does not even flinch. He only keeps a serious expression on his face. Sang Woonbeek says he will not overlook this incident, and the investigation will be carried out fairly. They will thoroughly investigate the First Lady, the second young master, and the third young master. After the First Lady leaves, Sang Woonbeek still cannot understand why the First Lady and the second son were trying to kill the third son. It would make more sense if they were after the fourth son because he is favored by the manor master. But the third master is incapable of martial arts, and his family background is not impressive either. Because of that, there should be no reason for them to do this. Still, Sang Woonbeek feels there may be a reason he does not know. He also realizes that Jiang is no longer the same as before. In the past, the third master was very arrogant toward anyone who acted subservient to him. So Sang Woonbeek decides to check on the third master himself. Jiang circulates his inner energy and the blue spirit appears to check what is happening. She begins spectating as Jiang tries to create an energy core using the death kai he obtained from the spirit. Even the blue spirit found it interesting when Jiang said he was going to create an energy core using death kai. She looks at Jiang closely and thinks that he looks good. Jiang wakes up and asks what the blue spirit is doing. She becomes flustered and turns away, saying she is not doing anything. Jiang asks whether that is really true or not. She tells him to stop with the nonsense and continue circulating his kai. Jiang says he needs the blue spirit's help to check whether what he created is actually an energy core or not. The blue spirit proudly says there is no way an energy core could be established within a single day. Then Jiang reveals his energy core to the blue spirit and says, "Is this not an energy core?" She is truly surprised and asks Jiang to let her take a look. Jiang accepts, then asks what she is going to do. She answers that she will place her hand on his energy core. But the moment she tries, she immediately realizes that something is wrong. It does not work. She attempts it many times, but the result remains the same. She explains that her hand should be able to go inside his energy core. Then she orders the demonic monk to try it as well. But the result is still the same. She begins doubting herself and tries it on Gotchen. This time her hand really goes in and Gotchen feels intense pain. Before falling unconscious, she tells Jiang that there is no problem on her side. Then someone knocks on the door. It is none other than the outer hall master Sang Woonbeek. Jiang wonders what business the outer hall master has with him. Sang Woonbeek is one of the most loyal subordinates of the Mock Sword Manor, and he has served the family for 2 generations. His beliefs are firm and even the elders trust him. People say that whoever has Sang's support is certain to become the next patriarch. Currently, he has the greatest influence in the manor. Sang Woonbeek enters Jiang's room and Jiang asks what the matter is. Sang first apologizes to Jiang for being unable to protect him during the recent incident. Jiang acts very kindly and says that he is completely fine. Sang Woonbeek gets up and tries to place his hand on Jiang, but then he stands still for a moment. He tells Jiang that he is glad he is fine now, then asks him about the dagger Sang gave him last time. Jiang does not know what to answer. Sang Woonbeek says he gave it to him for self-defense when the manor master fell unconscious. Jiang looks back to check on Gotchen, but Gotchen is unconscious. Then Jiang recalls that he stored it in his drawer. Sang Woonbeek says that is good and that he thought the 3rd young master had lost it. But then Jiang says that no matter how much he thinks about it, he does not recall hearing that he had received a dagger. Sang Woonbeek replies that this is because he never gave him one. In that instant, Sang tries to attack Jiang. Jiang quickly jumps into the air, and Sang Woonbeek says Jiang has made 2 mistakes. Then Sang seals all of Jiang's acupuncture points. The first mistake is that the real Jiang always became arrogant toward anyone who acted subordinate to him. The second mistake is that after Jiang was beaten up by the 4th master, the 3rd master always flinched whenever it looked like someone was about to hit him. However, this Jiang is far too tolerant and did not flinch at all. Sang Woonbeek says he has sealed Jiang's meridian, so Jiang should be unable to move now. Then he questions him and demands that he confess the truth about the 3rd young master. But Jiang only laughs and moves swiftly, even after Sang blocked his meridians. Zhang is shocked, and Jiang summons the blue spirit. The blue spirit instantly grabs Sang's heart and says he is begging to be killed because of his foolish bravery. Then the blue spirit understands the reason. Since Life Kai and Death Kai are opposites, and Sang used Life Kai to block Jiang's meridians, that Life Kai naturally scattered. That means Jiang really did form an energy core that no one else has. Because of the Death Kai energy core inside his body, Jiang is resistant to acupuncture. But the blue spirit also says that Jiang's identity has now been discovered, which means he will no longer be able to stay here. Jiang is also troubled because he cannot simply kill Sang, since Sang is the outer hall master. So in that short moment, Jiang comes up with a plan. He tells the demonic monk to possess the outer hall master. He truly is a demon himself. And just like that, the demonic monk slowly begins possessing Sang. Sang cannot understand what is happening and asks who Jiang really is. Jiang answers that he is the 3rd young master of the Mock Sword Manor. The sun rises and Gotchen wakes up as well. Gotchen walks toward Jiang's room, but on the way, everyone treats him formally. Gotchen seriously cannot understand what is going on. And when he opens the door, he is astonished to see the outer hall master Sang Woonbeek inside. Jiang orders Sang to take his leave, and Sang even nods at Gotchen before walking out. Jiang tells Gotchen that he arrived just in time for the meal, but Gotchen is still amazed and confused about how all of this happened. Jiang replies that he will tell him later, then says there is something he wants to ask him. Jiang asks Gotchen to teach him martial arts from the secret manual. Gotchen is shocked once again. Just a while ago, Jiang had moved his body exactly as shown in the secret manual, but his movements did not connect properly. The blue spirit said those must be advanced martial arts, and each movement contained the principle of advancement within it. To put it clearly, they contain the concentrated understanding needed to reach a higher level of prowess. Jiang asked, "Isn't it a good thing to reach a higher level of prowess?" The blue spirit then explained that advanced martial arts cannot be understood without the fundamentals. Advanced martial arts are used to reach a level beyond one's original limit, but without the fundamentals, it is impossible to use them properly. Returning to the present, Jiang explains to Gotchen that he cannot learn the methods in the secret manual without the fundamentals. Gotchen asks if Jiang is planning to become the manner master, but Jiang says it is only for self-defense. Gotchen apologizes and says he cannot teach him the fundamentals, because those fundamentals have been passed down among the clan members since ancient times. Only those who inherit the name of the Mach clan, and those who will continue the Mach clan's lineage, are allowed to learn them. In other words, only the manner master and the young masters know the fundamentals. Jiang questions Gotchen again. Gotchen thinks about the situation. Jiang is already antagonized by the other young masters, and there is also a chance that his real identity as a stand-in will be revealed. Then Jiang stands up and decides there is only one way to solve this. He says there is only one person who can teach him the fundamentals. Gotchen asks who they are going to meet right now, and he is shocked when he sees who it is. It is the fourth young master, Mok Yuchen, the very one that our boy has beef with. As Jiang goes forward to greet the fourth son, Gotchen stops him from behind and says that Jiang and the fourth master are not on good terms. Jiang says he remembers that. Gotchen says he clearly remembers the day when the conflict happened between the fourth master and the third master. Back then, Mok Jongwoon begged the fourth master to stop hitting him. The third master's legs and several of his ribs were completely destroyed, and he cried while begging to be spared. That is how much the fourth master despised the third master. And above all, the fourth master is a monster who reached the stage of the peak realm at only 16 years old. The martial ranks are third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, ascendant, transcendent, zenith, profound, and nirvana. Even the blue spirit tells Jiang that the fourth master is useful, because there are not many people with such strong energy at only 16 years old. People like him are called geniuses. She even says that if she were alive, she would have taken the fourth master as her disciple. The blue spirit warns Jiang to be careful, because she cannot use her full power while the sun is up. Meanwhile, Gotchen continues telling Jiang to give up on the secret books and try something simple instead. But Jiang is already on his way to meet the fourth young master. The fourth young master is sincerely meditating, but when he sees Jiang, his mood instantly changes and he emits extreme hatred toward him. Even so, Jiang casually greets him. The fourth young master ignores Jiang and focuses on his workout, but then he becomes amazed when he sees the secret manual in Jiang's hands. Jiang asks Mok Yuchen whether he wants the manual or not. Yuchen questions how he is supposed to know whether the manual is original or fake. Jiang instantly throws the manual to him and tells him to confirm it himself. Yuchen checks it and realizes that all the principles inside the book can help a person ascend to the next level. However, some pages have been torn out. Yuchen asks where are the remaining pages. Jiang says they are in his head. Then Yuchen asks how Jiang obtained the manual, but Jiang answers that it is not important right now. Yuchen yells at Jiang and asks why he came here in the first place. Then he questions whether Jiang came to mock him. Jiang tells him not to overthink it or misunderstand the manual. He says he is not interested in the manner master position. Now Yuchen becomes furious, thinking that Jiang is playing tricks on him. So he instantly punches Jiang and sends him flying away. Yuchen says he is not a fool who would believe such nonsense. Then he tells Jiang that he will make him remember what happened 2 years ago, so he will stop acting like this again. But even after being beaten up by Yuchen, Jiang does not feel furious toward him. All Jiang thinks is that the punch of a peak realm master is definitely something new to him. In Jiang's mind, the man with the dark sword is completely out of the question, but Jiang has seen other martial arts experts before, like Guard Cam and the Outer Hall Master. Because of that, Jiang understands why Gotchen was hyping up the fourth young master so much. He really is a monster. Jiang believes this is not something that can be solved with luck alone. His reaction speed cannot keep up with Yuchen at all, but what Jiang imagines is that he could also become that strong if he learned martial arts. If Jiang learns martial arts, he will surely reach a level where he can avenge his grandfather. Jiang says that Yuchen's punch is good. Yuchen becomes irritated by Jiang and moves forward to beat him up again. But Jiang implies that Yuchen really does not trust him at all. Yuchen answers that there is no doubt about that. Then he grabs Jiang by the collar, ready to beat him up again. But Jiang confidently says he has no other choice but to give the manual to either the first lady or the second brother. Then he wonders what will happen if the first brother or the second brother becomes the manner master. They will not let Yuchen live in peace, because Yuchen is the successor candidate loved by the manner master. Yuchen becomes angry because he thinks Jiang is threatening him. But Jiang says this is simply the truth, so it is Yuchen's choice whether he takes this chance or not. After observing Jiang for a while, Yuchen asks him who he really is. Then he starts doubting whether this person is truly Mok Jongwoon. Gotchen is startled after hearing Yuchen's words, but Jiang responds calmly and asks, "Who do you think I am?" Yuchen flinches for a moment. Then Jiang asks if Yuchen is speaking as if he knows everything about him. Yuchen answers that of course he knows everything about him. He says he knows how he beat and mocked Mok Jongwoon like a dog 2 years ago, and how Mok Jongwoon could not say a single word to him at that time. After that, whenever Mok Jongwoon saw Yuchen, he would run away. That is Yuchen's answer to Jiang's question. But Jiang asks what Yuchen really knows other than that. He starts questioning him about what Mok Jong-woon likes and what he hates, what Jiang is thinking right now, what situation he is in, and why he does not want to become the manner master. After hearing all those questions from Jiang, Yuchen becomes silent for a moment. Then he asks what Jiang knows about him. Yuchen yells that because of them he was labeled as an inferior son, and everyone kept their distance from him. Then he asks why Jiang chose him for this negotiation instead of someone better. Jiang simply answers that there is no one better than Yuchen. After hearing those words, Yuchen remembers how he has been insulted and cast out for being an inferior son. He was lonely all this time and trained for all those years, hoping that someone would finally acknowledge him. That someone is Jiang. Yuchen never even imagined in his dreams that he would be acknowledged by Jiang. He always thought Jiang hated him for what happened 2 years ago. Now Yuchen becomes happy and decides to change his behavior toward Jiang. Then Yuchen says he wants to hear more about the negotiation Jiang started. And just like that, he has fallen into Jiang's hands. After a while, Jiang and Gotchen return to their residence. Gotchen is amazed, unable to find the words to describe Jiang's intelligence. Gotchen had been wondering how they could possibly convince the fourth master, but Jiang did far better than he expected. A while ago, Jiang had to come up with a plan because the real Mok Jong-woon knew the basic martial arts. So Jiang demanded 3 requirements from Yuchen. The first requirement is that Yuchen must leave Jiang alone even after Yuchen secures the manner master position. The second requirement is that Yuchen must support Jiang financially. Yuchen accepts both of these requirements without much issue. The third requirement is that Yuchen must teach him the basic martial arts of the Mok sword manner. Gotchen was worried that Yuchen would become suspicious of Jiang, but Yuchen did not doubt him at all. Yuchen believed that Jiang had simply forgotten the basic martial arts, so he agreed to teach him. Like that, Yuchen taught Jiang the fundamentals without suspecting anything. Even the genius Yuchen needed more than 2 hours to memorize the secret manual, but Jiang memorized everything just by listening once. Gotchen is now happy that he ended up with Jiang, even though this was not what he wanted at first. He says he was impressed that Jiang had such a plan up his sleeve, but he also thinks it is a shame that Jiang gave Yuchen the secret manual. Jiang says he did not teach him properly. Gotchen is surprised for a second, and Jiang explains that he taught Yuchen differently. Jiang changed about every 13 or 14 characters. He was afraid he might get caught, but he still managed to get away with it. Gotchen tells Jiang that if Yuchen learns the wrong martial arts, he might become incapable of using martial arts at all. In the worst case, he could even die from Kai deviation. But Jiang does not care. Gotchen realizes once again that Jiang is a devil. Meanwhile, in the Phoenix Pavilion, a shaman named Reflection is meditating. The leader of the shamans says they have heard nothing from New Moon. The leader believes she has not fulfilled her mission, and on top of that, she even betrayed the First Lady and exposed her. Because of that, the relationship between the pavilion and the First Lady has been cut. So the leader calls his beloved disciple and orders him to find New Moon, reveal the truth, and restore their image. The disciple accepts the mission. At the place where New Moon disappeared, Reflection arrives to check what happened. There he finds a half-burnt talisman. He cannot believe that New Moon, one of the 3 most powerful shamans within the Phoenix Pavilion, died such a cruel death. He realizes that something feels off, so he uses shamanism to check exactly what happened here from the beginning. Reflection can now see everything, starting from the moment Myo Shin entered this place. But then he becomes horrified. After feeling the blue spirit's presence, Reflection recognizes that a blue spirit was here, and he understands that he needs to prepare himself as much as possible. Meanwhile, at Jiang's residence, the blue spirit watches Jiang as he learns martial arts. Jiang performs the movements, exactly as they were written in the manual. The blue spirit is astonished by how he can do that. Normally, when a person starts learning martial arts, they begin with the most basic techniques. Then by repeating the same movements again and again, they gradually become proficient. However, other than the first form, Jiang has yet to make even the smallest mistake in any of the later forms. All Jiang needs now is to build up his body and muscles by continuing to train. The blue spirit thinks to herself that Jiang will probably whine for her to teach him, not that she actually plans to teach him. Then she starts having some lewd thoughts about Jiang, before quickly scratching her head for even thinking that way. Soon after, Gotchen arrives as Jiang ordered. Jiang asks him to do a favor, which is to deliver a piece of paper to an intelligence organization. After a while later, Gotchen goes to an organization called the Eternal Orchid Pavilion. They are the least skilled, but Gotchen has no other choice, because this is the only intelligence organization in the area. He believes that he has become Jiang's loyal dog without even realizing it. But strangely, he does not really mind. The reason is that Gotchen was abandoned by his parents and raised as an assassin. However, Gotchen was not talented in that field, so he was forced into retirement at the same time as Guard Cam. But Guard Cam was not a good person either. He treated Gotchen like a tool. Gotchen believes that Jiang is also treating him like a tool, but even so, he has no complaints against him. Gotchen imagines that once he becomes useless, he will be abandoned again. Still, at the moment, he thinks his life is better compared to all the outer hall guards. Then the organization master appears and apologizes for making Gotchen wait. Gotchen simply tells the master to accept the quest, but the owner introduces the lady beside him to Gotchen and asks what he thinks of her looks. Gotchen angrily tells him to send her out, and the owner tells the lady to go on. But even while Gotchen speaks, the owner keeps watching the lady with lustful eyes, barely paying attention. Suddenly, the lady slaps the owner and says she cannot do this anymore. Then she removes her wig. The owner tries to attack her, but she dodges easily and twists his head 180 degrees. Gotchen becomes alert and unsheathes his sword to face her. She kicks the table toward Gotchen while trying to seal his movements, then greets him, saying they are meeting after a long time. She calls him low-ranking assassin number 86. The lady is disappointed that number 86 did not recognize her. Only then does Gotchen remember her. Her name is Hachirin, and she is the granddaughter of the head of the Flying Assassin sect. In order to become the leader of the Flying Assassin sect, one must go through the ritual of 100 murders. 100 humans, 100 kills. Once they pass it, they will receive support for the sect leader position of the Flying Assassin sect and become one of the 4 great assassins of Zhongyuan. They will also receive a secret poisonous weapon after becoming the leader of the Flying Assassin sect. That weapon is the Keen Benevolence Needle, which Ha Karen is holding right now. Gotchen realizes that if Ha Karen is holding that needle, then she could be the current sect leader. But at the same time, he thinks there is no way she could have become the leader. She has the talent to become the sect leader, but there is also a disqualifying factor, and that is her personality. Many people believe she would never be able to kill 100 people because of her crazy personality. Gotchen still remembers how arrogant she used to be. Then he wonders when she became so mature while staring at her. Ha Karen says she did not expect them to meet again like this. Then she tells Gotchen to call her sect leader from now on because she is the sect leader now. She asks why he is not showing her respect, even after she told him that she is the leader. Instantly, Gotchen falls to his knees and greets Ha Karen. She mumbles that she had to beg for it. Then she says she needs Gotchen's help. She wants him to let her into the mock sword manor. Gotchen asks for the reason, and Ha Karen answers that she received information that intermediate assassin number 29 failed an assassination. That person is Guard Cam. Gotchen becomes frightened after hearing about Guard Cam. Ha Karen says Guard Cam was pretty good at his job, so she did not expect him to fail. Then she states that Guard Cam might already be dead since he is missing. Ha Karen explains that she is here to eliminate the 3rd son of the Mock Sword Manor. The golden rule of the Flying Assassin sect is to complete an assassination mission no matter what it takes. If the person who accepted the mission dies, then another assassin of a higher level must finish the assassination. Meanwhile, inside Jiang's residence, the Blue Spirit shouts, asking how much longer Jiang is going to continue practicing. Jiang glances at the sky and says it is dinner time. The Blue Spirit becomes happy the moment she hears the word dinner. At the dining table, a maid eats food like a monster, while Jiang calmly reads a book. After finishing her meal, the maid says that one of the greatest joys in life is eating, and that maid is none other than the Blue Spirit. The Blue Spirit possessed the maid who had brought meals a few days ago, and she seems to be enjoying it a lot. Jiang thinks he should have done this from the start. However, the maid's body cannot endure being possessed by a high-ranking spirit, and the Blue Spirit becomes irritated by that fact. She had tried to possess a prettier maid before, but almost ended up killing her too, because a normal body cannot handle a spirit of such a high level. The Blue Spirit asks Jiang if he is interested in shamanism, since he is always reading books about it. Jiang answers that among the shamanism books the Blue Spirit brought him, the one she brought right now is called the 6-person spirit summoning technique, and he finds it quite fascinating. At that moment, Jiang senses a powerful energy from a long distance. The Blue Spirit is amazed, realizing that Jiang's senses have truly sharpened. Meanwhile, Gotchen presents made clothes to Ha Karen, but she does not like them at all and says even a prostitute's clothes are better. Gotchen thinks the current situation is extremely bad. If Ha Karen is really the sect leader now, then she must at least be at the transcendent level. The moment she finds out that Gotchen betrayed Guard Cam, she will definitely kill him. So Gotchen tries to inform Jiang about this situation at all costs. Gotchen tells Ha Karen that he will wait outside while she changes, but she asks whether he wants to watch, saying chances like this are very rare. Gotchen stops moving and blushes for a moment, but Ha Karen tells him she was just joking. Then she thanks Gotchen, saying that if it were not for him, it would have been difficult for her to infiltrate the manor. Gotchen replies that he is also planning to avenge his senior brother, but Gotchen is only saying this because Ha Karen will kill him the moment she learns the truth. He also says that now that Ha Karen is here, he feels like he has an entire army by his side. Ha Karen says she trusted Gotchen too. But just as Gotchen is leaving, she throws acupuncture needles at him and stops his movements. She says that if Gotchen really wanted to avenge his senior brother, he should have done something by now. But until this moment, he has done nothing. That means he is not loyal to Guard Cam. Then Ha Karen tells Gotchen that it is funny watching him act like he wants to kill Mok Jongwoon when he is just a piece of garbage who was basically forced into retirement. Gotchen finally understands that Ha Karen knows everything. She says Gotchen has not changed despite getting older. He is still as stupid as always. Then she tells him that trash like him should just die. Gotchen thinks back trying to figure out where things went wrong for him. Was it because Jiang killed the real third son, or was it because Gachin betrayed guard camp? In the end, he reaches one conclusion. All of this happened because he is weak. Ha-Karen takes out her knife and says goodbye to Gachin. But then Jiang breaks through the wall with his hand and uses the first ritual of the thought-sharing 8 techniques, the ritual of attachment, to pull the knife from Ha-Karen's hand. Then he barges into the room to save Gachin. And for the first time, Gachin thinks that Jiang is truly cool. Ha-Karen pulls Gachin back and threatens Jiang by using him as a hostage. Gachin is certain that Ha-Karen must have looked into Jiang's information, and according to that information, Jiang should be terrible at martial arts. But now, right in front of her, Jiang is using a skill that looks like telekinesis. So right now, Ha-Karen will probably think Jiang is a supreme peak martial artist. But what Ha-Karen does not know is that Jiang is a heartless demon who does not care about the lives of others. Jiang raises his weapon, and Gachin closes his eyes, believing that he is about to die. But then Jiang throws the weapon down and asks Ha-Karen to let him go. Jiang promises her that she will be free if she releases Gachin safely. He says it would be a loss on his end if Gachin died. Gachin is deeply touched by Jiang's words, but Ha-Karen tells Jiang that if he falls to his knees and begs her, she will spare him, and Jiang really starts to fall to his knees. This shocks Ha-Karen because she cannot believe Jiang would go that far just to save a guard. But Jiang is staring somewhere else. In an instant, he picks up the weapon from the ground and rushes toward Ha-Karen. However, his eyes are still looking somewhere else, not at her. From behind, the blue spirit uses her spirit powers to attack Ha-Karen, but Ha-Karen quickly dodges after sensing the blue spirit's energy. Ha-Karen cannot see anything there, but she forgets one thing. That is none other than our boy Jiang. He immediately launches the knife at her, but Ha-Karen dodges that too. At the same time, Jiang instantly takes the acupuncture needles from Gachin. Ha-Karen cannot understand it. She can feel a strange energy, but she cannot see anything. However, after Jiang launched the knife, one thing becomes certain to her. Jiang is weak, he is not a supreme peak martial artist. So Ha-Karen quickly rushes toward Jiang, while taking out her master weapon. The weapon given only to the sect leaders, the extreme execution needle. Jiang uses the ritual of attachment to pull the needle away from Ha-Karen. But that needle was made to kill the target, even if the target is an expert martial artist. Then Jiang's movement suddenly stops when the needle reaches near him. This happens because the needle was specially made to pierce through those with immense inner energy. Because of that, it is not affected by inner energy, including the ritual of attachment. At that moment, Gachin gets up and jumps in front of the needle to save Jiang. Everyone is shocked by his ultimate sacrifice, and now Jiang becomes truly enraged. Because after his grandfather, the person Jiang spent most of his happy time with was Gachin. Jiang is now completely pissed off, so he commands the blue spirit to take Ha-Karen's life at all costs. Ha-Karen uses normal needles to stop Jiang, but he uses the ritual of attachment to control the needles, and attacks her with the very needles she used. The blue spirit says that Ha-Karen should have died while she was still being nice to her. Then the blue spirit takes Ha-Karen into her blood world. There Jiang tells her that it was a terrible move to enrage him. After that, the blue spirit takes Ha-Karen's life, without leaving any marks or bleeding. Gachin is in a terrible state, and starts coughing up blood. Jiang looks at him with sadness, and tells him that he thought they would work together for a while. Then he asks why Gachin did something like that. Gachin answers that he simply fulfilled his duty as a guard. Jiang tried to protect him, so Gachin could not betray him. Jiang was the only person in his entire life who did not abandon him. And as Gachin slowly passes away, he says that he is happy now because of Jiang. Jiang feels extremely sad about Gachin's death. Meanwhile, behind Jiang, the blue spirit possesses Ha-Karen's body, and says that Ha-Karen's body is young and pretty. But even Ha-Karen's body cannot handle the power of the blue spirit, which really irritates her. Still, even she feels sad that Gachin passed away. There would have been a chance if Gachin had become a vengeful spirit, but he had no regrets in his life. Because of that, he did not become one. Then Jiang says that according to the 6-person spirit summoning technique, a vengeful spirit can be born from hatred. But it can also be born when someone dies in a place filled with regrets and death kai. Since Jiang's energy core is made of death kai, he plans to revive Gachin by turning him into a vengeful spirit. Jiang begins the ritual using different hand signs. The blue spirit realizes that a familiar spirit is being born, because Jiang is using his own death kai. However, the energy is too weak, and Gachin might disappear at any moment. On top of that, there is no vessel for him to enter. Then Jiang tells the blue spirit that they need to find one, and the blue spirit now understands that Jiang is planning to use Ha-Karen's body. Gachin feels his consciousness fading. He feels powerless, but he can still hear Jiang's voice faintly. When he opens his eyes, Jiang is standing in front of him. Gachin asks how he is still alive. Jiang explains that he used his death kai to revive him, and now Gachin has become Jiang's familiar spirit. But Gachin's energy is still too weak, so they had no choice but to place him into any body Jiang could find. And there was only one extra body available. Because of that, Jiang had to put him into Ha-Karen's body. Gachin becomes embarrassed and shocked after seeing himself, With that, Gotchen has become Anime Bro's favorite character, a femboy. Now Gotchen begs Jiang to let him out of Ha Karen's body because it is a woman's body. However, Jiang says that by the time he finds a new body, Gotchen will vanish. On top of that, Ha Karen should be killed too. Gotchen scratches his head because what Jiang said is right. The Flying Assassin sect will become furious once they hear about Ha Karen's death. The Blue Spirit is angry because Gotchen has taken the body she liked. Gotchen is shocked after witnessing the Blue Spirit for the first time. Now that he has also become a spirit, he can feel the Blue Spirit's energy, and he can also understand the difference in their power levels. Gotchen finally realizes that if Jiang is always with someone like the Blue Spirit, it only proves how incredible Jiang is. The Blue Spirit tells Gotchen that he should be happy with what he received, but Gotchen answers that he is a man. The Blue Spirit says Gotchen is still thinking like a mortal, because now he has risen from a second-rate martial artist to a peak-realm martial artist in a single day. Then Jiang instantly tries to kick Gotchen, and Gotchen dodges it quickly without even realizing it. Now Gotchen understands that he really is lucky to have obtained a body like Ha Karen's. The Blue Spirit asks Gotchen whether he is satisfied now or not, but he still replies that he is a man. The Blue Spirit jokingly says that Gotchen can do all kinds of dirty things with Ha Karen's body, but Gotchen argues that he would never do something like that. Jiang tells Gotchen that he will transfer him again when the opportunity comes. Then a guard arrives to inform Jiang of good news. The Manor Master has woken up. Meanwhile, the shaman called Reflection has reached the mock sword manor with his chime Morio. He watches Jiang's residence from afar and concludes that this is not an ordinary job. Because a domain has been cast there, the domain is powerful enough to catch Reflection the moment he steps inside. Then he detects someone standing in front of a door. It is none other than the first young master, Mok Yongho. Mok Yongho is completely drunk, to the point that he cannot even stand properly. The guard informs him that all the young masters are gathering now that the manor master has woken up. Reflection realizes that this is the perfect situation for him to enter the manor. He plans around the fact that Jiang will have to visit the manor master, so if Reflection can separate the Blue Spirit from him, he can kill Jiang when he is all alone. Back to Jiang's room, the guard asks if Jiang is alright. Jiang says he spaced out because he is happy that the manor master has woken up. However, this is troublesome for Jiang, because now he has to get involved in the competition to become the heir. Jiang had originally planned to leave after learning enough martial arts from the manor. The guard tells Jiang that the manor master has ordered all the young masters to meet him. So Jiang sets off to visit the manor master and instructs Gotchen to clean up all the mess. Gotchen obeys Mok Jong-woon's order and closes the door after he leaves. Gotchen becomes saddened as he cleans up his own corpse. He thinks that he never imagined he would end up inside someone else's body, especially one with two big problems. He checks left and right, then slowly removes Ha Karen's clothes while convincing himself that he cannot stay dressed like that. He needs to change into an inner guard's outfit. The Blue Spirit watches Gotchen with a smirk on her face. At that moment, silence speaks louder than words. Then she leaves the room, while Gotchen becomes so embarrassed that he wants to die. Later, on the way to the manor, Jiang spots the fourth master. The fourth master comes to Jiang very angrily. The Blue Spirit says Mok Yuchun has somehow survived. Although his skin has become slightly strange, at least he did not fall into Kai deviation. Jiang greets Mok Yuchun, but Mok Yuchun yells at him to cut the crap. He then whispers to Jiang and asks whether he tried mastering it or not. Jiang innocently asks, is there a problem? Mok Yuchun answers that his condition can be understood just by looking at his skin. Jiang says he also attempted to master the manual. Then Mok Yuchun believes his understanding must be lower than Jiang's, and he becomes quite irritated by that. At that moment, the Blue Spirit warns Jiang that someone has entered. Even after she put up the domain of the Spirit's will, Jiang understands that someone from the Phoenix Pavilion has entered through the barrier. Like that, the Blue Spirit leaves Jiang and goes to track the intruder. Inside the Manor Master's hall, Jiang and Mok Yuchun enter together. Mok Yunpyong cannot understand how Jiang and Mok Yuchun became so close. At the back, the First Lady scolds her son because he reeks of liquor. Mok Yunpyong judges the first young master as pathetic, and he anticipates that the Manor Master has called all of them here to announce the heir. Mok Yuchun thinks that once he becomes the heir, he will not care whether the secret manual is right or wrong. Jiang remembers that everyone said the Manor Master is one of the 10 strongest masters in Anhui province. And now Jiang can feel the Manor Master's energy for himself. He is definitely someone strong. Everyone moves into the room, greets the Manor Master, and respectfully wishes him a quick recovery. Mok and Dan appreciates everyone for coming here. Every single one of the young masters keeps their head down except for Jiang. Jiang realizes that everyone in the manor was concerned about the Manor Master's condition, but not because they were obsessed with the position. They were afraid of the Manor Master himself. Even though Mok and Dan had been surrounded by murderous energy all this time, he does not look fragile at all. Now what truly matters is figuring out who brought that murderous energy to Mok and Dan in the first place. Meanwhile, at the outer hall martial artist residence, a man as huge as Hulk realizes that Mok and Dan has been freed from the murderous energy. The room is full of corpses killed by the massive man, and another person who is a shaman. The shaman says he heard the sound of a chime Morio earlier. Because of that, both of them deduce that the manor was saved by a shaman. The two of them begin leaving the outer hall residence. Nearby, a guard keeps his mouth tightly shut and pretends to be dead so he will not be caught by them. However, the massive man asks whether the guard had a good sleep. In the next moment, the guard is sliced apart by the massive man's sword. The man kicks the guard's head outside and commands his deadly troop to move forward in the direction of the mock sword manor. Inside the manor, Mockindan asks all the young masters if they know why he called all of them here. No one replies to his question, but Jiang bravely speaks up and says it is to decide who the successor will be. Mockindan is surprised by Jiang's answer. He thinks Jiang has truly changed. The inner manor master had said that Jiang was the one who saved Mockindan, but Mockindan did not believe it when he first heard it. However, now that he has seen Jiang in person, he realizes something. In the past, Jiang could not even raise his head in front of him, but now he does not seem nervous at all. Then Mockindan decides to test all the young masters to see whether they are qualified to inherit the master position or not. Jiang raises his hand and apologizes to Mockindan, saying he would like to decline taking the test. Everyone is stunned by Jiang's words. Mok Yunpyeong becomes happy, thinking that things have become easier for him now. Mockindan demands an explanation from Jiang. Jiang responds that he is not good enough to take the master position, because he believes he is lacking in many aspects compared to his younger and older brothers. He explains that he has neither talent nor any great achievements. Because of that, he believes he is not qualified. Mockindan laughs very loudly, and thinks to himself that Jiang has changed so much. There is no arrogance in him anymore, and Jiang does not seem to have any greed for the position either. Then Mockindan speaks while removing his upper garment. He says that Jiang saved him when the shaman was possessed. That means Jiang is also qualified for the position. Everyone is startled after seeing Mockindan's missing arm. Mok Yunpyeong is dumbfounded. He had heard that Jiang did something when Mockindan was in danger, but he never thought it was something this great. But Jiang is stunned for a completely different reason. After Mockindan opens his upper garment, Jiang remembers when his grandfather died. Jiang noticed a sword mark on his grandfather's chest. It was the exact same mark that Jiang gave to Gotchen to ask the intelligence organization about. That mark was also engraved on Jiang's body when he fought the man with the hat. And now Jiang has finally found a clue about that mark. Every single one of the young masters keeps their head down except for Jiang. Jiang realizes that everyone in the manor was concerned about the manor master's condition, but not because they were obsessed with the position. They were afraid of the manor master himself. Even though Mockindan had been surrounded by murderous energy all this time, he does not look fragile at all. Now what truly matters is figuring out who brought that murderous energy to Mockindan in the first place. Meanwhile, at the outer hall martial artist residence, a man as huge as Hulk realizes that Mockindan has been freed from the murderous energy. The room is full of corpses killed by the massive man, and another person who is a shaman. The shaman says he heard the sound of a chime Morio earlier. Because of that, both of them deduce that the manor was saved by a shaman. The two of them begin leaving the outer hall residence. Nearby, a guard keeps his mouth tightly shut and pretends to be dead so he will not be caught by them. However, the massive man asks whether the guard had a good sleep. In the next moment, the guard is sliced apart by the massive man's sword. The man kicks the guard's head outside and commands his deadly troop to move forward in the direction of the mock sword manor. Inside the manor, Mockindan asks all the young masters if they know why he called all of them here. No one replies to his question, but Jiang bravely speaks up and says it is to decide who the successor will be. Mockindan is surprised by Jiang's answer. He thinks Jiang has truly changed. The inner manor master had said that Jiang was the one who saved Mockindan, but Mockindan did not believe it when he first heard it. However, now that he has seen Jiang in person, he realizes something. In the past, Jiang could not even raise his head in front of him, but now he does not seem nervous at all. Then Mockindan decides to test all the young masters to see whether they are qualified to inherit the master position or not. Jiang raises his hand and apologizes to Mockindan, saying he would like to decline taking the test. Everyone is stunned by Jiang's words. Mok Yunpyeong becomes happy, thinking that things have become easier for him now. Mockindan demands an explanation from Jiang. Jiang responds that he is not good enough to take the master position, because he believes he is lacking in many aspects compared to his younger and older brothers. He explains that he has neither talent nor any great achievements. Because of that, he believes he is not qualified. Mockindan laughs very loudly, and thinks to himself that Jiang has changed so much. There is no arrogance in him anymore, and Jiang does not seem to have any greed for the position either. Then Mockindan speaks while removing his upper garment. He says that Jiang saved him when the shaman was possessed. That means Jiang is also qualified for the position. Everyone is startled after seeing Mockindan's missing arm. Mok Yunpyeong is dumbfounded. He had heard that Jiang did something when Mockindan was in danger, but he never thought it was something this great. But Jiang is stunned for a completely different reason. After Mok and Dan opens his upper garment, Jiang remembers when his grandfather died. Jiang noticed a sword mark on his grandfather's chest. It was the exact same mark that Jiang gave to Gotchen to ask the intelligence organization about. That mark was also engraved on Jiang's body when he fought the man with the hat. And now Jiang has finally found a clue about that mark. However, Jiang senses something from outside and turns his head to the right. Mok and Dan does not understand why Jiang is looking away while he's speaking. But then suddenly Mok and Dan senses it too. He becomes flabbergasted, realizing that something is happening outside. At that moment, a guard opens the door and informs Mok and Dan that a massacre is taking place outside. The guards are doing their best to hold the ambush back, but they do not have enough manpower to block the enemy troops. The massive man walks forward with his blade. He arrived at the front of the manor and breaks the main door with a single strike. The force is strong enough to send the guards flying away. Then the big man commands his troops to find their main objective. Meanwhile, the shaman Reflection watches the ruckus from the side while making himself invisible to others. He thinks that at this rate, he will not be able to eliminate Jiang. Then the shaman who is with the big man releases Gu Dio from behind, and Reflection becomes terrified by its immense power. The shaman starts chanting spells and instantly breaks Reflection's invisibility. The shaman grabs Reflection by the neck and asks whether he is the one who dispelled Mok and Dan's murderous energy. Reflection recognizes the shaman in front of him as at least a moon-level shaman. He mutters that there is a misunderstanding, but the shaman does not care. Instead, he tightens his grip even more and says that Reflection disrupted something created by the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. Reflection realizes that the Underworld Assassin Pavilion is a group of shamans working under a huge organization. And just like that, Reflection dies. The big man asks what the shaman is doing, and the shaman replies that he was exterminating an insect. The big man orders the shaman to quickly find their object. Then both of them move toward Mok and Dan to retrieve the treasure of their association. Mok and Dan stands on the rooftop and warns that the enemy should be ready to throw away their lives the moment they set foot in the Mok Sword Manor. Mok and Dan commands the young masters to follow him. However, Jiang does not follow Mok and Dan. Instead, he moves in a different direction. Jiang thinks that just when he finally found a clue about his grandfather's death, something like this had to happen. Then he recognizes that Death Kai is present here. An enemy attacks him from behind, but Jiang quickly catches the sword and kills him in an instant. Jiang understands that because of this war, there is grief, pain, despair, and suffering everywhere. Many people are dying, and that creates a large amount of Death Kai. To Jiang, this is a feast. However, it is dangerous for him to circulate his Kai here. At that moment, Gotchen appears to check on Jiang's condition. Jiang says Gotchen arrived at the right time and asks him to guard him for a bit so he can circulate his Kai. Gotchen is stunned by Jiang's request. Jiang slowly starts circulating his Kai and believes that the Death Kai present here is 3 times greater than what he absorbed from the Chime Morio. Gotchen takes care of every enemy targeting Jiang. As he fights, he thinks it would be better if they had reinforcements. Then the Outer Hole Master arrives. Gotchen remembers Jiang saying that the Outer Hole Master is also possessed by another spirit. But the demonic monk stands completely still without moving at all. Then a line appears through the demonic monk's body. He has been sliced in half by the big man. The big man becomes fascinated after seeing someone circulating their Kai in the middle of this chaos. Gotchen starts trembling in fear. All of his senses are warning him that the man in front of him is extremely dangerous. Gotchen yells at Jiang to wake up, but Jiang is fully focused on circulating his Kai. Gotchen thinks that if he forcibly wakes Jiang up now, Jiang could fall into Kai deviation. And it is not like Gotchen can stop that monster by himself. The big man swiftly gets past Gotchen and wonders why Jiang's Kai circulation feels so abnormal. He plans to confirm it by tapping Jiang with his large blade. Gotchen cannot control his emotions and jumps in to fight the big man. He searches through Ha Karen's memories, looking for any useful attack he can use against him. Then Gotchen uses the Flying Assassin Sect's 3rd form. The big man appreciates Gotchen, saying he is rather fast. Hen moves his blade toward him. Gotchen rotates his body in midair, but the big man attacks him again. With just a flick of his finger, this simple move sent Gotchen flying. He crashed onto the wall, falls down and cannot move at all. The big man takes a closer look at Jiang and quickly moves his blade. But then Mok and Dan enters the scene to save Jiang and blocks the big man's swing, despite being able to deflect the attack. Even Mok and Dan coughs up blood from that single strike. The big man says he will say this only once. If Mok and Dan does not want to see the Mok Manor fall into complete ruin, then he should obediently hand over the treasure of the big man's association, the one Mok and Dan has stolen. Meanwhile, in the forest nearby, the blue spirit becomes intrigued after realizing that the Chime Morio that entered her domain is dead. There can only be one conclusion. The master of that Chime Morio is dead too. At this moment, Jiang could not have killed a shaman of that level this quickly. Because of that, the blue spirit understands that there is something very dangerous inside the Mok Manor. After some time pass, our boy finally opens his eyes. Everything around him is a complete mess, and no one is near him. When Jiang looks at the situation, Everyone is kneeling in front of the intruders. Jiang realizes the battle is already over, and he thinks it is a shame because the death kai around him has become weaker. Jiang walks over to Gachin and asks what is going on here. Then Jiang becomes surprised after realizing that the demonic monk is no longer in possession of the outer hall master's body. Gachin explains that Mok and Dan recognize the strength of the big man. After the first strike, Mok and Dan said he would give the big man the treasure he had stolen. In return, he requested that the big man promise to leave the Mok sword manor peacefully after receiving the item. The big man feels regretful, thinking he should have asked for the item's location later, because now he has to make a promise that he will not harm the Mok sword manor. Then he declares, "I am the king of brilliance, Sun Yun, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association." After hearing the big man's name, Gachin becomes horrified. Jiang innocently asks about the Heaven-Earth Association. Gachin explains that the Heaven-Earth Association is one of the major forces that divided the central plains of the Murim world into 3 parts. They are known for their belief that only the strong survive. They once had the goal of conquering the entire Murim, and because of that they drenched the whole continent in blood. Just hearing their name is enough to make someone tremble in fear. The Mok sword manor may be great, but that only applies until the Heaven-Earth Association steps in. And that man is one of the most powerful figures in the Murim. He's one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association, the king of brilliance, Sun Yun. If the situation had not been in favor of the Mok sword manor, the entire manor could have been eliminated by him. That is why Mok and Dan surrendered and gave him the whereabouts of the item. However, the treasure they are looking for is the one hidden below the medicinal hall. The book made of human leather. Gachin advises Jiang to keep a low profile until the Heaven-Earth Association leaves the Mok sword manor. However, Jiang is already on his way to meet Mok and Dan. Mok and Dan questions Jiang about his health, because Jiang was circulating his kai in the middle of this crisis. But Jiang does not care about any of that. Instead, he questions Mok and Dan about the mark on his side. Jiang asks where Mok and Dan got that mark from. Mok and Dan becomes perplexed by Jiang's question. But at that moment, a guard presents Sun Yun with a wooden box. Sun Yun becomes very happy after seeing the box. Mok and Dan tells Jiang that the current situation is not good, so he will explain the details about the mark later. But Jiang demands that Mok and Dan tell him right now. Sun Yun cheerfully opens the box, but then he suddenly becomes furious. He fiercely turns back and calls Mok and Dan. Jiang then explains to Mok and Dan that there is nothing beneath the medicinal chamber anymore. Everyone nearby becomes terrified by the aura Sun Yun is releasing. Meanwhile, the First Lady, who looks like Big Mom, watches the scene joyfully because she knows that Jiang took the secret book. However, she becomes dumbfounded when she sees a pair of earrings inside the wooden box. Both Mok and Dan and the First Lady instantly recognize those earrings. They were gifted to the First Lady by Mok and Dan to celebrate their marriage. The First Lady instantly turns back, realizing that Jiang might have placed them inside the box. And at that moment, Jiang smirks at her and loudly shouts that those earrings belong to the First Lady. Mok and Dan cannot understand why Jiang is doing this. The First Lady puts a terrified expression on her face. Then Sun Yun crushes the earrings and threatens the Mok sword manor, saying they have chosen death. Mok and Dan yells at Jiang to stop this nonsense, but Jiang reprimands the First Lady instead, saying that even in this situation, she is being too mean. Sun Yun angrily looks at the First Lady. The First Lady immediately explains that if she had truly stolen the treasure from the basement, she would never leave such an important clue behind. But despite her explanation, Sun Yun swings his sword at her neck, aiming to behead her. Mok and Dan quickly jumps in to stop the incoming sword. Somehow he manages to block Sun Yun's attack, but his own sword bends, and Mok and Dan falls down as well. Now the furious King of Brilliance is ready to eliminate the Mok sword manor. Jiang asks Mok and Dan whether he feels like telling him about the mark now. Then Sun Yun raises his blade and slams it down on one of the Mok sword manor guards, crushing the unknown guard like a bug. The nearby guards become horrified by what they just witnessed. Mok and Dan tells Jiang that he will answer his question later, but Jiang does not accept that. Soon after, Sun Yun kills another guard by beheading him. Mok and Dan yells at Jiang, asking whether he is trying to get everyone here killed. All of a sudden, the First Lady's escort calls out to Sun Yun, saying there is something she needs to say. The escort lady states that the real culprits should be the people who would benefit if the First Lady were accused. She explains to everyone that someone must have entered the place to obtain the secret manual, and that person would have placed the earrings there a few days ago. Gachin and Jiang had each handed secret manual books to the second young master and the fourth young master. So to put it clearly, the people holding the secret books must be the culprits behind this incident. And the best part is that the escort lady is possessed by the demonic monk. Oh boy, this is some Ayanokoji level of plotting. Instantly, the second young master protests that he is innocent, and Mok Yuchun does the same. Sun Yun understands what the escort lady's explanation means. Now he becomes fixated on peeling the skin off both young masters so they will spill the truth. Then Mok and Dan finally answers Jiang. It was Ghost Blade. The one who left the mark on Mok and Dan is Ghost Blade. And Ghost Blade is one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. At last, Jiang learns the name of the person who killed his grandfather. But at that moment, a bunch of bells ring, and the demonic monk feels extreme pain. From the floor above, a shaman realizes that an evil spirit is causing trouble here. Jiang recognizes instantly that this shaman is dangerous. Then the shaman prepares to exorcise the demonic monk. The shaman chants a spell, forcing the demonic monk to come out of the escort's body. Even Gotchen feels uneasy from the shaman's spell. By the time the shaman tries to send the demonic monk into the world of nothingness, a dagger flies toward him. In that instant, a guard blocks the dagger with quick skill, and the one who threw the dagger is none other than Jiang. The shaman now reaches out to Jiang and confirms that Jiang is able to discern evil spirits too. However, Jiang acts as if he does not know what the shaman is talking about. Jiang had launched the dagger to protect the demonic monk because it would be a waste to lose someone like him. At the same time, Jiang can sense the shaman's strength. This shaman is a formidable monster, almost close to Sun Yun. After hearing Jiang's response, the shaman decides to exterminate the demonic monk. Ordinary people cannot see what is happening right now. For a martial artist, talent is required to reach higher realms. But for a shaman, talented people are even rarer. And among those few talented people, those with eyes that can clearly see demonic spirits are rarer still. Other aspects of a shaman can be improved through training, but one cannot train to see demonic spirits. In other words, Jiang was born to be a great shaman. Even the shaman standing here does not possess the talent to see evil spirits. However, Jiang still denies everything and says he does not know what the shaman is talking about. After hearing Jiang's response, the shaman makes a move to reveal Jiang's ability. He chants a shamanistic spell and tries to bind the demonic monk in a space. Normally, demonic spirits do not follow or obey human orders, but the demonic monk is moving according to Jiang's will. Even this powerful shaman is surprised by that outcome. Then Jiang also starts making hand signs, and they are the same hand signs the shaman used to bind the demonic monk. The shaman is dumbfounded. A layer starts forming inside the binding spell. Then another layer instantly forms, freeing the demonic monk from the restraint. The shaman is shocked and asks Jiang whether he has learned shamanism. Jiang unknowingly asks the shaman, "Does one need to learn shamanism to do this?" The shaman is astonished by Jiang's question. Jiang learned the spell just by watching it once. The spell the shaman used is known as the Four Peaks Interlocking Technique. It is a high-ranking spell even among shamanistic arts, but Jiang displayed such skill in a single moment. The shaman recognizes Jiang's talent. It is not just his eyes. Jiang has even more talent than that. The shaman laughs loudly and releases the demonic monk from the binding spell. Then he asks Sun Yun to give Jiang to him. Everyone is confused by the shaman's statement. Sun Yun accepts the shaman's request and says he will kill the rest. Mok and Dan looks at Jiang with a troubled expression. Jiang sighs with an uneasy face, because he promised Mok and Dan that he would save the Mok Manor if Mok and Dan told him about the mark. Sun Yun raises his blade to eliminate the guards. Then someone asks Sun Yun to stop. It is our boy Jiang. Jiang tells Sun Yun that he has the treasure their association is looking for. Sun Yun warns Jiang that if he is lying, he will be punished. But Jiang cuts off Sun Yun's words, points his index finger to his own head, and says that the book is inside his head. Then Jiang says he burned the book too. However, Sun Yun laughs at Jiang's statement and tells him that all orthodox sects are a bunch of liars, because it is not possible to burn that book. It is protected by something, and that is the item the Heaven-Earth Association is looking for. Then Sun Yun takes out his blade again and swings it toward Jiang's head. In that fleeting moment, Jiang tells Sun Yun that the outer cover of the book was made of human skin, and that part did not burn. Suddenly, Sun Yun stops his blade and listens to Jiang's words. Jiang continues, saying that the text inside the book, which was written in blood, burned normally. After hearing Jiang's response, Sun Yun realizes that Jiang knows the text inside the book was written in blood. He threatens Jiang, saying that if he is lying, the situation will become severe. According to Jiang's statement, Sun Yun thinks that only a handful of members in the association know this fact. And what is even more unbelievable is that everyone who has read the book has died. But if Jiang is truly telling the truth, then this is not something he can overlook. There is also someone who commanded Sun Yun to retrieve that treasure at all costs. Then Sun Yun raises his blade and demands that Jiang recite the contents of the book to prove whether he is telling the truth or not. So Jiang plans to say 1 or 2 verses from the book, and his memory is very good. But when Jiang tries to speak the contents of the book, red blood travels beneath his feet. Jiang recognizes this as the Blue Spirit's power. The Blue Spirit calls Jiang. When he looks back, the Blue Spirit tells him that the moment he speaks about the contents of the book, he will die. Jiang realizes that this is the Blue Spirit's wrath. A wave of blood large enough to cover the entire Mock Sword Manor, powerful enough to display such an illusion. Jiang can clearly understand it. This is the Blue Spirit's wrath. The wrath the Blue Spirit is showing is aimed at the Heaven-Earth Association. Jiang does not know the reason, but the Blue Spirit deeply resents them. Considering what the Blue Spirit just said, Jiang realizes that she hates the idea of the association learning anything about the secret book. However, if Jiang does not speak about the contents, death will befall both him and the Blue Spirit. Unfortunately, until Jiang avenges his grandfather, he will not back down. Then the blue spirit says she understands Jiang's concerns, so she tells him to copy the movements she is about to demonstrate. Jiang thinks that if the blue spirit shows a different stance from the book, his life will be over, but the blue spirit tells Jiang to trust her. Jiang accepts it. Sun Yun asks Jiang why he has not started speaking yet. Then Jiang borrows a sword from a nearby guard and stands firmly in front of Sun Yun. At that moment, the blue spirit takes out her hairpin and begins displaying a technique. Jiang moves exactly as the blue spirit shows him. Then he speaks a line from the text and begins moving along with her. Sun Yun is stunned after witnessing the sword stances Jiang is displaying. The corners of Sun Yun's lips slowly rise, and he thinks it truly is marvelous. There is not a single error in any of Jiang's forms. It is a graceful and peerless sword stance. Sun Yun confirms that there is no doubt. This is clearly the verse of the lunar vein sword technique, which was said to have been lost 100 years ago. Sun Yun is deeply impressed after witnessing the rebirth of the lunar vein like this. However, Jiang does not stop there and continues reciting the remaining scripture as well. Sun Yun suddenly flinches and stops Jiang, because it would be troublesome if everyone witnessed the other forms. Jiang asks Sun Yun whether he has confirmed it or not. Sun Yun agrees with a serious expression, saying he has confirmed it. However, now a new problem has arisen. Jiang has learned the lunar vein scripture. This is a scripture that no one can learn unless they are permitted. Because of that, Sun Yun believes he must first extract the information inside Jiang's head, and immediately after that, Jiang must be eliminated. Then the shaman reminds Sun Yun of the promise he made earlier, which was to leave Jiang in the shaman's hands. Now that Sun Yun thinks about it, Jiang has truly done something no one in the association has done so far. And the fact that Jiang learned the lunar vein despite his low martial arts level, that means he has a rare talent that anyone would want to covet. Sun Yun starts thinking about how to deal with Jiang and extract the information. But all of a sudden, Jiang attempts to slash his own head. Sun Yun instantly grabs the sword from Jiang's hand and pushes him back. Everyone present is stunned after watching Jiang's attempt. Jiang explains that after seeing everyone's reaction, he now understands just how important the book is to the association. Sun Yun is bewildered by Jiang's action. If Sun Yun had not stopped him in that moment, Jiang really would have chopped off his own head. Jiang says he understands the value of what is inside his head, and he does not plan to open his mouth so easily. Therefore, Jiang demands that they take him with them as they wish. Everyone nearby is confused by Jiang's demand. Sun Yun asks if Jiang is planning to go to the Heaven-Earth Association. Jiang believes that after what he just did, the association will not be able to extract information from him through torture or threats, so he plans to use them to leave the mock sword manor. And just like that, a carriage passes through the mountains, protected by guards. Inside the carriage, Jiang is being taken as a hostage to the Heaven-Earth Association. But there is someone extra in that carriage who has also been taken as a hostage. And that someone is Mok Yuchun, Jiang's experiment piece. The carriage is halted for a short bathroom break. Inside the carriage, Mok Yuchun is frustrated that he has also been taken as a hostage. 4 hours ago, the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, knocked out Jiang and demanded two things. The first was for the mock sword manor to isolate itself for 10 years. The second was to take the successor as a hostage. For the Heaven-Earth Association, the word successor refers to the strongest person, since the association values strength above all else. Because of that, as the strongest among the siblings, everyone pointed toward Mok Yuchun, and he was chosen to go as the hostage. Mok Yuchun had always wanted to be acknowledged as the successor, and in a twisted way, his wish was granted. No matter how hard he tries, they tied him up properly. They even made sure to block his inner energy. However, unlike Jiang, they did not knock him out. Mok Yuchun thinks about how, just this morning, he was still hopeful about the possibility of becoming the manor master. But now, he is nothing more than a hostage. At that moment, Mok Yuchun senses someone. There are only two people inside the carriage, Jiang and himself, and Jiang is supposed to be asleep. Then someone removes the binding cloth. It is none other than Jiang. Mok Yuchun asks how Jiang broke free, and Jiang tells him that he has his own ways. Jiang then says he will untie Yuchun if Yuchun answers his question. The question is about Ghost Blade, one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Mok Yuchun becomes perplexed after hearing that Jiang wants to know where Ghost Blade is. Yuchun tells him that it is only a rumor, but most people believe it. Jiang thinks it is really strange for Ghost Blade to be in that place of all places, while the original location is hidden. At that moment, the blue spirit calls Jiang and tells him that the situation outside has been taken care of. Then Jiang, just as he promised, unties all the ropes. Mok Yuchun yells at Jiang, saying it is not a good idea to run away like this, because it could cause retaliation against the mock sword manor. But as we all know, Jiang does not care about things like that. So he knocks Mok Yuchun out with a karate chop. Jiang thinks that Mok Yuchun is nothing without his inner energy. Outside, the blue spirit tells Jiang that she has cleared the path, and they need to escape before the shaman arrives. Like that, Jiang gets down from the carriage, and instantly feels a strange energy. The blue spirit casually asks what happened, but Jiang cannot explain that feeling to her. The blue spirit tells Jiang to hurry if nothing is wrong. Then she asks whether he will be fine using a lightness skill, which can make someone faster through foot techniques. Jiang circulates his inner energy and starts using the lightness technique. After that, he swiftly moves through the forest to escape. He is moving faster than normal running by using the lightness skill. Even his body feels lighter and quicker. At this rate, he feels like he can get out of here faster than expected. After a while, Jiang thinks something is wrong, so he glances at a tree. Then he suddenly stops. The blue spirit asks what happened, and Jiang answers that they have been going in circles the entire time. He points to a tree and says this is the 4th time he has seen it. Jiang is certain that they have been moving in circles. The blue spirit thinks that if it were an array or something like that, she should have noticed it by now. So she tells Jiang that he is being nervous for nothing. Then Jiang tells the blue spirit that he sprained his ankle because he is not experienced with the lightness skill. The blue spirit comes forward to help him break free from the pain. Then she starts trying to heal him in any way possible. But at that moment, Jiang grabs the blue spirit by the neck and asks, "Who are you?" The blue spirit tells Jiang to let go of her neck, but Jiang says that if she were really the blue spirit, she would have been strong enough to free herself. He says it picked the wrong opponent to copy, and that the act should have been done better than this. Soon, the fake blue spirit transforms into something like a cursed doll. Then Jiang joins his hands and starts chanting shamanistic arts. Like that, the energy around Jiang flows toward him. After a moment, the illusion shatters, and the person behind it is the shaman from the Heaven-Earth Association. The shaman is impressed because the technique he used is normally a high-level spell that makes the opponent see a tree doll as someone they trust. Yet Jiang was able to undo it within a few minutes. After seeing all of this, the shaman insists that Jiang become his disciple. Jiang ponders that the shaman is approximately 10 steps away from him, and there is no one around. So as long as he moves before the shaman can use a spell, Jiang has a chance to win. With this in mind, Jiang moves to attack the shaman, but the shaman has already used a spell on him. Then the shaman says he knew Jiang might try something when no one was around, so he placed him inside the nearby barriers. If Jiang tries to force his way out, his body will be torn to shreds. The shaman states that one must prepare themselves in order to face the world, and this is the first lesson he is teaching Jiang as his master. Jiang responds that he never agreed to become the shaman's disciple. Then the shaman throws a doll toward Jiang. After catching it, Jiang realizes that no matter how much he looks at it, he cannot feel any energy from the demonic monk inside the doll. The shaman advises Jiang that it will be difficult to survive in the Heaven-Earth Association without a higher-up's favor. So he offers Jiang the chance to become his disciple. Jiang accepts becoming his disciple, but he has one condition. The shaman asks what it is, and Jiang replies that the shaman needs to teach him how he placed the demonic monk inside the doll while sealing its presence. The shaman bursts out laughing and says that teaching him that will not be difficult. However, he throws Jiang a bracelet of beads and tells him to wear it and make an oath. The oath Jiang needs to say is, "I, Mok Jeongwoon, son of Mok and Dan, will become the disciple of Jo Evagong." Jiang asks what will happen if I say those words. The shaman Jo Evagong explains that once Jiang makes that oath, he will no longer be able to harm him. Jo Evagong made this decision because Jiang had tried to kill him and run away. Then Jiang wears the beads and makes the oath exactly as Jo Evagong told him. The bracelet is called the Bracelet of Curled Wood. If someone makes an oath while wearing this bead bracelet, that person becomes unable to refuse the orders of the one they swore the cursed oath to. After that, Jo Evagong throws a book to Jiang and says it is a book of shamanism specially made by him. The spell Jiang requested as his condition for becoming a disciple is also inside that book. Jiang asks Jo Evagong to release him from the barrier spell, but Jo Evagong says that the method to dismiss the spell is also written in the book he gave him. Then Jo Evagong gives Jiang 2 hours to dismiss the spell, or else Jiang will suffer a lot of trouble. The blue spirit comes down from above and relaxes, saying Jo Evagong has finally left. Jiang tries to grab her neck, but she dodges effortlessly. She asks what Jiang is doing, and he tells her it was just a simple check. The blue spirit tells Jiang that it was funny watching him trapped in an illusion and going around in circles. Later, the blue spirit asks Jiang with a perplexed expression why he made an oath to Jo Evagong. Jiang answers that he made the oath to obtain the book. The blue spirit still cannot believe Jiang made such an oath just to obtain a book. It is unlike him. Then Jiang easily removes the bracelet from his hand, leaving the blue spirit dumbfounded. Jiang responds to her expression by explaining that, according to the oath, he is neither Mok Jeongwoon nor the son of Mok and Dan. The blue spirit then asks whether Jiang will escape now that he is free. But Jiang replies that he has changed his mind and is thinking of remaining Jo Evagong's disciple. The blue spirit cannot hide her bewilderment. Jiang says he happened to hear something. Ghost Blade might be in the Heaven-Earth Association, and he is also one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. It is a title referring to the strongest individuals in the Murim. The 6 people whose martial prowess is said to reach the heavens are known as the 6 heavens. That means only 6 people have achieved that stage so far. In addition, the title 8 stars refers to the people whose martial prowess has reached the pinnacle of humanity. Only 8 people have reached that stage so far, and the 8 stars are one step below the 6 heavens. Ghostblade is one of the 8 stars, and it has been 17 years since his infamy spread. Ghostblade has killed people from both the righteous and evil sect factions, so no one clearly knows whether he belongs to the Imperial family or the Heaven-Earth Association. Because of that, if Jiang goes to the Heaven-Earth Association, he may get a chance to meet Ghostblade. That is why Jiang accepted Zhou Evagong's offer, so he could infiltrate the association. The Blue Spirit tells Jiang that it really is a coincidence, but in the end it is all fated. That is why Jiang and the Blue Spirit met, so they could enter the Heaven-Earth Association together. All of a sudden, the Blue Spirit asks Jiang to become her disciple, and bear her karma, then avenge her. Now that Jiang thinks about it, back at the Mock Manor, the Blue Spirit aimed her wrath at the Heaven-Earth Association. Then Jiang says a lot of time has passed, so time should have already avenged her. After that, the Blue Spirit asks Jiang, will you take off your hand if a lot of time has passed? Jiang stays silent without any response, and the same goes for the Blue Spirit. She cannot forgive the bloodline of her enemy, nor can she tolerate the truth being covered up. She wishes to wipe them out completely until she can cover everything in blood. Through the illusion the Blue Spirit is creating right now, Jiang can feel how intense her revenge is. It is deep, cold, and dark. Jiang understands her feelings and accepts becoming her disciple. In return, Jiang has one condition. She must tell him the reason she desires revenge, because Jiang does not want to become entangled in something he knows nothing about. She tells him only one thing. The Heaven-Earth Association was born from 3 divisions, and one of them is the Moon Division. Jiang assumes that the Blue Spirit belongs to the Moon Division. Now he's just curious about what happened for her to hold her tongue so much. Then Jiang formally introduces himself with his original name, Jiang. He wishes to become the fate of the Blue Spirit and accepts becoming her disciple. The Blue Spirit appreciates Jiang's will to become her disciple. With a mighty expression on her face, the Blue Spirit then demands that Jiang call her master from now on. But Jiang states his second condition. He will omit formal titles like master and disciple. The Blue Spirit asks with a flustered face why Jiang greeted Zhou Evagong as master, then refuses to call her the same. Jiang replies that the Blue Spirit is his familiar, so she should also call him master. After all, the demonic monk always calls Jiang master. The Blue Spirit turns around and leaves with an annoyed expression. Now Jiang plans to dismiss the spell and leave this place. On the other side, Zhou Evagong waits for Jiang to appear. He thinks Jiang is taking longer than expected and believes it might be too much for him since he is still in the beginning stages. Then a figure appears nearby. It is none other than Jiang. The guards are stunned because they never saw Jiang leave the carriage. Zhou Evagong is astonished that Jiang was able to pass his test. He imagines that Jiang is the greatest talent among all the people he has ever seen. And now, Zhou Evagong has obtained Jiang as his disciple. Zhou Evagong wishes Jiang well and tells him to get on the carriage. Jiang speaks to the Blue Spirit, saying they have not been caught by Zhou Evagong. The Blue Spirit is now inside the doll, but she feels uncomfortable because if she moves even a little, cracks start appearing on it. Jiang tells her that she will get a new vessel later. Until then, she needs to be patient. The real deal here is that Jiang was able to comprehend the entire book Zhou Evagong gave him in an instant. If Zhou Evagong knew that Jiang understood the book this quickly, he would faint on the spot. And like that, the carriage continues moving toward the Heaven-Earth Association. Just like that, 2 weeks has passes, and someone is tailing the association guards. That person is Gotchen inside Ha Karen's body. After becoming Jiang's familiar, a string formed between Gotchen and Jiang. When Jiang is separated from him, Gotchen feels anxious because if Jiang dies, Gotchen dies too. If Gotchen wants to stay close to Jiang, he needs to infiltrate the Heaven-Earth Association. And Ha Karen's body has reached the peak realm. On top of that, she is also an assassin. So Gotchen searches through her memories to figure out how he can infiltrate the association. In her memories, the only solution is a honey trap. But Gotchen becomes flustered at the thought of doing something like that. However, what Gotchen cannot understand is why they are not heading straight into the association. Instead, they are taking a roundabout path around the entrance while gathering all these young children. Meanwhile, Jiang calmly reads a book, and an escort announces that they have arrived. Jiang takes a peek through the window, and the Heaven-Earth Association is truly massive. Sun Yun thinks out loud that the main gate is always a magnificent sight for sore eyes. The Blue Spirit tells Jiang to be nervous from here onward, because in his current state, Jiang is only at the first-rate level. Even though Jiang has grown at an unbelievable speed from third-rate to first-rate in half a month, he still has a long way to go. Jiang asks the Blue Spirit if he can simply become stronger using Death Kai like last time. But the Blue Spirit says that once Jiang reaches the peak realm, he will need enlightenment to improve further. Jiang cuts her off in the middle and says something is wrong, because the group is not entering through the main entrance. Instead, they are heading somewhere else. At that moment, Zhou Evagong opens the carriage doors and informs Jiang that things have gone awry. Then he gives Jiang a ring that allows someone to use spells without needing talismans. Jiang asks Zhou Evagong what is happening, and Joe Evigong replies that the leader of the Heaven-Earth Association has declared that the Mach brothers are to be sent to the Corpse Blood Valley. Jiang imagines what kind of place it must be from Joe Evigong's words. It is a testing ground used to pick the best individuals, and the survival rate is less than 10%. Joe Evigong clenches his fist and says he will request the head to get Jiang from that place later. Until then, Jiang must survive at all costs. But from behind, a guard interrupts and tells them to stop. He says this ground is for those who must undertake the test. Then he calls Jiang a righteous brat and welcomes him to the Corpse Blood Valley. Inside the valley, all the students participating in the Corpse Blood Valley test are crossing the bridge. Among them, Mok Yuchun is also present. After waking up from unconsciousness, he thought he had finally arrived at the Heaven-Earth Association, but that is not the case here. Mok Yuchun glances at Jiang from behind and loudly calls out to him. However, the nearby guard strikes Mok Yuchun from behind and tells him to keep quiet. Mok Yuchun does not even know where he is being taken, and even his inner energy has been blocked from use. He thinks that maybe this is how the association treats their hostages. Jiang realizes that the needles embedded in the backs of their necks are blocking their inner energy. Those needles are embedded in everyone, including Jiang and Mok Yuchun. Jiang asks the Blue Spirit about the Corpse Blood Valley test, but the Blue Spirit responds that she does not know about the current affairs of the Heaven-Earth Association. However, she can say one thing. This type of test did not exist in the past, so she warns Jiang to be careful. Jiang arrives at the destination, where only a few torches are lit and guards are stationed around the area. He realizes that the students who joined them on the way to the Heaven-Earth Association were also dragged here. Then a man speaks, saying this is the testing ground, and from this point onward, all the students will be taking a test. The man shows everyone a marble and announces that marbles like this have fallen into the valley. Those who are unable to find one within the allotted time will fail the test. Someone raises his hand and says that they all came from different sects and schools to take a test here, so he cannot understand this test without any proper explanation. But before he can even finish speaking, a marble is hurled straight into his face, killing him on the spot. Then the man states that status, inner energy, and everything else have no meaning here. Only subordination matters. Defiance will lead to death. Raising a question will also lead to death. Even failing the test will lead to death. The man in the demon mask welcomes everyone to the Corpse Blood Valley. Meanwhile, in a room, Joe Evigong is frustrated. He says Sun Yun should have told the association leader that Joe Evigong had already taken Jiang as his disciple. Sun Yun says it is useless because the leader never goes back on his words. The leader's words are absolute, and everyone must obey them. Joe Evigong thinks he has no choice but to request the demon-masked man from the Corpse Blood Valley to take Jiang out of there. After all, Joe Evigong cannot lose a prodigy he just found. Sun Yun believes Jiang is not merely useful. Jiang has accomplished something no one in the association has ever done. He revived the sword scriptures of the lunar vein, which were said to have been lost 100 years ago. Sun Yun can only come to one conclusion. The association leader is testing Jiang's capabilities. Back to the valley where the first trial begins, and all the students rush toward the lake to find a marble as quickly as possible. The demon-masked man says the incense stick burns for exactly 20 minutes. Moreover, there are fewer marbles than students, so it is best for them to find one as soon as possible. Mok Yuchun runs quickly toward the valley to find a marble, but he cannot understand why Jiang is not moving at all. Still, he does not care because time is short. The incense stick continues burning, and not a single marble has been found yet. Then someone finally gets a marble, and shouts loudly that he found one. Everyone's attention turns toward him as he moves forward with a joyful expression, planning to hand over the marble. At that moment, another person attacks him from behind to steal the marble by force, but he somehow escapes from his grasp and keeps moving forward. Then someone stands in front of him. It is none other than our boy Jiang. The student does not know when Jiang arrived in front of him. There is still some distance left before he can reach the demon-masked man, and the guy from earlier is approaching him quickly from behind. He cannot figure out what to do in this situation, so he tries to swallow the marble. The guy behind him yells at him not to swallow it because he wants to obtain the marble. But the student has already put the marble in his mouth. At that moment, Jiang grabs his neck. The guy approaching from behind suddenly stops moving. Jiang moves his index finger along the student's neck, checking where the marble is. Then Jiang says it is quite annoying to search like this, so he tightens his grip around the student's neck. Everyone watches the scene with stunned expressions, even the Corpse Blood Valley guards, and the demon-masked man. Then Jiang pulls out the student's food pipe from his neck, and blood flows like a fountain. The guy from earlier sits down with a terrified expression, while Jiang takes the marble out of the food pipe. After that, Jiang walks to the podium and presents the marble he obtained to the demon-masked man. At this moment, Jiang looks like the very embodiment of a demon himself. The blue spirit thinks that something that should never have been released has finally been released. Then the demon-masked man states that Jiang has passed the test. The demon-masked man informs Jiang that his number is 63. The number is given based on the number engraved on the marble they bring back. Then the demon-masked man gives Jiang a silver insignia, which signifies that Jiang is the top performer in the first trial. Jiang keeps it inside his garment and moves to the side, At first, the demon-masked man was doubtful about why the association leader sent a child from an orthodox sect to the Corpse Blood Valley. He thought the association leader was trying to kill Jiang by sending him here. But now, the demon-masked man guesses that the association leader had predicted Jiang's capabilities. He thinks Jiang is similar to the demonic sect in both nature and behavior. Jiang holds the insignia in his hand and realizes that this place is not only about survival. They also have to compete against one another, and as the time limit gets closer to its end, the competition becomes even fiercer. Back to the first trial, someone kicks another participant in the face and runs toward the demon-masked man. But before he can reach him, his head is grabbed and slammed into the ground. A vicious-looking tattooed man takes the marble from him. The guards think the useful people are finally starting to appear. Based on the tattoos on his body, they judge that he belongs to the Scarlet Death Valley, one of the 3 organizations under the Heaven-Earth Association. They only train 30 disciples, and each of them is said to be a grandmaster. In another area, a woman attacks multiple students at once. A nearby guard recognizes her technique as belonging to the Manhwa house, one of the 4 greatest assassination organizations. This organization also works under the Heaven-Earth Association. Then a huge guy lifts up a student like it is nothing. This man is from the Colossal Build School, which is famous for external strength. And besides them, there are others who show exceptional talent as well. The vicious-looking tattooed man approaches Jiang and tells him that Jiang will not surpass him in the next trial, because he is going to kill Jiang himself. A lot of people have passed the first trial, and the incense stick is nearing its end. However, Mok Yuchen still has not been able to find a marble. He thinks about pleading with the demon-masked man to let him go, because he is only a hostage. But then someone holding a marble is beheaded for raising a question against a guard. The truth is, that person picked up a random marble from the ground that did not have a number engraved on it. Then questioned the guard. Because of that, he is beheaded. At that moment, someone points their finger at Jiang after recognizing him. Another person tells him that Jiang is the lunatic who ripped out someone's throat, but they do not understand what Jiang is doing now. Jiang utters a spell, which is the ritual of attachment, and attempts to absorb all the death energy present in this place. The ritual of attachment does not require inner energy to work, and this place is swarming with dead bodies everywhere. Jiang wishes for the students to keep killing each other more and more, so he can absorb their energy. Now there is only 1 minute left. Mok Yuchen is beating a person to a pulp so violently that the other person's face caves in, and he dies just like that. With this, Yuchen picks up the marble from the dead person's hand and feels relieved. At that moment, the incense stick burns out completely, and the demon-masked man orders the guards to kill the dropouts, all of them. The guards obey the command and eliminate everyone who failed to find a marble. Mok Yuchen is stunned after witnessing this scene. Then a guard approaches him, and Yuchen shows the marble in his hand. The guard congratulates him, saying that he passed the trial. Yuchen is happy that he passed the test, but then he falls down after realizing that he killed a person to obtain the marble. At the same time, the demon-masked man announces that 468 participants have passed the first trial, which is 60% of everyone who participated. The demon-masked man says that it is a good number and congratulates all the participants who passed. Then he announces the commencement of the second trial. Everyone is startled after hearing that the second trial is already commencing. Mok Yuchen is shocked because he barely managed to pass the first one, yet now he has another round to go. The demon-masked man claps his hands loudly and tells everyone to keep quiet. Then he explains that the second trial is simple. They must survive on that mountain until sunrise. Everyone looks back and glances at the mountain. The participants start thinking that surviving on that mountain sounds easy. But the demon-masked man says that is not all there is to it. There are a total of 40 flags set up throughout the mountain, and the participants must be near a flag when the sun rises. 8 people for 1 flag, no more and no less. Exactly 8 people. If they do not meet those conditions, the team will be eliminated. Mok Yuchen thinks about it. There are 40 flags, and the participants are nearly 500. That means only 320 participants can survive this trial. In other words, this is a team fight where they must steal the flags from others while protecting their own. With that, the demon-masked man wishes everyone good luck. Soon, the participants become busy finding teams or forming groups of 8 people. Someone asks the tattooed guy to join his team. The tattooed guy thinks that he does not remember this person, which means this guy did not perform well in the first trial. Because of that, there is no need to team up with him, so he rejects him. The main point of this trial is teamwork. That means it would be more advantageous for the tattooed guy to team up with those who passed the first trial early. The tattooed guy recognizes the huge man from the Colossal Build School and tells him that it would be better to team up with someone strong so they can get a flag early and protect it firmly. The huge man believes that logic is correct, but he still rejects the offer. He says one can also form a team after finding a flag. In truth, the huge man thinks he will need to fight the tattooed guy sooner or later, so it would be better to hide his secret technique from him. That word frustrated tattooed guy, and he says that the huge man will regret this. Then he asks the assassination girl from the Manhwa house to join his team, but she flatly refuses him too. Now the tattooed guy becomes furious enough to kill them all. Then someone approaches him. It is our boy Jiang. Jiang asks the tattooed guy to join his team. The tattooed guy becomes perplexed because Jiang reached out to him first. However, he thinks it would be better to be on Jiang's team because Jiang finished the first trial in first place. But in the end, he rejects Jiang. Even though the tattooed guy is vicious and savage, he is still afraid of Jiang. He does not get a good feeling around him. The blue spirit is shocked that Jiang has been rejected. She tells him that he has done something so terrifying that even a vicious guy like that is afraid to be around him. The truth is, Jiang really tried to kill the tattooed guy first, but it is a shame that he escaped from our ferocious Jiang's hands. At that moment, someone comes toward Jiang and asks whether he is willing to join their team. In their group, a girl waves her hand at Jiang. Jiang smiles at her and accepts the invitation. Mok Yuchun watches Jiang from the side and thinks that Jiang will be fine in his own way. As for Yuchun, he needs to focus on staying alive. Then a guard beats the drum and shouts that the second trial has begun. The guard sympathizes with the participants, saying they will soon realize how much better the first trial was. As everyone heads toward the mountain, Jiang walks a bit far from his team. One team member questions the girl named Sowa, saying that having Jiang with them is not a good thing. Another team member agrees and says he respects the choice of not wanting Jiang. Sowa asks if they are scared of Jiang. One of them replies that he is fine. Then Sowa says the others were idiots to ignore Jiang. Everyone here now knows about him, so they will not mess with Jiang easily. That alone can help their team a lot. Her plan is to use Jiang as needed, then abandon him after the sun rises. The team has already arranged another member to follow them from afar, so they can still have 8 people after they kill Jiang. Sowa looks at Jiang and realizes that he is very handsome. She thinks it would be a waste to throw someone like him away too quickly. So she walks toward Jiang and starts flirting with him. She asks what Jiang thinks of her and says that she likes him. Everyone stares at Jiang with jealousy-filled eyes. Sowa plans to seduce Jiang so that the other team members will become even more loyal to her out of jealousy. Then Jiang places his hand on her shoulder and tells Sowa that he likes her. Sowa blushes at Jiang's boldness. But at that moment, Jiang raises his voice and informs everyone that he does not only like Sowa, he likes everyone in this group. As everyone becomes stupefied by Jiang's words. In that fleeting moment, he casually twists the girl's neck, killing her instantly because our boy is not a simp. Then he declares to everyone, "Now that we are deep in the forest, shall we get the party started?" From there, Jiang releases the girl from his hand. All the students standing ahead of him begin shuddering in fear, unable to believe what they just saw with their own eyes. Then Jiang extends both of his hands and says to everyone, "Now this is meal time. So where do I begin my meal?" One dude becomes agitated by Jiang's attitude and swears that he is going to kill him. But another member tells him to calm down. Otherwise, they will fall for Jiang's plan. Then the spiky-haired dude says that even if Sowa is dead, there are still 6 of them left. That means they still have the advantage here. The fat guy thanks the spiky-haired dude, saying he almost fell for Jiang's scheme. Now, all of them form a group and plan to eliminate Jiang in order to avenge Sowa. At that point, Jiang shows disappointment and says he thought all the team members would be lost on what to do after losing their queen bee. But they are calmer than he expected. This is when the fat guy yells at Jiang, with veins swelling across his face, saying that Jiang is nothing but a small insect to him. He believes he can squash Jiang like a bug. But those words awaken the demon residing inside Jiang, with a bone-chilling smile. Jiang reaches the fat guy at lightning speed while the fat guy is still speaking. Jiang grabs his head, charges toward a tree, and smashes his face into it. The force is so brutal that the fat guy's head explodes into pieces. The students could not even see when the fat guy was dragged away by Jiang. That is when they realize they have messed with the wrong person. Then all the remaining members move forward with everything they have and attack Jiang. Jiang dodges the first attack. Then he grabs the opponent's leg and swings him toward another student. Both of their heads are crushed from the momentum. From that point, the spiky-haired dude finally jumps in. He barely manages to attack Jiang, but Jiang blocks it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team members aim for Jiang, planning to subdue him by falling on him all at once and landing a barrage of blows without giving him a break. They truly think Jiang is done for now, that he is cornered like a rat. However, Jiang tells them only one thing: they can pray to whatever gods they like, but they should remember this. He will exterminate them in a way that even the heavens will cower in despair. Then Jiang launches a kick at one team member and punches another one in the face. In a single moment, he defeats 2 opponents. Now, he breaks the spiky-haired dude's leg so hard that the ground beneath his feet shatters. The spiky-haired dude screams in excruciating pain. At last, only one person is left standing in Jiang's sight. The last person realizes that they cannot defeat this monster. It is impossible to defeat death itself. So the last guy screams and runs away to save his life. The spiky-haired dude curses the last guy for running away because he gets to escape from Jiang. Nevertheless, Jiang extends his hand and chants a spellcraft. A blue-colored aura radiates from Jiang's hand and shoots toward the running person as he yells for someone to save him. That is when the phantom aura catches the running person's leg. Using the spell, Jiang drags him back with the dark blue aura. The last person begs Jiang to let him go. However, Jiang does not care. He pulls him back and kills him by stomping down on him. Tears flow from the spiky-haired dude's eyes. He regrets that he should have stopped Sowa from letting Jiang join their team, and as Jiang moves in his direction, he suddenly senses something. and looks around. Then Jiang tells the spiky-haired dude that there is a rat trying to escape from his clutches. Just as Jiang says that, a person is running hurriedly through the forest. The spiky-haired dude now remembers that Soa had hidden a team member before Jiang even joined their team. He prays inwardly that the hidden member escapes from this mountain at any cost, so he can tell everyone what is happening here and bring someone powerful enough to protect him. But the man they are running from here is Jiang. Jiang pulls out a doll and summons the demonic monk. At that moment, death energy begins leaking out from Jiang, and he calls out, telling the demonic monk that it is time to show his true power. He orders him to kill that student, even if it means destroying the whole mountain, and commands him not to let the student go. Then in an instant, a whirlpool of death energy explodes into the surroundings. The ground shakes violently as a deadly presence is unleashed. The spiky-haired dude becomes terrified, unable to understand what is happening. And at last, he realizes that a bloodthirsty demon has entered the corpse Blood Valley trials. Meanwhile, the hidden guy runs as fast as he can. To protect his life from the demon, he believes that Jiang is a demon born in a human body, and he runs at high speed so he can inform the nearby participants about this monster. But then he feels something ominous tracking him. As he looks back into the darkness between the trees, he can feel a presence. At that moment, multiple hands move toward him. They belong to our most loyal spirit, the demonic monk. The hidden guy falls down as he senses a presence similar to the Grim Reaper. With infernal fury raging in his eyes, the demonic monk storms forward to kill the hidden guy. Jiang now slowly absorbs the death energy of the others. The blue spirit did not know that Jiang had planned something like this. She had been wondering why Jiang joined a team full of weak people in the first place. Jiang answers that it was a good opportunity for him. Then someone appears from the bushes. It is the demonic monk who has possessed the hidden guy's body. Jiang understands that the demonic monk did not kill the hidden guy. Instead, he possessed him so Jiang could absorb the hidden guy's death energy too. Jiang says he is grateful to the demonic monk. The demonic monk keeps a smug expression on his face. The blue spirit beats the demonic monk, saying he looks way too happy about helping Jiang. Now Jiang's death energy is full and he is satisfied with the meal. At that moment, another group of people approaches Jiang, and Jiang feels like he is having a feast today. To Jiang, this mountain looks like one giant dinner table. He will eat them, and leaving leftovers behind is bad manners. There is only one thought in Jiang's mind. According to the rules, he only needs to keep 7 participants behind to ace the trial. He imagines these words while sitting on a pile of corpses like a demon king. Elsewhere inside a cave, 2 guards and 1 official move through the passage. The official is the demon-masked man, and on the other side there is an old man, whose eyes are completely white. The demon-masked man orders the guards to stay there. Then he and the old man move forward. The demon-masked man asks the old man whether the arrangement has been completed or not. The old man replies that it is finished. Behind the bars, a being is imprisoned. The demon-masked man guesses that this being is much more dangerous than the one they brought last year. Hearing that, the old man says it is not good to stay close, even if the being is restrained, because those that have not fully matured are still disastrous beasts. Then the old man calls the being the hunter of the weak. It is a chime morio brought from the northern sea, and it feeds on those it considers weak. The demon-masked man says that once he gives the signal, they should release the chime morio. Meanwhile, Jiang has found a flag. He thinks it is a bit difficult to carry around, because the flagpole is connected to a chunk of metal, so Jiang attempts to break it. But then he notices something unusual. There are words written on the flagpole. He reads the words out loud so the blue spirit can understand them. After hearing them, the blue spirit says it is a sword formation. However, she explains that there are only a few stances, and a strong formation needs more than that. After observing it for a while, Jiang comes to the conclusion that the rest of the stances could be written on the remaining flagpoles. The blue spirit thinks that is the best possible answer, and it looks like a hidden test. Jiang believes that once people find out about this, they will try to obtain other flags, and once that happens, fights will naturally break out. Jiang becomes fascinated by this setup. Then he breaks the flagpole so he can carry it more easily. But the moment he breaks it, Jiang senses that something has been released. The blue spirit asks whether it could be a curse or a trap, but Jiang denies it, and thinks that something has been undone rather than activated after he broke it. He feels like something else is there. Elsewhere, a man falls down under pressure. The person who beat him up is the tattooed guy. The people who were beaten by him believe that he is still stronger than them, even though his inner energy is blocked. The tattooed guy moves forward to beat them all again. The others look at each other and nod. Then in an instant, all of them run away from the tattooed guy's team. The tattooed guy now feels like a tiger hunting a pack of rabbits, and he quickly runs after them to kill them all. He says he is going to kill the fallen team members and display their heads to show others his attitude. But then, the guy running ahead of the tattooed man suddenly stops, and he is killed by the chime morio. The tattooed guy flinches and stops moving. All of his team members are unable to say a word after witnessing the scene in front of them. The tattooed guy clearly realizes the difference between their powers and thinks it would be best to back down. He tells his teammates to move slowly without making a sound. However, one person breaks a tree branch. It's always that one dude you typically see in horror movies. And now they are screwed. The sound catches the chime Morio's attention. The tattooed guy slowly turns his eyes toward the beast. It is roaring at them as if it is ready to devour them all with its mighty power. Everyone runs backward to protect their lives, but then the chime Morio glares at the flag because of the sorcery imbued into the flagpole. The beast runs away from them. The team members are all confused after seeing such a dangerous beast in the mountains. The tattooed guy looks behind him because he noticed that the chime Morio looked at something before running off. And now the tattooed guy guesses that it could be the flag. Nearby, 2 people are running, and the chime Morio is chasing right behind them. It caught one person and killed him instantly. The remaining participant keeps running, but he cannot even use his lightness skill because his inner energy is blocked. At that moment, he sees someone ahead and desperately asks for help. However, that person is Jiang. He ran away from a wild animal, only to end up in front of a ferocious beast. Jiang instantly breaks the participant's neck and glares at the chime Morio. Then Jiang asks about the animal in front of him. The blue spirit explains that this is her first time seeing it, but based on its appearance, it is called the Hunter of the Weak. It is a chime Morio that preys on weak opponents and takes pleasure in eating their heads. The chime Morio charges at Jiang, but he quickly dodges. Then he uses the shamanistic art, called the Four-Binding Technique, and traps the chime Morio inside it. Jiang clenches his fist tightly, making the chime Morio suffer. And yet despite that, the beast breaks out of the binding technique and roars loudly. The chime Morio grows bigger than before, and glares intensely at Jiang, but Jiang glares right back at it. Jiang's left eye radiates with red energy as the beast stares at him. Even this savage beast becomes terrified of Jiang and runs away. The blue spirit believes the beast decided Jiang was not weak, so it left him alone. But Jiang thinks the situation is troublesome for a different reason. It is not because his technique failed to work on the beast. It is because the beast is eating all the prey Jiang planned to devour himself. Jiang sighs, thinking that if he does not hurry, there will be nothing left for him. Meanwhile, the people with the tattooed guy are carrying the metal chunk attached to the flagpole. One of the participants asks why they need to carry the metal chunk too, since they only need to break the top part of the flag where the stance is written. The tattooed guy responds that they will thank him later, so for now they just need to shut up. At that moment, the beast appears and everyone becomes frightened. The tattooed guy commands them not to move. As the beast glances at the flag, it runs away from them. One of them is stunned that the beast suddenly left. Then the tattooed guy reveals that the flag has some kind of mechanism that drives the beast away. He urges everyone to hurry, because some people might have already figured out the stances one by one, so they need to steal the remaining flags and gain a good impression from the instructors. Near a cliff, corpses are scattered all around, and the guards are supposed to throw the corpses, marked with charms, down the cliff. In addition, they are not allowed to look down the cliff at all. The guards start to throw the body down the cliff, and one of them wonders why they are discarding the corpses like this when they could simply burn all of them. The guard next to him says he does not know the reason either, but this has been the case for every test. He advises the guard not to think too much about it. Yet the guard cannot control his curiosity. He thinks that there are more than 100 corpses right here, so how many have already piled up below the cliff? As he approaches the cliff, blue-colored energy flows all over the place. Then someone grabs his shoulder from behind. The guard almost met his maker right then and there. However, he is flabbergasted, wondering how the old man got so close without him sensing any presence. The old man warns him never to look down the cliff again. Otherwise, he will be possessed. Somewhere down the cliff, the beast is devouring another participant, and Mok Yuchun's group is completely petrified by the monster in front of them. But as the beast turns its head toward them, it suddenly runs away because of the flag. His teammates believe the beast must have lost its appetite, so it left. But Mok Yuchun falls down completely stressed. 2 of his teammates have already died while securing the flag, and on top of that, they now have to deal with the Hunter of the Weak. Yet what surprises him even more is something else. If people fought each other or were eaten by that monster, they should either be headless or covered in wounds from combat. But among the corpses he has seen, some of them simply had their necks broken. He cannot understand what is really happening on this mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang is absorbing death energy, but he feels depressed because there is not enough of it. The reason is that he is consuming death energy from corpses already eaten by the chime Morio. To Jiang, it feels like he is eating leftovers that someone else tossed away. Because of that, our boy becomes fixated on killing the beast that has become his competitor. At that moment, the blue spirit says she will find the beast, because Jiang might have difficulty facing it without his inner energy. So Jiang releases the blue spirit from the doll, and energy begins flowing around him. The blue spirit becomes joyful now that she is free, and she flies into the sky to search for the chime Morio. However, she becomes confused, because she cannot find the chime Morio, even though it has almost reached the level of a strange beast. As she continues searching everywhere, she notices a cliff filled with corpses. From that place, a tremendous amount of death energy is radiating all the way into the sky. Soon after, she calls Jiang, and tells him that she found something even more fascinating than the chime Morio. Like that, Jiang follows the blue spirit. On his way there, he notices the tracks of several carts that had been loaded with something. Then he reaches the end of the cliff. The blue spirit asks Jiang if he knows about goo poison. Jiang answers that hundreds of venomous creatures are placed into a single pot and left alone until only one survives. The surviving creature becomes the most venomous of them all, and that is called goo poison. The blue spirit looks down the cliff and says that goo poison is down there. Jiang becomes intrigued. The spirits below the cliff are filled with resentment, grudges, and unfulfilled desires for revenge. Moreover, every corpse is chained, as if someone forcefully locked them there. It is the same spell Jiang used on Gotchen to bind his spirit to the living world. Now Jiang understands the situation. If all of these spirits lost their lives during the Corpse Blood Valley trials, then each one became a vengeful spirit. The spirits devour one another. And in the end, a goo poison will be born from this, and that goo poison could rival the blue spirit. Jiang licks his lips. The blue spirit recommends that Jiang extend his hand and use the ritual of attachment on those spirits. However, Jiang jumps across the rope and says there is no reason to eat side dishes when the main dish will be even more delicious and is right in front of him. The blue spirit warns Jiang that he will lose his life. Down below the cliff, the energy will be even more terrifying. Jiang will not be able to handle it, and instead he will be eaten. But Jiang says the blue spirit was the one who told him that, at his current cultivation level, he is no match for the Heaven-Earth Association. So this could be his only chance to improve and take another step forward toward his revenge. Besides, how could anyone leave behind an opportunity like this? After saying those words, Jiang jumps off the cliff. Immediately, all the spirits charge toward him. Because a living being has appeared, Jiang uses the ring Zhou Evigong gave him, the one that allows him to use spells without a talisman. Then he makes different hand signs and activates a technique called sealing palms, which creates a barrier. And that so-called barrier blocks all the spirits from reaching him. After escaping from all the beasts using the barrier, Jiang falls into the water. Surprisingly, there are even more spirits inside the water, and all of them begin getting closer to him despite the barrier protecting him. Jiang remembers something from the original book of the Yin-Yang school. Water spirits are much more dangerous and determined than ordinary ones, so he uses a technique to drive away the spirits around him, and manages to come out of the water. That was a close one. However, some of the spirits are still holding onto him tightly, trying to pull Jiang back into the water. At that moment, the blue spirit swings her smoking pipe and attacks them, saying, "You younglings are going after what is rightfully mine." Just like that, all the spirits return to the water. The blue spirit tells Jiang that he came right on time. Jiang believes the situation is not as bad as he expected. Moreover, the spirits are not getting close to the blue spirit. That alone shows how much stronger she is compared to the rest. But the blue spirit explains that these spirits are not the reason she told him to be careful. She tells Jiang to look around him, because there are spirits here that are far more terrifying and horrifying than the ones nearby. She explains that even she would have a hard time protecting Jiang against them, especially the ones at the center of that dark hurricane. If Jiang goes in there, he will not be able to walk back out. Jiang says it is fine and removes his upper garment, making the blue spirit feel flustered. Then he places his finger on his back and uses the ritual of attachment to pull out the forbidden path lock that blocks his inner energy from being used. The blue spirit is amazed that Jiang removed the lock so easily. It should cause extreme pain and is dangerous to remove, yet he did it without even blinking. What shocks her even more is that he used the ritual of attachment in a unique way she had never even thought of. Then Jiang removes the rest of the locks. His inner energy is finally unleashed, and most of the spirits become frightened to approach him. Jiang explains that if he had done this on top of the cliff, there was a chance the instructors would have found him. But down here with this much death energy around, who could possibly find him? The blue spirit is astonished that Jiang had already planned this before jumping down the cliff. Now Jiang heads toward the center of the hurricane. He asks the blue spirit to stop the remaining spirits while he moves forward. The blue spirit agrees and opens her blood barrier from the domain she activated. Chains come out from it, blocking the spirits that try to interrupt Jiang. Like that, Jiang quickly enters the hurricane. Inside the hurricane, the place looks like a desert, and at the center, there is a spirit devouring other spirits. It looks like a baby with its teeth sticking out of its mouth. Even the spirits are fleeing from the baby. Yet the baby grabs them with chains and devours them one after another. Jiang is surprised to see something like this, and he thinks this baby might be the goo poison. At that moment, the baby turns its gaze toward Jiang and says that a living being is here. As the baby opens its mouth, another set of sharp teeth appears inside, looking disgusting and terrifying at the same time. Then the baby moves toward Jiang to eat him. It also uses its chains to trap Jiang and pulls him into its mouth. Just like that, the baby eats Jiang as its meal. However, the baby does not know that Jiang is far more monstrous than all the beings in this place. At that moment, Jiang speaks from inside, saying that he is also here to eat the baby. Then he removes his ring and uses a spell, forcing the baby to open its mouth wide in pain. Jiang grabs its teeth so it cannot close its mouth, then raises his hand and uses the ritual of attachment to absorb its death energy. But there are spirits inside the baby's mouth, and they begin dragging Jiang into its stomach. Because of that, Jiang loses his grip and finds himself in a different space. Inside that space, there is a middle-aged man and two teenagers. The man is instructing the teenagers about the succession of the 5 kings in the Heaven-Earth Association. The teenagers obey his command. Jiang understands that this is the past of that baby. The participants are fighting inside the corpse blood valley to obtain the marble. The person whose face is not visible gives his marble to his younger brother so that his younger brother can pass the test. After some time, the younger brother moves forward with tears flowing down his face, while the older brother falls to his knees and tries to find another marble. Afterward, the older brother is bleeding all over his face, and the one who did this to him is his own younger brother. The younger brother speaks in frustration, saying that everything will become achievable once his older brother dies, because his older brother is always pitying him. The younger brother could not accept that fact, so he killed his brother by smashing a boulder against his head again and again. Thus, the older brother is eliminated from the test. His body is loaded onto a cart that carries corpses, then thrown down the cliff. After becoming a spirit, he sits on top of the other spirits. The remaining spirits try to consume him, but he becomes furious because even after death, he is still being consumed by others. Then he reveals his face. Now he starts devouring every spirit living there. Furthermore, the spirit becomes enraged and grabs Jiang to eat him as well. At that moment, Jiang faces an extreme amount of energy from the baby. It is the hatred, regret, rage, and all the other emotions of a resentful spirit. Among all of those emotions, Jiang can feel one emotion that is extremely strong and similar to his own: the desire for revenge. At that moment, Jiang extends his hand and uses the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Meanwhile, outside the hurricane, the blue spirit feels the connection between Jiang and herself growing weaker. As the blue spirit spectates the energy in front of her, she becomes annoyed by it and prepares to attack the goo poison. However, countless chains begin, targeting the spirits outside, trying to devour every one of them. The spirits avoid the chains as much as they can, but it is like filling a pot with a hole in it. In the end, the being absorbs all the spirits and reaches the level of a blue spirit. The blue spirit realizes that the goo poison reached this level by absorbing all the spirits around it. As the blue spirit lands on the ground, the being begins coming out of the smoke, and a foot becomes visible, but the being is none other than Jiang himself. The blue spirit imagines that Jiang might have been taken over by the goo poison, but Jiang denies it and clarifies that he is the one doing the devouring. The blue spirit is in disbelief that Jiang can consume all that death energy. On top of that, she can feel intense energy leaking out from him. Jiang says he feels uneasy as if his stomach might burst. The blue spirit flinches after hearing that and urges Jiang to instantly expel the excess energy, because there is a limit to how much a human can absorb. As Jiang gains enlightenment, he will be able to absorb more. But in his current state, too much energy is just as bad as too little. After listening to the blue spirit, Jiang climbs up the pile of skulls and searches for something among them. Later, he picks out one skull from the pile and expels his death energy into it. Slowly, the skull grows a neck bone and forms a skeleton. Lastly, it transforms into a human while the skull comes out separately. The blue spirit asks Jiang if that skull belongs to the being at the center of the hurricane, and Jiang nods. The blue spirit asks if it was a girl, and Jiang becomes confused because it used to be a baby. The spirit gets up and yells that it was not a girl but a man. Both Jiang and the blue spirit look at the spirit strangely. The blue spirit interrogates it again, asking if it is a girl, but the spirit insists that it was a man. The blue spirit suggests that Jiang should just kill it because its mental state is not intact. Jiang responds that he thought the spirit might have been useful, since it was not like this earlier. The spirit mightily shouts at them, saying they are not allowed to speak to it in such a manner. But before it can even finish speaking, the blue spirit grabs it by the neck and warns that she is allowed to do that. She also tells the spirit not to raise its voice at her. The spirit mumbles that it will obey the blue spirit's wishes. Jiang then says he revived the spirit so that he could crush the skull that came out separately. After he expelled his death energy, the spirit feels extreme pain as the skull is crushed into powder, and Jiang swallows the ashes. Just like that, a red thread forms between the new spirit and Jiang. The spirit is surprised. Now the blue spirit understands that her becoming Jiang's familiar spirit was not a coincidence, but one of Jiang's master plans. Jiang is happy that he has gained another card for his collection, while the spirit becomes saddened. Meanwhile, at a pavilion, an old man is sincerely meditating. He's called the Underworld Pavilion Master, a sun-rank shaman, which means his rank is just below the highest rank. Suddenly, he feels something ominous and runs out into the hallway. Before opening a door, inside the room, a pod has been shattered into pieces. He is stunned, unable to believe that the Pavilion Master's divine spirit insect and poison art have been destroyed. Outside the hall, the shaman Joe Evagong is waiting for someone. Then an NCO comes out aggressively. Joe Evagong appeals to NCO and asks if he can request the association leader to stop the trials, because Jiang is extremely useful to him, and he cannot let Jiang die like that. Inseo states that this is not the time for that. His divine spirit insect and poison art have just broken free. That can only mean one thing: a Chimorio passing through must have caused it, and it should be at least at the level of a mythical beast. Then Inseo commands Joe Evagong to bring some equipment, because they need to head to the Corpse Blood Valley. Joe Evagong thinks this is a good situation for him, since he can use it as an excuse to stop the trials. Meanwhile, the new spirit still cannot believe that she has become a familiar spirit. Jiang asks for her name, and she annoyingly replies that she would never tell him her name. But before she can even finish her sentence, Jiang uses the authority of the red thread by narrowing his eyes and commands her to tell him. Then she bows her head and says that her name is Jiao Soha. The blue spirit is shocked by her sudden change in behavior. Jiang then asks if Jiao Soha can be his loyal dog, and she responds like a puppy. Normally, a vengeful spirit would never reveal its true name. Yet a green spirit that had almost become a blue spirit revealed her name right away. That alone shows how mighty Jiang is. The blue spirit asks why she is seeing double energies from Jiang, and he answers that he recently acquired a new technique from the thought-shattering 8 techniques. As he chants the verses of the spell, the blue spirit stands there in bewilderment, because even she does not know the verses Jiang is chanting right now. With this, Jiang is now able to divide his energy between his lower Danshan and central Danshan. Usually, a martial artist needs to break through to a new martial realm before they can do something like this. Nevertheless, Jiang skipped that step using the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Jiang's realm is currently at ultimate peak, and since Jiang has 2 Danshans, that means he possesses double the amount of inner energy compared to martial artists at the same level. In other words, Jiang is now 2 times stronger than those in his current realm. Jiang originally thought he only needed to leave 7 people alive. However, time is short now, so he plans to kill anyone who enters his sight. Meanwhile, in the mountains, a war is happening between Mok Yuchen's team and the Tattooed Guy's team. Of course, the Tattooed Guy's team has already surrounded Mok Yuchen's team. Mok Yuchen questions why they are stealing his team's flag. The Tattooed Guy answers that he simply wanted to steal it for fun. Then he speaks to Mo Harang, the lady from the assassination pavilion, saying that he offered her a chance to become his teammate earlier, yet she rejected him and joined a fool's team instead. Mok Yuchen thinks that the sun will rise soon, so all of them just need to hold out until then. The Tattooed Guy immediately understands their plan. Then all of his teammates suddenly start yelling loudly. Mok Yuchen's team cannot understand why the Tattooed team is doing this, but Mok Yuchen realizes what it means and hurriedly tries to stop them. However, the beast is already on its way, and its footsteps can be heard approaching. The truth is, the beast has become bigger. Moreover, it has now reached the level of a strange beast. Mok Yuchen's team becomes frightened by the beast and tries to escape. At that moment, Mo Harang notices that the tattooed team is sticking close to the flag. She deduces what is happening and advises all her teammates that they need to move near the flag as well. However, she is far from the flag, and the beast has already jumped toward her to attack. Just like that, the beast knocks Mo Harang down with its claws. The tattooed guy teases Mo Harang for being unable to protect herself, while the beast looks ready to eat her joyfully. But then Mok Yuchen's team starts throwing stones at the beast. At the same time, Mok Yuchen moves in her direction to rescue her. But the beast does not stop. Even though it is being hit by stones, it is fixated on eating the girl. Then, in that heart-stopping moment, a command is given to a spirit to bind the beast. Just like that, the beast is captured by chains and becomes unable to move at all. The person behind it makes a dramatic entrance into the chaos, and the entire surroundings begin to feel heavy, with a deadly presence. Then our boy Jiang speaks. To think all my prey are gathered in one place, what a relief. The tattooed guy scolds the beast, ordering it to move, because no one can see the chains being used by Jiao Soha. Even Mok Yuchen cannot understand what is happening. But now is not the time for him to think about that, so he starts rescuing Mo Harang first. However, Mo Harang can somehow see the chains binding the beast. Jiao Soha realizes that Mo Harang can see her, so she informs Jiang about it. Jiang understands what is happening. The beast shakes violently and the ground trembles beneath its fury, as it struggles to break the chains with every ounce of its monstrous strength. The tattooed guy becomes happy after seeing the beast regaining its power. But at that moment, Jiang stomps on the beast like a meteor, crushing its head into the dirt with overwhelming force. The earth itself cracks, and Jiang stands on top of the beast like a demon king. Everyone is stunned by this bizarre sight. Then Jiang opens the beast's mouth and tells it that it is nothing but an insect in front of him, yet it dared to devour his prey. So now he will show it the fury of a predator. The beast screams in pain as Jiang tears off the upper part of the Chimorio, his eyes radiating the wrath of a crimson nightmare. Just like that, the beast, which had reached the level of a strange beast, is murdered by another savage creature. And that creature is Jiang. Then the beast's blood pours down like a rain of blood. Jiang demonstrates to everyone what true horror feels like. Until now, the tattooed guy thought of himself as a tiger hunting rabbits on this mountain. But only now does he realize that there is a fearsome dragon on this mountain. Everyone nearby can only think one thing: Jiang's appearance is the embodiment of fear, dread, and death itself. The tattooed guy orders his teammates to retreat immediately, but Jiang commands Soha to bind all the participants present there. No one understands what is restraining them, while Jiang moves on to check all their flags. As he checks Mok Yuchen's team's flag, he realizes it contains the same verse he already knows. So he breaks the flag, and Mok Yuchen starts swearing at Jiang for breaking his team's flag. Then Jiang moves on to check the tattooed team's flag. The tattooed guy speaks up, saying that if Jiang is looking for other flags so he can learn the verses, he proposes an alliance. Since Jiang does not have a team, the tattooed guy says he will let him join and reveal the secrets of the other flags as well. Nevertheless, Jiang has already found the flagpole the tattooed guy obtained while fighting other teams. The tattooed guy had thought about destroying that flagpole, but one of his teammates was unable to memorize it. So he brought it with him. As Jiang takes the pole, the tattooed guy tells him that he is giving it to Jiang as a gift for joining his team. But Jiang says the flagpole is already in his hands, and he never agreed to join the tattooed guy's team. So what reason does Jiang have to join his team now? The Baldy becomes frustrated and yells at Jiang to give the flagpole back. Yet Jiang takes their team's flag and says that from now on, this flag belongs to him. Then Mok Yuchen says Jiang should not believe the tattooed guy. Mok Yuchen also has the flagpole that Mo Harang brought with her, so he wants Jiang to join his team instead. The tattooed guy yells that Jiang belongs to his team because he proposed an alliance first. Mok Yuchen raises his voice, saying that Jiang should never listen to that Baldy, because Mok Yuchen's team also has other verses. At that moment, Jiang claps his hands, and announces that seeing everyone here wanting him on their team has deeply touched him. However, if it were up to him, he would like to be with everyone. But the rules do not allow that, so it would be unfair for Jiang to accept some and decline others. At last, Jiang frees them from the chains and declares that there is only one solution. They must kill each other, and Jiang will pick only the last 7 survivors. Everyone thought Jiang's heart was filled with demons, but he was not just filled with them. He is the demon himself. The tattooed guy scolds the beast, ordering it to move, because no one can see the chains being used by Soha. Even Mok Yuchen cannot understand what is happening. But now is not the time for him to think about that, so he starts rescuing Mo Harang first. However, Mo Harang can somehow see the chains binding the beast. Soha realizes that Mo Harang can see her, so she informs Jiang about it. Jiang understands what is happening. The beast shakes violently and the ground trembles beneath its fury, as it struggles to break the chains with every ounce of its monstrous strength. The tattooed guy becomes happy after seeing the beast regaining its power. But at that moment, Jiang stomps on the beast like a meteor, crushing its head into the dirt with overwhelming force. The earth itself cracks, and Jiang stands on top of the beast like a demon king. Everyone is stunned by this bizarre sight. Then Jiang opens the beast's mouth and tells it that it is nothing but an insect in front of him, yet it dared to devour his prey. So now he will show it the fury of a predator. The beast screams in pain as Jiang tears off the upper part of the Chimorio, his eyes radiating the wrath of a crimson nightmare. Just like that, the beast, which had reached the level of a strange beast, is murdered by another savage creature. And that creature is Jiang. Then the beast's blood pours down like a rain of blood. Jiang demonstrates to everyone what true horror feels like. Until now, the tattooed guy thought of himself as a tiger hunting rabbits on this mountain. But only now does he realize that there is a fearsome dragon on this mountain. Everyone nearby can only think one thing. Jiang's appearance is the embodiment of fear, dread, and death itself. The tattooed guy orders his teammates to retreat immediately, but Jiang commands Soha to bind all the participants present there. No one understands what is restraining them, while Jiang moves on to check all their flags. As he checks Mok Yuchen's team's flag, he realizes it contains the same verse he already knows. So he breaks the flag, and Mok Yuchen starts swearing at Jiang for breaking his team's flag. Then Jiang moves on to check the tattooed team's flag. The tattooed guy speaks up, saying that if Jiang is looking for other flags so he can learn the verses, he proposes an alliance. Since Jiang does not have a team, the tattooed guy says he will let him join and reveal the secrets of the other flags as well. Nevertheless, Jiang has already found the flagpole the tattooed guy obtained while fighting other teams. The tattooed guy had thought about destroying that flagpole, but one of his teammates was unable to memorize it. So he brought it with him. As Jiang takes the pole, the tattooed guy tells him that he is giving it to Jiang as a gift for joining his team. But Jiang says the flagpole is already in his hands, and he never agreed to join the tattooed guy's team. So what reason does Jiang have to join his team now? The Baldy becomes frustrated and yells at Jiang to give the flagpole back. Yet Jiang takes their team's flag and says that from now on, this flag belongs to him. Then Mok Yuchen says Jiang should not believe the tattooed guy. Mok Yuchen also has the flagpole that Mo Harang brought with her, so he wants Jiang to join his team instead. The tattooed guy yells that Jiang belongs to his team because he proposed an alliance first. Mok Yuchen raises his voice, saying that Jiang should never listen to that Baldy, because Mok Yuchen's team also has other verses. At that moment, Jiang claps his hands, and announces that seeing everyone here wanting him on their team has deeply touched him. However, if it were up to him, he would like to be with everyone. But the rules do not allow that, so it would be unfair for Jiang to accept some and decline others. At last, Jiang frees them from the chains and declares that there is only one solution. They must kill each other, and Jiang will pick only the last 7 survivors. Everyone thought Jiang's heart was filled with demons, but he was not. Suddenly, one man starts starts punching another to a pulp, and soon everyone is fighting to the death. All of this happened because of a single man. The tattooed guy kills a person, and Jiang appreciates his work. The tattoos guy Yomga is clearly pissed, just by looking at Jiang's attitude. But what can he do when he is facing a monster like Jiang? As the sun rises, the guards are stunned. They came here to announce the end of the test. But after seeing the scene in front of them, they cannot even speak a word. It is a gruesome sight, even for an evil faction like the Heaven-Earth Association. And what shocks them even more is that the Hunter of the Week, a beast at the level of a strange beast, has died in an extremely terrifying way. Even the demon-masked man is shocked after seeing this. Then he orders a guard to check whether Jiang has opened his inner energy. A guard goes to check Jiang and verifies that everything is all right. After that, they begin heading back, and Jiang realizes that they were unable to figure out that he has opened his middle dantian. However, the blue spirit advises Jiang to be careful, because the demon-masked man is equivalent to the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. Later, as soon as the trial ends, the selection process begins. Out of 468 participants, 209 have died. Also, out of the 259 participants who survived, 59 could not find a flag and dropped out. So of the 200 participants who passed, only 80 students know that there are stances written on the flagpoles. Those students advance to the next trial, while 220 students are disqualified and assigned as low-rank warriors. Yomga believes the disqualified students took the trial too lightly, but Yomga is waiting for the top position in this trial. Besides, he is planning to show Jiang the difference in their strength. Then the demon-masked man declares that he will announce the top performer of the second trial. He thinks about how to decide the top performer in this trial, since it was a team fight. At that moment, someone raises his hand. It is the tattooed guy. Yomga states that he can answer any question the demon-masked man asks. Everyone's attention turns to him, and the demon-masked man tells him to explain the verses written on the flagpole. The tattooed guy answers that it is a sword technique, then explains some details about it. The demon-masked man appreciates him, saying that he is remarkable for figuring out that much in the middle of all that chaos. The tattooed guy now feels prideful in front of Jiang. He thinks he is standing at the top of a wall, while Jiang is like an ant beneath him. Just as the demon-masked man is about to give him the silver insignia, someone raises his hand. This time it is Jiang. He states that it is not a sword technique, but a sword formation. Now everyone's attention shifts to Jiang. The tattooed guy is staggered after hearing that, and the demon-masked man asks Jiang to explain more. Jiang explains that it can be used when dozens of swordsmen form a technique together, and use it to defeat a strong enemy. After hearing this explanation, the tattooed guy feels as if Jiang has reached the sky, while he himself is still standing on top of a mere wall. The demon-masked man tests Jiang again by asking how many swordsmen are needed to perform this technique. Jiang answers that 8 to 32 people should be possible. Any more than that could make their paths overlap. The demon-masked man is truly impressed by Jiang, and laughs loudly. Then he presents the silver insignia to Jiang, declaring once again that Jiang is the top performer. Yomga becomes so furious that the veins on his face begin bulging. As the demon-masked man declares Jiang the top performer of this trial, Jiang thanks the blue spirit, since she was the one who helped him and explained the formation. Meanwhile, Yomga is gritting his teeth and biting his lips in frustration. The demon-masked man congratulates all 80 of them for successfully passing the second trial. With this, they are now intermediate rank warriors. Everyone's faces brighten after hearing that they are now intermediate warriors of the Heaven-Earth Association. Then the demon-masked man starts explaining the third trial, which is the Heaven-Earth 8 Inscriptions formation. This is the name of the formation written on the flagpoles. Since it is a sword formation created by the previous leader of the association, they need 8 swordsmen to activate it, and its maximum capacity is 32 people. So the third trial requires 8 people to demonstrate the sword formation as a group. Moreover, the group leader of each group will automatically pass the third trial regardless of the result. They will be given 1 day to rest in their lodgings. During that time, they must form a team and decide on their group leader. Furthermore, murder is not allowed from this point onward. As the demon-masked man leaves after explaining the third trial, he remembers something and says that from now on, the guards will unblock their inner energy. Everyone feels relieved after hearing that their inner energy will be unlocked. Meanwhile, Yomga grins, thinking that Jiang will be done once he gets his inner energy back. Now the scene shifts to the outskirts of the Heaven-Earth Association. Inside a courtesan house, Gachin is stressed because he still has not been able to find Jiang. On top of that, he has not even managed to infiltrate the Heaven-Earth Association. A few days earlier, Gachin tried to enter the Heaven-Earth Association by any means necessary, but the security was too tight for him. So he planned to bribe a guard and sneak inside. He explained to the guard that he wanted to start a relationship with the heroes of heaven and earth. By letting her in, she could marry a hero and start a new life. But the guard said it was impossible, because he could be killed if the higher-ups found out about this incident. Then he suggested a decent method for Gachin to enter the Heaven-Earth Association. Gachin needed to join a courtesan house called the Red Favor Pavilion, which was very famous in the Heaven-Earth Association and visited by many heroes. With Gachin's appearance, they would welcome her with open arms. That is how Gachin ended up in this situation. At that time, a person comes forward. It is the head of the courtesan house. Moreover, she looks like the first lady of Mock Sword Manor. She says Gachin does not need any makeup. With that face of hers, she could become a concubine so easily. Meanwhile, at the lodging, Ga has finished his lunch and is fully prepared to face Jiang because his inner energy has been unsealed. After being unsealed, he senses that Jiang is only a first-rate martial artist, while Ga himself is at early peak, so he believes he can easily overwhelm Jiang with his inner energy. Now he is on his way to subdue Jiang, but as he opens his door with confidence, Jiang is already standing in front of him. Jiang says, "Looks like we both had the same thought." Then he grabs Ga's face and closes the door from inside the room. Jiang pushes him into a corner, and Ga tries to resist. He feels his inner energy being sucked away. Then Jiang whispers that Ga is weaker than he thought. At that point, Jiang punches him in the face so hard that his nose starts bleeding. One onlooker becomes too frightened to even approach them. Jiang says he will take the tattooed guy into his team. Even though Ga is weaker than expected, since they both think alike, they will become great comrades. Everyone witnesses something in astonishment. Right in front of them is Ga in a complete mess. He's being dragged by Jiang down the staircase, his head bumping against every single step. The crowd starts whispering among themselves. How did Jiang manage to beat someone from Scarlet Death Valley? And not only that, he did it without receiving a single wound, which can only be considered an incredible feat. Now everyone begins wondering just who Jiang really is, especially since he became the top performer in both trials. Jiang wipes the blood from his chin and looks at Ga while pondering. Ga is much weaker than he expected, but the blue spirit explains that Ga is actually quite good. It is just that Jiang is a monster. She continues by saying that Jiang would not have sensed it clearly, since he became stronger in a unique way compared to others. Then to explain it in more detail, she starts telling Jiang about the martial realms. The lowest realm is third rate, above that is second rate, then first rate. Most martial artists cannot go beyond this level and remain there forever. Guard Cam was at this stage. However, those among them with greater martial prowess can break through the wall and reach new heights in the martial world. That stage is known as the peak realm. Within the peak realm, there are 3 levels: early peak, true peak, and finally ultimate peak. If 50% of people remain at first rate, then among the remaining 50%, 40% of martial artists stay within the peak realm. After cultivators gain enlightenment beyond the peak realm, they reach the transcendent stage, which is the next wall for martial artists. The Manor Master of Mock Sword Manor is at this realm. However, that Manor Master is only at the early stage, while those at the ultimate stage are far more powerful. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. The King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, is at the ultimate stage of the Transcendent Realm. Even the head of Corpse Blood Valley, the Demon Masked Man, is also at the ultimate stage of the Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm is only for the most talented martial artists. Normal cultivators could not even dream of fighting such people. They would run away just by hearing their names. Jiang then asks if there is a next stage after the Transcendent Realm. The Blue Spirit answers that there is indeed a stage beyond Transcendent. That realm is known as the Life and Death Realm. It is a realm of evolution where humans can split mountains and oceans. The 6 heavens of the martial world, who are considered the peak of the martial universe, are at this stage. Jiang nods, showing that he understood her explanation. The Blue Spirit explains that Ga is a true peak martial artist, while Jiang is an ultimate peak martial artist. And as she mentioned before, the difference between true peak and ultimate peak is overwhelming. That is why Jiang felt such an insane amount of superiority while fighting the tattooed guy. Yet the Blue Spirit advises Jiang not to let his guard down, because this is the Heaven-Earth Association. Now Jiang asks what level the Blue Spirit had reached in her previous life. The Blue Spirit does not respond for a moment, and when she finally does, she refuses to reveal anything about her past. As Jiang opens the door, he feels disappointed that the Blue Spirit is still holding back information about herself. Nevertheless, he does not think too deeply about it, since it is not that important to him right now. Instead, he begins his mission of recruiting talents. Slowly, Ga wakes up from unconsciousness, his nose already having bled a lot. When he opens his eyes, the first thing he sees is Jiang's monstrous yet innocent face. Jiang stands up after seeing that Ga has woken up, while Ga becomes frightened and crawls backward to get away from him. Ga blames Jiang, saying that he used an energy-dissipating poison on him. Jiang looks perplexed and asks what this energy-dissipating poison is. The Blue Spirit explains that it is a poison that scatters inner energy. So Ga must have mistaken it for the thought-shattering 8 techniques, which does not scatter energy but absorbs it. With a straight face, he reminds Ga about the offer he proposed earlier. Ga recalls the final moments before he was knocked out, when Jiang offered him a place on his team. Even though Ga is weak, he blames himself for getting involved with Jiang after realizing that Jiang is an unpredictable demon. Even though it hurts his pride to admit it, he grits his teeth and accepts that Jiang is stronger than him. Then he tells Jiang to get lost. Even if he were to die here, he would rather kill himself than work under someone else. Jiang is surprised by the tattooed guy's strong will. Jiang claps for his determination and unyielding spirit. Later, Ga gets up from his seat and leaves the room while badmouthing Jiang inwardly. Even the barbaric tattooed guy himself is too frightened to stay in the same room as Jiang, and most of his senses are warning him to leave as quickly as possible. But Jiang stops him from leaving by grabbing his shoulder. Jiang says, "Where are you going? Do you really think I would let you leave peacefully after you declined my offer?" Ga becomes terrified after hearing those words, and reminds Jiang that murder is forbidden in the association. but without listening to him, Jiang starts chanting. When he activates the spell, all the tattooed guy's nerves begin bulging from his body, and he feels intense pain. As he shivers from the pain and falls to his knees, he extends his hand, trying to pull that strange energy out of his body. Yet our bloodthirsty Jiang will not allow it, so he quickly punches Yeomga straight in the stomach, making him vomit inside the room. Jiang feels saddened because the tattooed guy refused his offer. So as punishment for committing this crime, Yeomga simply has to give up his body and die. The demonic monk uses its hands to possess the tattooed guy completely, while Jiang smiles eerily at him as he dies cruelly. But at that moment, someone knocks on the door. Jiang's eyes widen. As he turns his head to the left, the demonic monk quickly possesses Yeomga without any delay. Jiang then asks who is behind the door. A lady's voice answers, "I am Moharang of the Moa house." Jiang remembers her from the second trial, so he instantly looks at the demonic monk to check whether he has finished taking over Yeomga's body. The demonic monk sets his nose straight and fixes all the muscles to make sure he looks perfectly fine. Then he nods at Jiang, telling him he is ready. Jiang invites Moharang into the room. When she enters, she quickly realizes that something is wrong. Jiang explains that the tattooed guy willingly joined his group, but Moharang denies it, saying that is a bluff. She is certain that this is not Yeomga but someone else. Jiang now remembers what Jayu Soa said that day. Then he grins menacingly at Moharang after realizing that she can see evil spirits. The moment she sees that smile, a chill runs down her spine. She takes a fighting stance against Jiang, while Jiang starts chanting and pulls out a doll from his clothing. Moharang flinches at the sudden wave of energy that appears inside the room, and Jayu Soa's chains immediately target her. Moharang deflects them with her dagger right away. Jiang has no intention of backing down because Moharang already knows too much about him. She needs to be silenced. With a horrified expression, she hurls her daggers at Jiang. At that moment, Jayu Soha requests Jiang to give her Moharang's body to possess, but the blue spirit interrupts her. Jayu Soha said she was a man, yet now she is requesting to possess a woman's body. Jayu Soha mutters that for some unknown reason she needs Moharang's body. Then Moharang proposes that she is not here to fight Jiang. Jiang demands an explanation for those words so that he can trust her. Moharang explains that she came here to check the unique power she saw from Jiang during the second trial. Jiang says that if this is her reason for invading his business, then she needs to pay quite an expensive price. Sweat pours down Moharang's cheek. While conversing with Jiang, she smiles uneasily and agrees to pay whatever price he demands. Jiang is stunned after hearing those words from her. She continues, saying that she needs Jiang's power to finish her task. Jiang asks why she needs his power. But without answering his question, Moharang offers her body to Jiang so that Jayu Soha can possess her. In return, she wants to use Jayu Soha's power. Jiang scratches his head in surprise and whispers to himself. Moharang can also hear Jayu Soha's voice, and the spirit confirms it. Even though Moharang can see and hear Jayu Soha, she cannot identify the blue spirit's aura. That means Moharang has indeed opened her spiritual eyes, but they are not comparable to Jiang's ghost eyes, which can even discern the very nature of the other side. Jiang now recalls the teaching of the shaman Zhou Evagong. The greatest innate talent of a shaman is the eye. Jiang smiles eerily and declares that if Moharang wants his power in exchange for her body, then he can simply use brute force and take her down. So why should he make a deal with her? Moharang slashes her dagger through the air and realizes that Jiang cannot be convinced with words. With a cold expression, she tells him that he is underestimating her too much. The blue spirit recommends that Jiang stand still without moving an inch. Jiang is confused by this and moves just a little. In that instant, his cheek is cut by an unseen object. Moharang now speaks with an attitude befitting a main character. "I can kill you whenever I decide to. Right now, you're just a plaything in my hand." Jiang understands what happened. When she threw the daggers earlier, she attached strings to them and attacked him. The blue spirit reveals that she had been wondering about those strings for a while, as if they were familiar to her. Now she understands that Moharang might be a descendant of the murderous king. As Jiang taps the string and speaks the murderous king's name aloud, Moharang becomes flabbergasted that Jiang knows about him. Now she becomes interested in Jiang and wants to know how he knows about the murderous king. The blue spirit helps Jiang by giving him information about the murderous king. After seeing the art of the shadow-flying daggers, one could only think of the murderous king himself. Jiang repeats the exact words the blue spirit spoke, and Moharang is unable to believe it. The murderous king is the founder of Moharang's sect, and these martial arts are exclusive to her sect. The murderous king ruled over the martial world about 150 years ago. Moharang now realizes that the situation has flipped upside down. Then she even dares to warn Jiang that if he does not divulge everything he knows, she will torture him to death. After hearing the words of a mere side character who thought she had the upper hand just because Jiang was not moving, Jiang lifts his leg and stomps on the wooden floor so hard that the ground beneath them is crushed, and all of her strings fall apart. Jiang rushes toward her because playtime is over. Moharang is startled for a moment, but then she tosses the remaining daggers at Jiang. Yet Jiang dodges them without even blinking, and uses his claw to take her down. She jumps away using the door as support, and now she points her last dagger at the back of Jiang's neck. But she forgets one thing: Jiang is an unpredictable psycho, as he looks at her with crimson-colored eyes. He grabs the dagger with his teeth. Then Jiang catches her neck and forcefully slams her against the door, releasing the dagger from his mouth. That dagger is also attached with strings. Jiang is amazed that he did not recognize the string tied around his neck. As Mo Harang controls the string with her hands, she once again warns Jiang not to underestimate her. If I put in a little more strength, I will slice off your head. Jiang, with a calm attitude, uses his demonic energy to cut the string effortlessly. Mo Harang is taken aback by Jiang's continuous surprises. Then Jiang strikes her stomach with all his might, and she falls to her knees from the pain. Now Jiang sits down and grabs her mouth, telling her that she passed the recruitment test. He originally thought of giving her body to Jiao Soha, however, he has changed his mind. He will use Mo Harang instead. As he wipes the blood from his cheek, he thrusts that finger into Mo Harang's mouth. That blood contains the deadly poison inside his body. Mo Harang's eyes instantly react to the dangerous poison. She immediately attempts to remove it by circulating her inner energy, but it does not work. Jiang kicks Mo Harang like a dog and commands her that all he needs from her is obedience. Then he will consider lending his powers to her. As saliva drips from her mouth, she says that Jiang did not need to go this far just to show his might. Jiang replies, I do not particularly trust anyone you see, and did you not say it yourself that you would pay whatever price to have my powers? He smiles like a predator as he says those words. Mo Harang's thoughts wander back to a memory from her past. Her father's voice is clear and serious. He once told her about a dark nature that only a few people in the world are born with. It is rare, maybe 1 in every million. This nature cannot be learned. It is something someone is born with. Those born with that nature live for death and destruction. They find meaning in chaos, joy in suffering, and pleasure in ending lives. It is, as her father once said, the strongest quality an assassin can possess. The ability to kill without hesitation, and to enjoy every second of it. People like that feel nothing after killing, no guilt, no fear, only pure, twisted satisfaction. That kind of person is called a killing star. Her father gave her a clear warning. If you ever meet someone like that, stay away, cut all ties with them, do not ever get involved. They are not just dangerous, they are danger itself. And now she is kneeling right in front of such a monster. The moment Jiang steps forward, the air grows heavy. His presence alone makes her heart race. It is not anger she feels from him, it is something far more violent, like a raging storm barely being held back. A monstrous force waiting to be unleashed. His eyes are cold, yet something terrifying burns inside them. A dark, powerful energy pours out of him. Every breath he takes feels like a threat. This is the one her father warned her about. He's not just a killing star, he is the killing star itself. As Jiang walks up the staircase with a serious expression, everyone nearby watches in complete shock. Behind him are the tattooed guy and Mo Harang. The crowd cannot believe their eyes. 2 of the 4 biggest powerhouses are backing a single person. Jiang walks forward like a leader, with an emperor-like aura surrounding him. Mok Yuchen watches Jiang from the sidelines. After Jiang passes right in front of him, he closes the door. Then he recalls the events of the second trial, where Jiang did not seem human to him at all. He clenches his fist tightly, feeling the inferiority Jiang gave him that day. From Mok Yuchen's memories, Jiang might have hated him a lot, but he was never this evil. Nevertheless, Mok Yuchen does not care about that now, and starts practicing his martial arts by punching the air. He is fixated on taking down Jiang, even if it means reaching the top of the world. He thought he was the only true peak martial artist among the Heaven-Earth Association trainees. But after everyone had their inner energy unsealed, he realized the world is vast, and he should not be careless. It is at this moment that a man at the door speaks. He says he thought it was just his hunch, but the martial arts Mok Yuchen is displaying right now absolutely belong to Mok Sword Manor. Mok Yuchen is shocked that someone has been spying on him without his knowledge, yet he was unable to sense that person's presence. Mok Yuchen shouts the participant's name, Ma Sang. Ma Sang recognizes Mok Yuchen from Mok Sword Manor, so he interrogates him, asking why Mok Yuchen is participating in the Corpse Blood Valley, because the Corpse Blood Valley is not meant for Orthodox members. That could only mean one of 2 things. Either Mok Yuchen has betrayed the Orthodox faction or he is working for them as a spy. Mok Yuchen thinks back to the trials. Ma Sang was the first person to recruit him into his group, and Ma Sang was a comrade who stood with him through life and death during the second trial, so Mok Yuchen is confused. If Ma Sang is from the Heaven-Earth Association, how does he know the martial arts of the Orthodox faction? Mok Yuchen questions how Ma Sang knows about Mok Sword Manor's martial arts. Ma Sang avoids the question by saying that it is not important right now. What matters to him is why Mok Yuchen is participating here. He guesses that Mok Sword Manor may have betrayed the Orthodox faction and joined hands with the Heaven-Earth Association. But Mok Yuchen raises his voice and denies Ma Sang's suspicion. Ma Sang becomes even more suspicious. After all, what other purpose is there for participating in the trials if not to become an executive of the Heaven-Earth Association? With a doubtful expression, Mok Yuchen asks what Ma Sang means by becoming an executive. Ma Sang stops walking and tells Mok Yuchen not to act like a fool. Everyone knows that the top participants of the Corpse Blood Valley will have a chance to become disciples of the 3 sovereigns or the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association. The moment those words reach Mok Yuchen's ears, he freezes. Now he slowly starts putting all the pieces together. He falls onto the bed after finally understanding why Ma Sang is furious at him. Now he realizes why everyone is putting their life on the line for what he thought was just a simple test. All that misery, all that death, and everything else was for the sake of winning these trials, because it could give them a chance to elevate their social status. After all, becoming the disciple of an executive in the Heaven-Earth Association would make someone capable of swaying the Murim in the future. Mok Yuchun covers his face in disbelief. He always thought of becoming the greatest martial artist and walking the righteous path, but now there is no way for him to escape the Heaven-Earth Association, and he cannot even understand where his fate is leading him. Ma Sang can figure it out. Mok Yuchun truly did not know about the Corpse Blood Valley, but that does not change the fact that Mok Yuchun is still staying inside the Heaven-Earth Association. Mok Yuchun claims that he is being held here as a captive. Ma Sang cannot understand why Mok Yuchun was sent to the Corpse Blood Valley if he is a hostage. Mok Yuchun responds that even he does not know the reason. After hearing Mok Yuchun's side of the story, Ma Sang moves near the door to check if someone is eavesdropping on them. After confirming there is no one there, he reveals that he is a spy from the Orthodox faction's Murim Alliance, and a member of a group called the Hidden Force. The Murim Alliance is one of the pillars of the Orthodox faction, and together with the Heaven-Earth Association and the Unorthodox Alliance, it divides the world into three. Within the Murim Alliance, there are four key organizations. The one said to handle secrets and assassinations is the Hidden Force. However, since the Murim Alliance aims to pursue the path of the Orthodox, it has always denied the existence of the Hidden Force to the outside world, turning it into nothing more than a rumor. Mok Yuchun asks if it is really okay for Ma Sang to reveal all this information to him. Ma Sang answers that the situation is dire, so they are searching for manpower. Mok Yuchun asks what this dire situation is. Ma Sang sits down on the chair and reveals that a total of 15 members were dispatched for this mission to successfully infiltrate the Corpse Blood Valley. Luckily, all 15 members infiltrated without making any mistakes. However, 11 of the infiltrators died during the second trial. That was far more unexpected, especially since all of them had passed the first trial. So now Ma Sang has no choice but to request help from Mok Yuchun. Mok Yuchun asks if the Chimorio was the reason 11 of his teammates died. Ma Sang agrees, but says it was not 11. Only 2 died because of the Chimorio. Ma Sang grits his teeth and says that 9 members were killed by Jiang. They never expected a variable like Jiang, someone far more monstrous and evil than anything they imagined. Even the Unorthodox Alliance does not have such cruel members like him. Mok Yuchun sighs in embarrassment since Jiang is his half-brother. At first, Ma Sang thought Mok Yuchun was on the same side as Jiang since both of them came from the same clan. But after seeing Jiang's actions, especially how he made Yomga's team and Mok Yuchun's team fight to the death, Ma Sang realized the brothers were not on the same side. Even so, Ma Sang lets Mok Yuchun know about Jiang because they are brothers. He says Jiang will be executed here in the valley, since Jiang has allied himself with the Heaven-Earth Association and caused the deaths of 9 members. Mok Yuchun becomes curious and concerned about what will happen to Jiang. With a serious expression, Ma Sang makes a heartfelt request for Mok Yuchun to join them in this mission, because the number of people eliminated is far greater than they expected. Moreover, they have a plan to execute Jiang. Mok Yuchun yells that Jiang is a lunatic they cannot handle, yet Ma Sang smirks at him and explains that they are the Hidden Force from the Murim Alliance. During the second trial, they let their guard down, but now that they know Jiang's character, Jiang is nothing more than a puny puppet to them. Ma Sang crosses his arms and says that there is a lunatic on their side too. At that moment, a girl in a pink kimono walks through the hallway, while every man stares at her with lust-filled eyes. As she stands in front of the door, it is revealed that she belongs to the 4th Division of the Hidden Force. That 4th Division is known by another name: the Monsters. They are called that not because of personal strength alone, but because everyone in that group possesses an innate ability. As for the girl who just opened the door, she possesses a body incapable of feeling pain because of countless modifications and experiments. Because of that, she developed a strange personality. She finds pleasure in the ecstasy and pain of others. Jiang asks who she is, and she replies that she needs to have a conversation with him. Then she slowly opens her kimono, revealing her cleavage, before becoming completely naked. Her name is Nuang. She clarifies that she wants to have a conversation with their bodies, but there is no lust in Jiang's eyes. No excitement at the thought of mating with this woman can be seen at all. He only says that her body looks quite good. That is it, no emotion, just like a Sigma male. Now Jiang and Jiao Soha are looking intensely at someone. It is the new girl who had just entered the room in order to seduce Jiang. But now one of her eyes is bruised after getting punched, and she is lying naked on the bed. Jiang covers her with a blanket, and Jiao Soha questions why such a girl came here all of a sudden. To this, Jiang replies that even he is wondering the same thing. So he simply subdued her since she stripped naked and charged at him right away. The blue spirit responds that this seductive girl clearly came here to mate with Jiang, and there is no other explanation for it. Jiang denies that and wonders if there is something more behind it. As Jiang ponders how to make the seductive girl confess the real reason she came here, he prepares to wake her up and torture her until she reveals her identity. However, after hearing Jiang's plan, Jiao Soha points at herself with a bright expression, as if saying that she will investigate for him. Jiang accepts it. Then with wide gleaming eyes and a twisted grin, Jiao Soha clasps her hands together in excitement, radiating pure crazy joy like she's about to cause chaos. Meanwhile, two people are hurriedly running in a certain direction. They are Yuchun and Ma Sang, while Yuchun keeps imagining Jiang. A few moments before this situation, Yuchun was on his knees, begging Ma Sang with his head pressed against the ground. He asked Ma Sang to forgive Jiang just this once for all the crimes he had committed. Yuchun says that even he himself did not like Jiang much, but that does not change the fact that they share brotherhood from Mock Sword Manor, so Yuchun cannot just watch his fellow brother become completely incapacitated. Ma Sang scratches his head in irritation, but what can he do when Yuchun is begging him this desperately, so he decides that he will try his best to convince Jiang. Then Ma Sang rises from his chair and accepts Yuchun's request. He urges Yuchun to move quickly and stop the seductive girl before it is too late. Yuchun thanks Ma Sang for agreeing to his proposal. Ma Sang then opens the door and says that although he does not like Jiang, he is only considering this sudden change of plans because Yuchun is the one who requested it. So he will give Yuchun only one chance to convince Jiang. Now back in the present, Yuchun is running seriously toward Jiang's room. Even after Jiang's demonstration in the second trial, Yuchun still believes Jiang is also someone from the Orthodox faction, so he concludes that Jiang will return to him if he can convince him. However, there is a huge crowd in front of them, and all the people are watching something curiously. Both Yuchun and Ma Sang speculate that someone is being dragged across the ground. Then tension fills Ma Sang's eyes after he recognizes something in that scene. Yuchun looks at Ma Sang, wanting to know what he has figured out. Ma Sang reveals that the people being dragged on the ground and beaten up are none other than agents of the Orthodox faction. Both Yuchun and Ma Sang are terrified by that surprise. They are still in shock, unable to understand how the Heaven-Earth Association figured out every member so precisely. Then a warrior of the association appreciates Jiang for helping them find the spies among them. Yuchun's eyes widen in bewilderment after learning that Jiang is the one who helped the unorthodox faction discover the orthodox faction spies. 15 minutes earlier, Jiang was carefully listening to the assassin. She was leaking information from the seductive girl by possessing her and reading her memories. Jiayu informs Jiang that there are still 4 more spies left in the association, including the girl here. The Blue Spirit says this is plain stupidity for spies to share information with each other. Jiang agrees with the Blue Spirit, but this is his first time hearing about all this orthodox and unorthodox stuff. Now he understands that people are split into 2 factions depending on their values, and they have become hostile toward each other. The Blue Spirit clarifies that everyone has their own values in life, so both factions have evil people and righteous people within them. In conclusion, people simply risk their lives for what they believe is right. Jiang now understands what the Blue Spirit means. As Jiayu gets dressed again, she briefly says that even during her time, there were bothersome people like this. However, that is not important right now. Jiayu asks what Jiang will do now, since he has discovered that the spies from the Hidden Force are hostile toward him because he is an eyesore to them. Then Jiayu asks if she needs to take care of them one by one since they are targeting Jiang. Jiang thinks for a moment, then chuckles and says there is no need for them to go through all that hassle. He opens the door and heads somewhere because a crazy idea just popped into his mind. Now back in the present, the warrior is applauding Jiang for making such a great contribution to the Heaven-Earth Association, saying that he will be rewarded handsomely for this. Jiang had planned to reveal the information about the Hidden Force to the association itself. After all, why should he personally take care of such a bothersome problem? Therefore, he leaked the information to the association warriors so he could earn merit from this contribution and eliminate the obstacles at the same time. In other words, he is getting 2 birds with 1 stone. As the seductive girl stands beside Jiang, she sees Ma Sang from afar, who is witnessing everything. Then Jiayu points her finger at Ma Sang and declares that he is also from the Hidden Force. Ma Sang is startled to see that the one exposing him is an agent from the Hidden Force itself. He immediately turns around and runs away, cursing his fate. The warrior orders the low-ranking warriors to quickly catch that traitor, and they rush after Ma Sang. Yuchun stands in the middle of all this in disbelief. Then, when he sees Jiang in front of him, smiling back at him, his nerves slowly begin bulging little by little because of what Jiang has just done. So he grabs Jiang's shoulder and says they need to talk. He quickly raises his voice and says that Jiang has just betrayed the Orthodox faction. But Jiang, with a confident smile, says that Yuchun is simply naive to believe all that. Then he asks if Yuchun wants to be treated like a spy and dragged away by the association. Yuchun yells at Jiang, demanding to know what he means by that. Jiang sharpens his eyes and reveals that the head of Corpse Blood Valley, the demon-masked man, had already known about their existence from the beginning. The Hidden Force was simply deluding itself into believing it had successfully infiltrated without getting caught. After listening to Jiang's theory, Yuchun stares at him in denial. Jiang tells Yuchun that when he learned about the existence of the spies, his mind went back to the moment the second trial ended. During the selection process, he saw the demon-masked man monitoring the spies, but at that time he did not know the reason behind it. Then chills run down Yuchun's spine after he realizes the truth. Jiang advises Yuchun that since both of them are from Mock Sword Manor, if Yuchun acts foolishly like this every time, Mock Manor will also be in danger. On top of that, his own survival rate will only decrease with that kind of mindset. Then as Jiang leaves the place and Jiayu mocks Yuchun, Yuchun clenches his fist and asks if Jiang knows the purpose behind the Corpse Blood Valley trials. Jiang turns back and informs Yuchun that he does not care about stuff like that, making Yuchun speechless. Jiayu then suggests that Jiang eliminate Yuchun together with Ma Sang, but Jiang believes this is not the right time. Because both of them are from Mok Manor, if Jiang is the one to eliminate Yuchen, it will only raise suspicion from others, so he lets him stay alive for the time being. Then a warrior approaches Jiang and calls out to him. He tells Jiang that the head of Corpse Blood Valley, the demon-masked man, is calling for him. Jiang flinches at the sudden summons. In a manner, someone's half-face can be seen in the mirror. It looks as though that face had been burned for some reason. At that moment, a guard outside the room notifies him that Jiang has arrived. The man with the burned face is none other than the demon-masked man. He puts his mask back on and orders the guard outside to send Jiang into the room. As Jiang walks inside, the demon-masked man places a cup of tea on the table and tells Jiang to take a seat. With an extraordinary aura radiating from him, he seeks to have a brief talk. As Jiang takes a seat, the demon-masked man begins his questioning. He asks whether Jiang and Yuchen came to the Heaven-Earth Association from Mok Manor as captives. Jiang accepts that what the demon-masked man said is correct, and in an instant, a sword is already near Jiang's throat. The demon-masked man cannot understand Jiang's strange actions. If Jiang was forcibly taken by the Heaven-Earth Association, then he should naturally show hostility toward them. Besides, if he knew about the spies and truly belonged to the Orthodox faction, it would be natural for him to remain silent. So the demon-masked man is perplexed as to why Jiang informed them about the spies, since that can only be considered a loss for Jiang. With his eyes radiating bright orange energy, he tells Jiang to give a convincing answer, since Jiang's fate is in his hands right now. As Jiang looks at the sword, even he has to acknowledge that it is quite fast. Moreover, there is heat being released from the blade. Now he realizes why the blue spirit told him that he still has a long way to go. As Jiang ponders what he should do in this strange situation, he senses something from the demon-masked man and remains silent without responding. The blue spirit recognizes the sword in the demon-masked man's hand, so she instantly recommends that Jiang repeat the words exactly as she whispers them, because this situation can be resolved better than they imagine. The demon-masked man urges Jiang to speak quickly, because his patience is running thin. Then, as the blue spirit whispers to him, Jiang repeats her words. Is the Li clan capable of controlling the energy of the fiery dawn? After hearing those words from Jiang, the demon-masked man is startled for a moment. His body slowly starts trembling as he questions how Jiang knows that information. Then Jiang rises from his seat, as if the situation is now under his control. With boldness in his eyes, he asks if the demon-masked man is referring to the Crimson Flame sword technique. At the same time, the flames rising from the sword grow even stronger. The demon-masked man begins thinking. Information about the Crimson Flame sword technique is exclusive to only 4 people in the entire association, including himself and the association leader. So he is utterly confused as to how someone who is not even from the association knows this information. He concludes that the association leader might have lied to him and sent Jiang here under the identity of a hostage in order to test him. Then the demon-masked man finds himself thinking about the words of the association leader. Swear allegiance throughout the 4 generations. Only then shall the Li clan be permitted the title of king once again. The demon-masked man tightens his fist in rage, thinking that he has already proved himself to the leader by working diligently. Jiang continues speaking. The Li clan should have received the title of the 5 kings by now, so he asks why neither the demon-masked man nor his family has ended up as anything more than a mere valley head. With eyes colored in red, the demon-masked man questions whether the association leader sent Jiang here. But without replying to his question, Jiang tells him that he should answer Jiang's questions first. Yet the demon-masked man does not answer either. Instead, he raises his voice at Jiang and demands that he confess the truth right now. Then his eyes fly open. As Jiang closes his own eyes and takes a sword stance with a sword finger. A sword finger means the 2 fingers he is displaying. And this sword stance is the same one Jiang showed to the King of Brilliance at Mok Manor. Then Jiang starts demonstrating the sword technique without a sword. At the end of the technique, he launches his sword finger toward the demon-masked man. The air blows with great force, and the demon-masked man can sense the energy and technique Jiang is illustrating without saying a word. Moreover, the trajectory of the sword finger is aimed exactly at the 8 major meridians of his body. The technique is flawless and precise. Even though what Jiang shows him right now is only a mental image, the demon-masked man can feel the pressure as if it were real. The demon-masked man jumps back, and crimson-colored energy begins swirling around Jiang as a moon appears behind him. The demon-masked man recognizes the technique as the sword scripture of the moon vein. Jiang smiles at him once the demon-masked man recognizes the sword technique, and he continues repeating what the blue spirit tells him. Then he identifies the demon-masked man as the grandson of Li Huamun. The demon-masked man remembers the words of his grandfather. Do not dislike her too much. My lady, the one I served for most of my life, is not the wicked traitor you think she is. When the demon-masked man was still a child, he once asked his grandfather whether their Li clan was truly a clan of traitors. His grandfather, Li Huamun, responded by asking if he was asking that because of the injuries on his face. At the time, the demon-masked man was an early teenager with bruises all over his face and blood running from his nose. He remained silent, because this sort of thing happened to him every now and then. While attending the martial academy of the association, he was subjected to all kinds of bullying, with his peers insulting his clan and calling them traitors. He was furious, because the consequence of his grandfather swearing loyalty to the moon vein had led him to this point. His grandfather encouraged him to remain loyal no matter the outcome, saying it was only right for a retainer to trust their lord until the end. However, the demon-masked man could not understand his grandfather's intentions, because he was the one being tormented by a burden that would never end. So he questioned his grandfather. They could simply swear eternal allegiance to the current association leader and make things better. Yet his grandfather shook his head. The demon-masked man became frustrated, realizing he could not convince his grandfather. As tears started flowing from his eyes, he yelled at his grandfather, saying that because of the lord his grandfather chose, their clan was being labeled as traitors. Furthermore, it was because of that lord that his grandfather had been relegated to a valley head despite coming from one of the top 10 sects. He could no longer endure the bullying and torture he experienced every day. So he chose to run away from home, saying he was not someone who would continue to stay loyal like his grandfather. Without listening to what his grandfather was trying to say, he ran away. As he ran, he became enraged by the fact that they had to receive the sin for something a woman had done. From that day onward, he began cultivating martial arts by training relentlessly near waterfalls every day. Besides, he did not speak to his grandfather from that day onward. Not even once. Instead, he gritted his teeth and trained his body to the limit. Like that, the fruits of his labor finally began to show. He became the first person in his family to reach 5 stars before reaching the age of 20. He clenched his fist joyfully after seeing what he achieved through 4 years of hard work by practicing the Crimson Sword technique. Not even a single person in his clan had ever completed the Crimson Sword technique. Even his grandfather had stopped at 8 stars, however he was certain that he could go beyond 8 stars. 9 stars and 10 stars might even become possible dreams. Nevertheless, that greed became poison to him. His grandfather had once warned him not to challenge the 6th star unless he had completely mastered the 5th star. Then the demon-masked man's body began burning in intense flames and he screamed in pain. He was being punished for his impatience. Not even a single guard tried to risk their life by approaching him. The technique he used to develop the Crimson Sword technique was called the Guiding Flame Art. Once the Guiding Flame Art is mastered, the user becomes stronger and stronger. But if the user is powerless to control it, it will burn their own flesh as well. The demon-masked man understood that his end was near and thought he was going to die that day. That was when the flames started to leave his body. But what was surprising was that they were not being blown away. Rather, they were being absorbed by his grandfather. As he looked at his grandfather, he realized that even his grandfather was not capable of controlling the flames of the Guiding Flame Art. So he guessed what might happen if his grandfather absorbed them completely. He shouted at his grandfather to give the flames back, because he did not want to see his grandfather suffer so much because of his mistake. He screamed in agony because this was his first reunion with his grandfather after 4 years. He had not spoken even a single word to him during those 4 years, but now it had turned out like this. As he reached toward his grandfather signaled him with his palm to stop. Even at that moment, his grandfather did not speak a word. He simply stood there in silence as he was engulfed in flames. Yet the love, affection, and sorrow of being unable to speak with his grandson could be seen in his eyes. Tears flowed down the demon-masked man's eyes like a waterfall. He burst into rage and anguish after losing his grandfather. And just like that, his grandfather was completely burned by the flames. The demon-masked man cried for half the day while he was being treated, only stopping when he lost consciousness from exhaustion. Afterward, his grandfather's funeral came, and the demon-masked man confessed to his father that his grandfather's death was caused by his incompetent grandson. So he begged his father to punish him. Yet no one in the clan blamed him for his fault. Afterward, his father handed him a letter written by his grandfather. It was a poem his grandfather had left for him. As the demon-masked man opened the letter and read through its contents, the poem described the appearance of his lord, the Blue Spirit. Ah, as I look at her dark cloak, I remember the days when I followed her back. No matter how the times change, how could I ever forget those years, even if they may have been a dream? The demon-masked man became deeply unsettled by what he had done to his grandfather, whose body was right in front of him. He remembered all the events connected to his grandfather's loyalty. Even during his grandfather's dying moments, the demon-masked man had mocked his will and devotion. That was when he decided on something so that his grandfather's soul could rest in peace. He took hold of the red demon mask and accepted his grandfather's will in order to reclaim the honor he once lost. Even if it took him years to persevere, or even if it left a horrible brand on himself, he would put on a mask, deceive everyone, and wait for the day he would meet the lord his grandfather had mentioned. As the flashback ends, the demon-masked man can identify the moon vein sword art, since he had heard about it countless times from his grandfather. Now he asks Jiang how he knows the martial arts of his lord. Raising his sword even higher, he tells Jiang to reveal his real identity. The technique Jiang displayed should have ended a long time ago, since all the techniques were written in a book and completely sealed. Moreover, no one was able to touch that book, and later on it was lost from the Heaven-Earth Association. So with an angry tone, the demon-masked man tells Jiang to disclose the truth. Then Jiang raises his sword finger and says, "Better to see something once than to hear about it 100 times." So see her for yourself. Then grasping the doll, he chants the spell and releases the blue spirit from inside it. Surrounded by swirling wind and blazing energy, the demon-masked man's eyes widen in shock. His grandfather always spoke of the blue spirit until the demon-masked man grew tired of hearing about her. So he recognizes her right away from the pipe she is holding and her peerless beauty, which is beyond comparison. Without hesitating, he removes his mask and falls to his knees, introducing himself as Lee Geom, the clan head of the Lee clan. Lee Geom greets his lord, the master of the moon vein. The blue spirit is happy to see that they still uphold their loyalty even to this day. She had faith that the bloodline of the Lee clan would surely remain loyal to her, and now she proudly boasts about her loyal people. Jiang, feeling uneasy, cannot believe that the blue spirit still trusts humans even after becoming a vengeful spirit. To him, that kind of faith is nothing but foolishness. However, what catches his eye is not the blue spirit's foolishness, but the demon-masked man's loyalty. His family has remained loyal to her for over 100 years, and here Jiang was expecting to see the blue spirit's disappointment. Nonetheless, our protagonist's mind is on a whole different level. In that short moment, he comes up with a plan. He keeps his hand inside his kimono and pulls out the doll. The blue spirit commands the demon-masked man to raise his head. But before she can even finish her sentence, Jiang begins chanting the spell from the side to bind her back into the doll. Then a strange energy pulls her over. When she turns her head toward Jiang, he has already sealed her completely back inside the doll. Only then does the demon-masked man raise his head. From inside the doll, the blue spirit screams at Jiang to let her out. While the demon-masked man questions where she disappeared to all of a sudden, Jiang replies that just like the demon-masked man's lord is right now, she is with him. At that moment, the demon-masked man requests Jiang to let him see her once more, because he has many more questions to ask. Jiang states that the blue spirit is right in front of him. Both the demon-masked man and the blue spirit are stunned after hearing Jiang's response. Then Jiang sits down and pours himself a cup of tea. After that, he clarifies that the blue spirit has possessed him while he drinks the tea. Now the demon-masked man understands what Jiang meant by saying she is right in front of him. He believes that it is not Jiang drinking the tea, but the blue spirit herself. Jiang thinks to himself that even if the blue spirit completely trusts the demon-masked man, he still cannot trust him. So he plans to put the demon-masked man under control by making him believe that Jiang has been possessed by the blue spirit. Jiang smiles eerily because now he can take the loyalty of the Li clan, which has transcended generations, all for himself. Later, he hands a paper to the demon-masked man. The demon-masked man trembles after realizing what is written on it. It is the completed technique of the guiding flame art. He remembers his grandfather's words that both his grandfather and the blue spirit invented the guiding flame art together. But before they could finish the technique, a tragedy occurred and she lost her life. As the demon-masked man reads the contents of the paper, he becomes overjoyed because the long-held aspiration of his clan is now right in his hands. The demon-masked man begins flattering the blue spirit for completing the technique, saying that he never could have imagined a method like this. Meanwhile, the blue spirit whines about the hassle she had to go through in order to complete the technique. Furthermore, she only deciphered the method after opening her ghost eye. Then she reprimands Jiang for revealing everything about the promises and their techniques while telling the demon-masked man about the Li clan. Thanks to that, the demon-masked man will end up trusting Jiang even more because of what he revealed. As the demon-masked man finishes reading the technique, he notices that not all of it has been written down. Jiang agrees with him. The demon-masked man asks why he did that, and Jiang reveals that even if he were to write down the complete technique, the demon-masked man needs to be careful. Then Jiang joins his hands and explains that the demon-masked man suffered greatly because of his hurry to restore his clan. So Jiang sympathizes with him, saying that if he were to provide the complete technique right away, the demon-masked man might suffer the same fate once again. The demon-masked man becomes deeply moved. After listening to his lord's graceful words, he instantly falls to his knees and presses his head to the ground, stating that he did not kneel because of the technique alone. He says that even though the blue spirit died so long ago, she's still striving to fulfill the aspirations of their Li clan. So he once again swears his loyalty to the master of the moon vein. Jiang watches the demon-masked man in silence, completely speechless. The blue spirit now tells Jiang that he can stop being suspicious and trust the Li clan. She had already understood that Jiang was suspecting the demon-masked man, but she tells him that she believes in the demon-masked man the most. Furthermore, because of what Jiang just did, she decides not to reveal any information or give him any advice related to the Li clan from now on. Then the demon-masked man raises his head a little and seeks an answer to something. Jiang asks what he wants to know. The demon-masked man questions Jiang about the events related to the Great Battle of Huining. Jiang is baffled by this battle, and the demon-masked man further explains that his grandfather was branded as a traitor over 100 years ago because of that so-called Great Battle. Because of that, his grandfather was never able to escape the humiliation. For that reason, the demon-masked man wants to hear the truth about that day. After hearing those words, Jiang looks at the blue spirit for an answer, but she simply tells him to look away from her because he is the one who sealed her back inside the doll. Then she speaks confidently, saying that even if Jiang had not sealed her in the doll, she still would not have revealed anything about her past to him. So the only option for Jiang right now is to unseal her. Yet she forgot who the protagonist of this story is. Jiang sits like a king and asks the demon-masked man how he knows about the story. He says he only wants to hear how other people learned about the great battle. The blue spirit becomes completely flabbergasted by Jiang's intelligent way of turning the situation around. Meanwhile, the demon masked man apologizes to Jiang since he is uncertain whether Jiang might be taken aback by the story he heard. But Jiang insists that the demon-masked man reveal the truth he knows. The blue spirit yells at Jiang to stop playing games with her, but Jiang only smiles faintly at her, as if telling her that she should have simply advised him about the great battle when he asked. Now she raises her voice and punches the air in frustration, telling Jiang to stop this nonsense. But Jiang simply mutes her by pushing the doll inside his kimono. Jiang is intrigued by the blue spirit's past, so he is willing to do anything just to hear about the tragedy that happened more than 100 years ago, and the hatred she holds toward one of the 3 greatest organizations in Murim, the Heaven-Earth Association. Even the King of Brilliance is seeking her martial arts, which have long been extinct. And Jiang also wants to know why she became a vengeful spirit, with her heart ripped out of her chest by someone who looked like a king. The blue spirit shouts at Jiang, saying she will break the doll using her spirit powers if he does not stop immediately. The doll begins to crack. But at that moment, both the demon-masked man and Jiang sense a terrifyingly strong energy. They both look outside the window, where strange energy is coming from somewhere beyond it. The blue spirit is confused as she looks at the demon-masked man and Jiang, wondering why they are staring outside without saying anything. The demon-masked man rises and walks toward the window. As he looks outside, he figures out that the energy is coming from beyond the perimeter, somewhere in the forest. Jiang also rises from his seat and informs the demon-masked man that he will be leaving first, in order to do something only he can accomplish. In the forest, a massive amount of strange energy is spreading everywhere, reaching all the way into the sky. And as we look closer, Jayu Soha is being suppressed on the ground. Then a person steps forward with his staff. This old shaman is Zhou Evagong's master, and he is expressing his happiness once again after discovering his divine spirit insect and poison art. 30 minutes before this situation, a carriage is heading somewhere. When the driver sees the old shaman blocking the path, he immediately recognizes him and quickly halts the carriage. Then he gets down and pays his respects to both seniors from the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. The old shaman asks where the carriage is heading, and the driver responds that they have caught a spy from the Orthodox Alliance, so he was tasked with transporting the spy. At that moment, the old shaman scans the entire cart. Then the driver asks why the old shaman has come to the Corpse Blood Valley. The old shaman asks if there have been any strange oddities during the Corpse Blood Valley entrance test. Even minor details would help him. As the driver places his finger on his chin and thinks, he answers that according to his memory, there were no problems at all. However, one strange thing did happen. He mentions that a trainee named Jiang killed a Chimorio by tearing off its mouth like a monster. Even the driver shudders in fear while describing that feat. After listening to the driver's report, both the old shaman and Zhou Evagong fall into a state of awe. Zhou Evagong quickly informs the old shaman that this person named Jiang is the same disciple he had been begging to exclude from the test. The old shaman starts acknowledging Jiang's skills. After all, killing a Chimorio at the level of a strange beast after only learning shamanistic arts for a month is incredible. Geniuses like that are extremely rare to find. The old shaman says he needs to meet this person called Jiang soon, but right now there is something else he needs to find. In that fleeting moment, the old shaman thrusts his staff into the ground, and a spell activates. Both people other than the old shaman experience a powerful surge of energy. Dense energy comes out from the ground and spreads all over the place. The old shaman is using a spell called the Cursed Barrier. This specific spell is something only the most powerful shamans can use, especially for confronting a high-level spirit. At that time, a chain is pulled out by the technique. Then Jayu Soha is instantly dragged out from the carriage and rendered unable to move on the ground. The old shaman's name is Nsiuoke. He is an eccentric shaman fascinated by unusual shamanism, including divine spirit insect and poison arts like Jayu Soha. When he reached the age of 60, he discovered a cave with walls inscribed with the secret arts of the Mount Mad sect. This particular sect is famed for creating 60% of all existing shamanistic arts. However, all the secret arts he discovered were forbidden by the Council of Shamanism, so he had no choice but to abandon those secret arts and join the Heaven-Earth Association in order to fulfill his dreams. Like that, he became one of the most powerful shamans in the current world. Zhou Evagong praises the old shaman, saying he was able to see this divine spirit insect and poison art only because of the barrier the old shaman cast. The old shaman responds that if the divine spirit insect and poison art had marinated for a little longer, it would have become a blue spirit. Even the old shaman himself has never seen a spirit of that level once in his life. As Jayu Soha clenches her teeth, she senses the old shaman's power and realizes that this person is the one who sealed her down the cliff beside the Corpse Blood Valley. Although her hatred toward the old shaman is beyond measure, she cannot suppress a shaman of his level on her own. So she tries to run away and inform Jiang about this. However, Zhou Evagong uses a spell and a phoenix comes out from his fingers. It rapidly attacks Jayu Soha, making her fall to the ground once again. The old shaman then places his hand inside his kimono and says that he will soon become her master, so she should not do things like running away, because it could hurt his feelings. Then he takes a talisman out of his kimono and says Jayu Soha will soon become his familiar spirit. He tells Zhou Evagong to watch closely as he turns a vengeful spirit like Jayu Soha into his familiar. The talisman slowly starts burning, and a thread begins forming between the old man and Jayu Soha. If he succeeds in capturing Jayu Soha, he will have the chance to command the greatest calamity of the Heaven-Earth Association, a spirit that had been sealed away for 100 years. Then the old man orders Jayu-Soha to call him master. Yet Jayu-Soha tells him to shut up because his mouth stinks of bad breath. Then Jayu-Soha declares that once her master arrives here, the old shaman's one-way ticket to hell will be booked by a demon that even hell itself trembles in fear. As the old man is stunned to see his spell deflected so easily, someone walks into the scene from the darkness. It is none other than Jiang himself. His presence alone makes nature feel suffocating. He demands an explanation from the old shaman, asking what he is doing with someone else's spirit. Jayu-Soha's face immediately glows with happiness, while the old shaman is shaken. After hearing Jayu-Soha call Jiang master, at once Jo Evigong also informs the old shaman that the person in front of them is his disciple Jiang. Jiang had not noticed that his master was here either. Then Jo Evigong tells Jiang to pay his respects to the old shaman, because this old shaman will be Jiang's grandmaster. As Jiang is about to pay his respects, the old shaman tells him to explain things clearly first. Jiang is confused by what his grandmaster means. Meanwhile, one of the old shaman's eyes widens while the other sharpens, as he is in a state of shock and anger at the same time. He urges Jiang to reveal why Jayu-Soha is calling him master. All of a sudden, Jo Evigong turns his head back and remembers that Jayu-Soha had indeed called Jiang master. On the other hand, Jiang believes that the situation is starting to unfold in a way where a fight will be necessary. Releasing his inner energy, the old shaman warns Jiang to disclose the truth without delay. Jiang senses that the old shaman is someone who cannot be taken lightly, so he accepts it and admits that he is Jayu-Soha's master. As Jo Evigong is bewildered by this, the old shaman commands Jiang to give Jayu-Soha an order. Jiang then orders Jayu-Soha to return to his side. Jayu-Soha slowly starts walking past the shamans, obediently following Jiang's order without making a fuss. At that moment, Jo Evigong yells at Jiang, asking how he did something like this. Yet Jiang only smiles at him and responds that even he wonders how something like this happened, and even if he knows, he will not reveal the information. Jo Evigong realizes that Jiang is still acting like a child, so he starts activating the cursed beads that Jiang is wearing. In that moment, Jiang's cursed beads slowly begin taking effect. The old shaman is surprised to see that Jo Evigong is using the beads he had personally given him. Meanwhile, Jiang is witnessing the power of the cursed beads, which can force someone to follow whatever command is given. But the best part is that Jiang made the oath using a fake name, so the spell has no effect on him in the first place. Then a scheme forms inside his dangerous mind, and he grins inwardly. Slowly, he begins using his acting skills, pretending as if he has fallen under Jo Evigong's control. Behind him, Jayu-Soha's jaw drops after seeing Jiang follow someone else's order. Out of all the disciples the old man has, Jo Evigong resembles the old shaman the most because of his cunningness. But right at that instant, the old shaman attacks Jiang with his staff. Jo Evigong asks what the old shaman is doing. The old shaman explains that he is simply checking whether the spell has been properly cast, since Jiang might even be pretending to have fallen under the spell. Jo Evigong recommends that the old shaman stop, because he is certain Jiang is under his spell. After all, Jiang himself swore an oath by the name of Mok Jongwon, son of Mok Indan, master of Mok Sword Manor. Even though the old shaman kicks Jiang with his leg, Jiang only gets beaten without resisting. After witnessing Jiang's unmatched acting skills, the old shaman believes that the spell has indeed taken effect. Like that, he removes his foot from Jiang's neck and tells Jo Evigong to interrogate him as he wishes. Then Jo Evigong begins his interrogation by asking Jiang to tell them the circumstances he faced in order to obtain Jayu-Soha as his familiar spirit. Jiang then whispers to them in a very low voice, mentioning the leader of the Heaven-Earth Association. Both shamans are flabbergasted after hearing him mention the association leader. They had never expected Jiang to bring up the leader. The old shaman aggressively asks why Jiang is involving the leader in this. Then Jiang says the leader of the Heaven-Earth Association is, but he speaks the rest in an inaudible voice so neither of the shamans can hear him. The old shaman grabs Jiang by the hair and shouts at him to speak louder, because he cannot hear what Jiang is saying. It is at this moment that Jiang smirks darkly. Then Jiang plunges his fingers deep into the old shaman's chest with the look of a demon on his face. Finally, Jiang speaks. "You fragile old fool, have you ever seen a demon fall for such pathetic tricks?" At those words and actions, even a crafty person like the old shaman, who believes himself to be the most cunning person in the world, is overwhelmed by dread, as if fear itself has chained his bones. As the old man is about to use a spell, Jiang simply grabs the old shaman's hand and understands that his body has not been trained well. So out of boredom, Jiang decides he can entertain himself by breaking a few of his fingers. Jo Evigong witnesses this and cannot believe his eyes, even though he is continuously chanting the spell. Not a single movement from Jiang is being restrained. Jo Evigong tightens his fist, realizing that thinking he could control a merciless person like Jiang was the biggest mistake of his life. Then he jumps back to create some distance between them. He pulls 2 tree dolls from his kimono and hurls them at Jiang while chanting a spell. The dolls slowly take shape, and figures similar to the demonic monk emerge from them. With the support of the 2 demonic dolls, Jo Evigong warns Jiang to leave the old shaman alone. Otherwise, he will have to face the wrath of his master. Jiang is amazed by this spellcraft, because his master never once mentioned anything about it. So Jiang makes an offer, saying they should continue their master-disciple relationship. However, Zhou Evigong still opposes him and tells Jiang to stop calling him master from now on. Jiang looks at the puppets his master summoned and senses that both dolls contain formidable energy within them. Moreover, he has to face those puppets while attacking his master. So Jiao Soho alone will not be enough for this. On the other hand, he cannot use the blue spirit either because of the incident with the demon-masked man earlier. She's still angry about that. So Jiang lets out a bone-chilling smile and proposes a present to his master. Then Jiang digs even deeper into the old shaman's body and removes his heart as if plucking a flower while blood gushes out like rain. Zhou Evigong becomes furious after seeing Jiang's actions, but Jiang only declares that he does not understand why his master is throwing away the opportunity his sincere disciple is giving him. Zhou Evigong becomes perplexed by the nonsense Jiang is spouting with a devilish smile and blood droplets on his face. Then Jiang says the position of the underworld assassin pavilion is now empty, so his master can take that seat and rule the shamans of the Heaven-Earth Association beneath his fingertips. Zhou Evigong is astonished by this sudden proposal, when he could never obtain through ordinary means. So Zhou Evigong asks if Jiang is telling him to take the vacant seat after the death of his master. Then he walks toward Jiang and explains that although he has no attachment to the old shaman, the problem he has to face is completely different. Who would acknowledge him as the head when Zhou Evigong could not even protect his own master from a threat? Besides, this situation has made his position for obtaining the head seat even more precarious. As Jiang places the old shaman's corpse on the ground, he tells his master that there will be nothing for Zhou Evigong to lose, since Jiang has already prepared a way to escape that fate. Then Jiang starts chanting a spell. Zhou Evigong quickly realizes what Jiang is doing. Jiang squeezes blood from the heart, then pours it into the old shaman's mouth. This is a technique called the six-person spirit summoning technique. It was taught to Jiang by Zhou Evigong when they were on their way to the Heaven-Earth Association. This technique is used to make a corpse move as if it were alive. It requires the blood from the owner's heart, and it can only be used efficiently by gathering death energy. It is a secret art that was forbidden because of its inhumane nature, but the real problem lies somewhere else. This technique demands an immense amount of death energy, enough that one would need to kill countless people just to control a single corpse. Because of that, Zhou Evigong concludes that even if Jiang killed everyone here, it would still be difficult to succeed. Jiang continues, saying this is exactly what he was talking about earlier. Zhou Evigong can now use the old shaman's corpse as his puppet, and rise to the head position of the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. Jiang asks if Zhou Evigong is still going to refuse such a life-changing opportunity. Zhou Evigong is unable to believe what is happening to his life in just a few moments. Now he understands why he had such a horrible dream last night. Then he raises his head and agrees to do as Jiang wishes. Jiang nods in agreement. Behind him, he starts releasing death energy with his hands toward Jiao Soha. And Jiao Soha starts laughing just like Jiang. Zhou Evigong states that he has 3 conditions before proceeding with whatever Jiang is going to suggest. Jiang asks what those conditions are. The first condition is that Zhou Evigong wants to know why the cursed beads did not work on Jiang. The second condition is how Jiang succeeded in using the six-person spirit summoning technique, which requires an enormous amount of death energy. And the third condition is to ensure his own safety, since Jiang could simply kill him like the old shaman. Jiang accepts all those conditions. Then he takes the cursed beads from his hands, tosses them to Zhou Evigong, and tells him he can ensure his master's safety if Zhou Evigong wears the cursed beads. Jiang clarifies, if Master Zhou swears loyalty to me, there will be no reason for me to harm him in any way. Then Jiang reveals why the cursed beads did not work on him. He says his name is not Mok Jongwoon. It is Jiang. He tells Zhou Evigong to remember it since he will need that name when pledging loyalty to him. Zhou Evigong cannot accept the humiliation of being outsmarted by such a simple tactic. After hearing those words, Zhou Evigong grips the cursed beads tightly. His eye can be seen through his mask, as he declares in rage that he will subdue Jiang and torture him forever. Later, he will use these cursed beads on Jiang and work him like a slave to the bone until he dies. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Evigong releases his demons into battle once again. They rush toward Jiang with a spear and sword in their hands. Jiang jumps backward to evade the attacks, yet the sword demon tries to slash Jiang into pieces with its ferocious swordsmanship. And Jiang uses the sword to jump backward once again. Now the spear demon gets into action. It thrusts its spear into the ground, performs a move like a somersault and kicks Jiang in midair, sending him flying back about 20 steps. Then Zhou Evigong pulls out a talisman and chants a spell. Thunder sparks form around him, and a huge blast of thunderstorms descends from the sky while the 2 demons attack Jiang non-stop, one after another. As Zhou Evigong controls the thunder and thinks the battle is almost over, Jiang commands Jiao Soha to bind Zhou Evigong by clenching his fist. A chain launches toward Zhou Evigong and instantly binds him, stopping him from moving. As Zhou Evigong looks at Jiao Soha, he understands that unless one has a large amount of death energy, a spirit like Jiao Soha would never be able to recover that quickly. Just like that, Zhou Evigong is tied to a tree, unable to move even his fingers to activate more spells. As the 2 demons scream at Jiang, Jiang uses his death energy to erase them from existence. After a huge blow takes place, Jiang walks out of the destruction as if he was born to destroy. and he demonstrates exactly why he is known as a heavenly demon. Now that the battle has finally ended, Joe Evagong is terrified by this outcome. Just a few days ago, Jiang was nowhere near his level. Yet now, Jiang has completely cornered him like a rat without even revealing his true powers. According to the second condition, Jiang lets Joe Evagong know that his internal energy is made of death energy. That is why he has enough death energy to use the six-person spirit summoning technique. Joe Evagong is shaken to his core after hearing something like this for the first time in his life. There is no one in this world who can use death energy unless they are dead themselves, which should be impossible. As Jiang presents the cursed beads one more time, Joe Evagong realizes the look in Jiang's eyes. Those eyes are signaling him to refuse the offer, just so Jiang can use him however he wishes after he dies. With his hands trembling from everything he has experienced, Joe Evagong finally wears the beads and pledges his loyalty to Jiang. An absolute cinema comes from our boy Jiang, only now does Joe Evagong realize it. He has taken a savage demon as his disciple. In the forest, now that Joe Evagong has also become a pawn in Jiang's hands, and the old shaman has become a living corpse, just like Jiusoa said, his ticket to hell has been successfully booked. Joe Evagong sighs, wondering how things turned out in a way he never could have imagined. Whatever the case, Joe Evagong is still frightened by someone, because he knows the underworld assassin pavilion very well. Ordinary people in the pavilion can be fooled by this corpse. However, there's one person who will not be fooled so easily. This person, wearing a unique bamboo hat, is known as Joe Chung, Joe Evagong's senior brother. He's also a shaman capable of defeating the old shaman. On top of that, he has 2 Chimorios under his control. This senior brother is also likely to become the successor of the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. When Joe Evagong asks Jiang for a way to deal with his senior brother, Jiang simply replies that Joe Evagong should take care of it himself. As Joe Evagong clenches his fist in excitement, thinking that he will soon become the head, he forgets how he was defeated by Jiang. All he cares about right now is succeeding in becoming the head. Nonetheless, as he walks toward the Underworld Assassin Pavilion, something feels uneasy to him. He wonders if he has forgotten something important, but he cannot recall it. On the other side, Jiang is having a cup of tea while smiling eerily. Even he is shocked by the power of the cursed beads, because he commanded Joe Evagong to forget Jiang's real name. And just like that, Joe Evagong truly forgot it, and is now calling him Mok Jongwon only. Jiang is now interested in these cursed beads, so he desires to have more of them. But Joe Evagong replied that it would be difficult, because the cursed beads were crafted by a Dharma master who is one of the 6 divine shamans. The point is, there are only 4 of those items, and the old shaman received one as a gift when he participated in a competition between shamans. Later on, the old shaman presented it to Joe Evagong. As Joe Evagong looks at the beads, he explains that the old shaman had researched a way to obtain more of them. Yet he was unable to figure out a method. Jiang sighs in dissatisfaction, so he hopes to at least come across the other 3 cursed beads in the future. As he is spacing out, the demon-masked man snaps him out of it. Only then does Jiang remember that he is back inside the demon-masked man's office. Placing the cup on the table, he tells the demon-masked man to continue speaking about the blue spirit's past. Jiang is deeply intrigued by this, because he wants to know exactly what happened 100 years ago. As the demon-masked man mumbles about where he should start the story, the blue spirit calls Jiang from inside the doll. Jiang simply smiles at her and says he is busy right now, so he will talk with her on a later occasion. The blue spirit sincerely asks Jiang to stop asking more about her past, saying she will naturally reveal everything when the time is right. In addition, if Jiang does as she wishes, she will teach him one of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Jiang's eyes fly open in shock. Whenever he asked her to teach him about the 8 techniques before, she always said that Jiang could only master them by gaining enlightenment. But now, for her to go back on her word like this can only mean one thing. She truly hates having her past known. The blue spirit tells him that if he agrees to her deal, he can simply signal her with his finger. Realizing the blue spirit's intentions, Jiang smiles calmly and signals her with 2 fingers. That means one ritual will not be enough for him. He plans to learn 2 of the techniques at the same time. The blue spirit curses Jiang for not being a moral human being. Jiang simply replies that she can just forget it and sit idle, while he takes some popcorn and listens to her flashback like he is watching a movie. With an annoyed expression, she agrees to his condition. Then Jiang rises from his seat and stops the demon-masked man from revealing the history. He tells him that he will hear the story at a later time. Jiang is happy with this deal because he will gain 2 thought-shattering rituals. With just one ritual, there are endless possibilities for how he can use it. The blue spirit is frustrated after being used like this. She believes that Jiang will not be able to bring out the true potential of the techniques if he does not reach the proper realm to understand them. At any rate, she dislikes it even more if Jiang learns about her past, because she simply does not want to hear the fabricated story created by the Heaven-Earth Association. As Jiang prepares to leave, he tells the demon-masked man that he will hear the story when the time is right. And as he is about to leave the room, he turns back again, points at himself, and asks a question from the demon-masked man's perspective. Where is Jiang's current martial prowess? The demon-masked man flinches at this sudden question, and Jiang tells him to speak honestly. Now the demon-masked man scans Jiang's whole body and reveals that Jiang is currently at the level of a first-rate martial artist. Jiang is surprised to hear the demon masked man's judgment, because the blue spirit had informed him before that, with his internal energy alone, he is at the level of ultimate peak. Now that Jiang thinks about it, many martial artists have been unable to see through his real cultivation. Grabbing his wrist, he wonders if there is no one who can sense his cultivation perfectly. The blue spirit then tells him that Jiang's internal energy is made of death energy, and no martial artist is able to detect death energy, even if they have mastered high-level cultivation techniques, so it is impossible for them to see through his cultivation accurately. Now Jiang understands why others have been unable to feel his martial prowess. That even includes people superior to him in cultivation and strength. The demon-masked man asks if Jiang is hiding his energy at the moment, but Jiang denies it and says that what the demon-masked man is sensing is indeed correct. The demon-masked man becomes a little disheartened after learning that his lord is only at the first-rate level, and Jiang figures out that he is disappointed to hear that. So to satisfy the demon-masked man, Jiang reveals that he possessed this body just 2 weeks ago. And within that short period of time, he raised this body from an ordinary human, who was not even at the level of third-rate, to a first-rate martial artist. After listening to Jiang's cultivation speed, the demon-masked man is dumbfounded by such high-level progress. He asks Jiang if it is true or not. Jiang tells him that it is true. Also, Jiang understands why the demon-masked man is so conscious of his cultivation level. Only by having a stronger cultivation level can Jiang, in the form of the blue spirit, take revenge for what happened to the demon-masked man's family. The demon-masked man is truly impressed by that cultivation speed. But what is even more surprising is that in just 2 weeks, Jiang has actually reached the ultimate peak. He is also a master in shamanism, has 2 high-level spirits under his control, and possesses the most unique internal energy made of death energy. So if the demon-masked man knew all of this information about Jiang, he would simply die from amazement. Coming back to the story, the demon-masked man now makes up his mind, and asks Jiang when he will reach the level of the blue spirit's past life. At that question, Jiang himself begins wondering about the blue spirit's original level, because she has never once mentioned anything about her past life. According to the current circumstances, Jiang needs to avenge and eliminate Ghost Blade, who is at the level of the 8 stars. Because of that, Jiang needs to become stronger in one way or another, especially since there might be a chance that even the most powerful opponents like the 6 heavens could stand in his way. According to his grandpa's teaching, a person's revenge is still revenge even if it is settled 10 years later. But Jiang does not have that much time. Then he smiles as usual, and raises his hand to tell the demon-masked man how much time he will need. The demon-masked man is shocked to see this. He asks if Jiang can really reach that level in such a short time, and Jiang simply agrees. The blue spirit becomes petrified, wondering if Jiang has lost his mind, because Jiang just said that in 2 years, he will reach the level of the blue spirit in her past life. And the blue spirit reveals her cultivation. She was at the level of the evolutionary realm. This is a martial realm that only the current strongest people in the world have reached. The 6 heavens and the 8 stars are connected to this level, and all of the 6 heavens have surpassed it. The 8 stars are at the level of the evolutionary realm. So that means the blue spirit was at the level of the king of brilliance in her past life, and Jiang just challenged himself to reach that level in 2 years. The demon-masked man's eyes fill with happiness, and tears flow down like waterfalls. The blue spirit accepts the challenge, but she tells him that Jiang will take more time than that, because this is not a level someone can achieve just because they are obsessed with martial arts. Then she tells him that if Jiang truly reaches that level, she will call him master, serve the rest of her life as his servant, and do everything he wishes. Elsewhere, someone is holding a tag in their hand. It is none other than Mok Yuchun, who is glaring at the tag with sadness in his eyes. A few hours ago, Jiao Soha had pointed her finger at Ma Sang and revealed that Raiden was also a spy. When Ma Sang was about to run away, he called out to Yuchun in that fleeting moment and handed over the tag of the hidden force to him. With a look of trust on his face, Yuchun cannot control his anger toward Jiang, so he slams the wall beside him while gritting his teeth. He thinks Ma Sang should have blamed him for what happened there, because it is Yuchun's fault that Ma Sang got captured by the Heaven-Earth Association like that. Yet instead of resenting him, Ma Sang trusted Yuchun to take up his duty. Now Yuchun finds himself remembering what Jiang said to him. Jiang said he did not care about the purpose behind the trials. Then Yuchun remembers the incident where Jiang made the 2 teams fight to the death, just for his own entertainment. Yuchun grinds his teeth in fury and vents his anger by punching the wall. He lands non-stop strikes against it, while remembering all the events Jiang has caused him since his birth. Then he stops punching the wall, and his eyes slowly settle back down. Even Yuchun himself knows that what Jiang said to him was indeed right. If it were not for Jiang, Yuchun would have also been treated as a suspect and accused of being a spy for the Orthodox Alliance. Then he sits on the bed and thinks that he needs to overcome his weak-willed mindset. Until now, whether he was in Mock Sword Manor or the Heaven-Earth Association, he always thought only about how to survive the situation in front of him. Then he tightens his fist and makes a vow to himself. Power decides everything in this world, so he aims to abandon his old way of thinking. From today onward, he will go beyond merely surviving and make his name known throughout the world. And he plans to achieve that dream by using any means necessary. So while sitting cross-legged, he begins his cultivation. The method he is using right now is the one Jiang gave him after altering the contents of the secret manual back at Mock Sword Manor. This is the start of the blood reversal technique. This technique is infamous in the manhwa called Nano Machine, and the one who created this technique is Jiang from this manhwa. Meanwhile, in the demon-masked man's office, Jiang stated that he would reach the level of the 8 stars within 2 years. As Jiang ties up his hair, the blue spirit reveals that even she had to take 20 years to reach that level. So it is not something someone like Jiang, who did not know anything about martial arts until recently, can achieve in 2 years. Then Jiang tells her that no one knows what will happen unless they try. And those are the words his grandpa taught him. Now that Jiang thinks about his grandpa, he recalls a faint memory of his grandpa warning him about the dark nature within himself. It is something Jiang should never try to use. Then instantly, Jiang experiences immense pain, a pain he never felt even when he was about to die at the hands of Ghost Blade. The demon-masked man hurriedly comes near Jiang to check what happened, but Jiang tells him that he is okay. However, Jiang cannot understand what that memory was. His grandpa was revealing something about the dark nature inside him, but the memory shut down at that exact point. No matter how much he tries to recall that memory, he cannot do it. The blue spirit asks what happened, but Jiang does not say anything. He only whispers to himself that when he tried to think back on that memory, he felt a pain as if his head were splitting apart. Nevertheless, he can guarantee one thing. There is something inside him that is blocking his memories. Then the demon-masked man calls him, and Jiang reassures him not to worry. So instead of heading back to his room, Jiang stops because he wants to ask some questions. He asks whether the demon-masked man knows anything about a person called Ghost Blade. As Jiang sits down and pours himself a cup of tea, the demon mask asks if Jiang is talking about the person who is at the level of the 8 stars. In Jiang's mind, he does not care about the memory he cannot recall. He only came to the Heaven-Earth Association to find the whereabouts of Ghost Blade, because that is the only reason he has in his life. With a terrifying smile, he responds that he does not know much about the current martial world, so he wants to ask some questions. As the demon-masked man is about to take his seat, he starts informing Jiang about Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade is famous for his infamy because he has committed countless crimes, and not even a single person has survived after battling him. Moreover, Ghost Blade's real identity and affiliation are not known to anyone, because Ghost Blade picks fights to the death with both orthodox and unorthodox masters. Jiang finds this strange, since the wound on Makandan was the mark of Ghost Blade, and Makandan himself revealed that he fought and lost to Ghost Blade. Then the demon-masked man remembers that there is one person who survived after fighting Ghost Blade. That person is Beak Saha, known as the Toad Poison King, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association. Furthermore, there is a rumor that Ghost Blade disappeared after fighting the Toad Poison King. As Jiang takes a sip of tea, he finds it strange. The one person known to have survived after battling Ghost Blade is not Ma Kandan, but a person called the Toad Poison King, who belongs to the Heaven-Earth Association. Jiang asks if it is true that Ghost Blade is a hidden master of the Heaven-Earth Association. After all, when he was heading to the Heaven-Earth Association, Yuchun told him that Ghost Blade might belong to the association. The demon-masked man says that even though it is just a rumor, there is a possibility, since the only survivor after fighting Ghost Blade is the Toad Poison King, who belongs to the Heaven-Earth Association. Yet the demon-masked man cannot confirm it. Jiang understands that Ghost Blade's identity has not been revealed yet, and there is only a small chance that Ghost Blade might be a personal guard of the Heaven-Earth Association leader. So the demon-masked man suggests that if Jiang wants to know more about Ghost Blade, the only person who can help him is the Toad Poison King. Then Jiang asks his next question: what is the purpose behind the Corpse Blood Valley? This kind of system did not exist 100 years ago. The demon-masked man tells him that the real purpose is to pick out talented people who might be suitable to inherit the martial arts of the Heaven-Earth Association masters. The participants who pass the first 2 trials will be selected for the basic warrior category, while those who reach the final trial will be given an opportunity to become disciples of the executives in the Heaven-Earth Association. Now Jiang has a vague idea about the purpose. He knows that once he reaches the finals, he will have the opportunity to become the disciple of an executive, and that means the Toad Poison King is also an executive. Then Jiang smiles after realizing his goal. Once he reaches the finals, he will have the chance to become a disciple of the Toad Poison King, and from there, he can begin his interrogation process. The demon-masked man apologizes for his insolence and prepares to send a notice to immediately exclude Jiang from the test, because he cannot risk his master's life like this. But Jiang tells him to stop. He is planning to use this as an opportunity. He says he will become the disciple of an executive, then begin the process of eliminating the Heaven-Earth Association from its very core. Meanwhile, in Yuchun's room, internal energy is strangely surging at an incredible speed. All of his nerves slowly begin swelling out of his body, and his face gradually turns pale red as if his blood is flowing in reverse. Yuchun thinks about stopping this method because there are side effects where his skin turns black whenever he uses it, yet he does not hesitate because this is his only way to become stronger. And as he opens his eyes, emitting a crimson-red aura, he begins strategizing the best way to take down Jiang with the new technique that Jiang himself had given him. The next day, many students are gathered in a single place. Jiang confirms that there is one extra person in the group. He asks the red-haired girl why there is an extra person when the limit for a group is only 8 members. The red-haired girl apologizes, saying that both Ga and she went separate ways, so they must have brought an extra cadet without realizing it. Then Jiang extends his hand and orders one person to leave the group quickly, since they do not need more than 5 people. But one cadet becomes annoyed by this treatment and steps forward, pushing the others aside. He questions who Jiang thinks he is to command them as he wishes. Jiang is surprised to see a mere side character, attempting to do some aura farming right in front of him. The annoyed cadet then explains that he joined this group only because he thought Ga was the leader. But he cannot accept someone like Jiang as a leader candidate. Then the fellow cadets try to stop him, informing him that Jiang had just beaten the tattooed guy to death, so of course Jiang would be the leader. But the annoyed cadet refuses to believe that, since there are no wounds visible on the tattooed guy. If someone was beaten to death, there should be at least a single scratch on them. The remaining cadets now slowly start agreeing with what the annoyed cadet said. The annoyed cadet continues, saying that the leader of the group will pass the test regardless of the result, so he believes Jiang must have bribed both the tattooed guy and the red-haired girl. Then he smirks at Jiang and says Jiang must have enticed the tattooed guy with his woman-like looks. The tattooed guy, Ga, seeing the overreaction of this NPC character, becomes frustrated. But Jiang stops him from picking a fight. Jiang asks the annoyed cadet if a duel between the two of them can settle the leadership of the team. The annoyed cadet thinks of himself as a hero and agrees to the fight with a thrilled expression. It is at this moment that Jiang uses the ritual of attachment on the annoyed character, and the air itself grows heavier. Then, in an instant, the annoyed cadet's head is in the palm of our protagonist. Jiang slams him into the ground, making even the floor shatter into pieces. The entire room falls silent after witnessing what Jiang just demonstrated. Jiang, on the other hand, is quite disappointed to see the annoyed cadet fall in a single move. The remaining cadets cannot believe their eyes because they do not know about the ritual of attachment, so they conclude that Jiang might be using a telekinesis skill that only grandmasters can use. Jiang looks at the cadets and asks if anyone else needs to verify his skill for the leadership position. All the cadets simply shake their heads in fear. Now that Jiang sees no one disagrees with his leadership, he asks if everyone is ready for the ultimate showdown before the third trial. Then one cadet asks what he means by this showdown. As the annoyed cadet slowly wakes up while grabbing his head in pain, Jiang stomps on his leg, completely breaking his ankle and making him unable to move. As the annoyed cadet screams in pain while clutching his leg, another cadet questions what Jiang is doing now. Then Jiang starts explaining the ultimate showdown he mentioned earlier. This will not end with just this one leg. He says this is merely a demonstration of how to do things. From now on, everyone in this group is going to be busy, because all the group members must start breaking the legs of other cadets, except for those on their own team. That way, by the start of the next trial, only their team will be able to participate, so naturally their team is going to win. After listening to Jiang's scheme, everyone is unable to hide their astonishment at his evilness. Soon, the sound of bones cracking can be heard through the rooms of the participants. After hearing the noise, one cadet asks his roommate if he heard anything. His roommate replies that he did not hear any noise. Sometimes later, someone opens the door of the other cadet's room. It is none other than Jiang. One cadet cuts Jiang off by declaring that there is no space for a new member on their team, so Jiang can go check other teams, but Jiang does not listen to him and starts counting the room members. He's happy to see that there are 4 members in a single room because that makes his work a bit easier. As one room member casually swings his leg, Jiang smashes that very leg and starts counting by saying there are 3 more to go. While the cadet lies on the floor screaming because of his broken leg, Jiang moves on to the next prey. Now the room members complain that Jiang should leave the room if there is no space for him to join. Jiang responds that he already has his own crew, and he is only here to break the limbs of other cadets. Then he resumes his counting, and in a single moment he breaks 2 more legs. Finally, he grabs the last person's hand and gives him a piece of advice. If he moves his arm, it will hurt, so he just needs to keep his hand still, and Jiang will take care of the rest. Like that, Jiang successfully accomplishes his mission in this room and heads for the next one. He starts calculating the legs he needs to take care of. 4 people were taken as spies, and now he has taken care of 4 more people. So while cleaning the blood from his face, he concludes that there are still 64 members left to deal with, aside from his own group. The blue spirit is stupefied after seeing the way Jiang deals with things. Likewise, the building echoes with the sound of people screaming in pain. At that time, Yuchen is cultivating martial arts in his room. Suddenly, he gets distracted by the noises he is hearing. And at that moment, someone knocks on his door. Yuchen tells them to come inside. Then a person opens the door, and Yuchen recognizes him as Mu Jiangyak. This sleepy-eyed guy waves his hand at Yuchen, and is happy to see that Yuchen still remembers his name. Yuchen answers that he would not forget the name of the person who saved his life. This sleepy-eyed guy was the one who took Yuchen into his team. When Yuchen was separated from his previous team for a brief moment, the sleepy-eyed guy protected him during that short while. So Yuchen asks what brought the sleepy-eyed guy to his room. The sleepy-eyed guy explains that there is a problem on his side. One of his teammates went missing, so he searched the building to check on him. Only later did he find out that his teammate's leg had been broken just to eliminate the competition. From what the sleepy-eyed guy heard, Jiang is the one who commanded this operation. Yuchen is startled to hear Jiang's name again. he becomes angry at Jiang. Because whenever there is a problem, Jiang is always the one taking the leading role in it. The sleepy-eyed guy continues, saying he came to search for Yuchun in order to make an offer. Then he extends his hand and welcomes Yuchun into his team. The sleepy-eyed guy knows that Yuchun's teammate Ma Sang was a spy from the Orthodox faction who got caught. Yet he has no doubts regarding Yuchun. So if Yuchun joins his team, they can figure out a way to stop Jiang. Yuchun has no other choice but to agree, since he has no team to participate in the third trial, and one must be in a team to win it. And for the sake of defeating Jiang, he is willing to do anything, even if it means risking his life. Then he accepts the proposal by shaking hands with the sleepy-eyed guy. After that, the sleepy-eyed guy releases his internal energy to check on Yuchun. And Yuchun is surprised to feel the sleepy-eyed guy's martial prowess. Even the sleepy-eyed guy has to acknowledge Yuchun's cultivation too. Now the sleepy-eyed guy starts thinking of a way to stop Jiang from breaking more legs. Yuchun, smiling, steps forward and suggests a way to block Jiang from doing that, because he has a perfect blueprint for it. 3 days later, at the third trial ending ceremony, the demon-masked man announces the results of the third trial. The top performer of this trial is the sleepy-eyed guy, and the sleepy-eyed guy's team celebrates their victory. Meanwhile, the blue spirit asks Jiang how he feels. After getting betrayed for the first time in his life, Jiang simply looks at Gotchen and the sleepy-eyed guy, then says it is very interesting. Now let's rewind back to what happened 3 days ago. Right after Jiang opened the door after finishing his side of the work, there are only 8 people remaining because he broke the legs of the rest of the cadets. It is at this moment that the red-haired girl barges into the room hurriedly, as if something terrible has happened. She reports to Jiang that a huge problem has occurred, and Jiang asks what this problem is. Then sometime later, Jiang's team members are tied up after getting beaten. All of them are kneeling on the ground, and it looks like this was done by the sleepy-eyed guy's team. Jiang asks what they are doing with his team members. He starts pondering. He warned his teammates to stick together because a problem might appear. Yet they still did not listen to his warning and caused trouble for him. Then, while combing his hair with a smile, he tells the other party to explain the situation properly. One of Jiang's teammates briefs him and apologizes for what happened. Moreover, the sleepy-eyed guy's team figured out their strategy. Jiang is completely dumbfounded because he cannot believe that his team got ambushed like this. Furthermore, even if the other party knew their strategy, there was no need to tie up his teammates like this, so he guesses there must be another reason for them to do this. Yuchun now questions why Jiang had to degrade himself to doing something like breaking the limbs of other people. Then he shouts at Jiang, saying there is no need to do something like this when this trial is completely different from the previous trials. Jiang simply responds that this trial requires 8 people to perform a sword formation perfectly in order to pass. To be clear, if there are only 8 people left in this entire competition, including Jiang's team and the sleepy-eyed guy's team, they can automatically pass the test without much effort. That is the reason he is trying his best to reduce the competition. And right now, Yuchun is doing the same thing by tying up Jiang's teammates. Yuchun's blood pressure reaches its maximum whenever he speaks to Jiang, so he controls himself and clarifies that he tied up Jiang's teammates so they could use them as hostages and solve this problem without physical force. Yet he knows that Jiang would not care about any of this. So by opening his shirt, he calls the sleepy-eyed guy to display the item. At that instant, both Jiang and the red-haired girl are shocked. The sleepy-eyed guy's clan is famous for a needle called the cartilage needle, which is a secret heirloom of their clan. Once this needle is pinned into a body, it must be pulled out correctly without any errors. Otherwise, the victim's body will limp for 10 days, meaning the victim will not be able to walk properly for 10 days. The sleepy-eyed guy has pierced this needle into his own group members as well. So if Jiang does not cooperate with them, both his group and the sleepy-eyed guy's group will fail this test. The red-haired girl realizes there is no way out of this, because if this proceeds any further, it could become a fatal blow to both teams. Yuchun wears his shirt again and informs Jiang that this time, it is Jiang's loss as he raises his arm. In moments like this, even the bravest warriors would feel their courage tremble and their hope fade away. But as Jiang smiles, our boy just bursts into laughter. It is as if darkness itself has found a voice. The rage in his laughter unleashes a torrent of dark energy that makes the air suffocating under its pressure. Everyone in the room who once thought of themselves as the strongest begins shivering before that overwhelming horror. All the people there can sense one thing in common. They have provoked an unholy presence that should not even be looked in the eye. Yuchun's eyes widen at that brutality, as Jiang releases a pitch-black maelstrom of energy from inside his body. From that aura alone, Yuchun's body refuses to move even an inch. As violent force radiates from Jiang, he whispers to himself, "Should I just kill him right now?" Then his eyes start blazing with an infernal crimson color, and the demon inside his body slowly begins to awaken. Because of that malicious killing intent in Jiang's eyes, even fear itself trembles in fear, cowering in the corner of the room. Yet Jiang snaps out of it, after realizing that these puny characters are not worth witnessing his greatest form. Then slowly, that ferocious energy begins to cool down, and everyone inside the room regains their composure. So Jiang claps his hands and decides not to take that huge risk, because this one loss cannot change his main event of meeting the Toad Poison King in any way. Then he announces that he accepts Yuchun's offer. In return, he will take 4 of Yuchun's teammates as well, and they will exchange them in the morning. The sleepy-eyed guy has no choice but to accept those conditions. The next day, the hostages are traded exactly according to the deal, and each group gets 3 days to practice the sword formation. After taking the test, Both groups perform the sword formation perfectly without any flaws. Nonetheless, the sleepy-eyed guy's team performs a little better than Jiang's team, so the top performer insignia is presented to the sleepy-eyed guy since he is the leader of the group. Moreover, there are only 16 candidates who participated in the test, and all of them passed. Because of that, the Corpse Blood Valley Master is a bit troubled by these numbers. Nevertheless, all the expected candidates passed the test, so there's not much of a problem in the end. A few days ago in the Demon Masked Man's office, Jiang had expressed his desire to eliminate a few participants in order to reduce the competition, and the Demon Masked Man said there would be no problems as long as Jiang kept following the rules. Yet the Demon Masked Man is shocked to see that his lord reduced the competition by leaving only 2 groups. And thus, the 4th trial begins immediately. This trial is a test where the participants must avoid mechanism traps laid out in the darkness and escape through the exit as quickly as possible. To pass this test, the participant needs to come out of the cave before 30% of a candle burns out, and those who pass this test will obtain the qualification to become the head of a small division in the Heaven-Earth Association. A total of 6 members pass this trial. 6th place is the huge guy. 5th place is Yuchun. 4th place is the red-haired girl. 3rd place is the sleepy-eyed guy. 2nd place goes to the tattooed guy. And the first to clear the trial is our boy Jiang himself. Even the guards are flabbergasted after seeing Jiang's martial prowess, because Jiang finished this test before even 5% of the candle could burn out. This is the highest record made by anyone in the Corpse Blood Valley since the beginning. As Jiang passes the cadets, the sleepy-eyed guy thinks he would take first place in this trial, even back on the day of that meeting. After Jiang left the room after making the deal he sleepy-eyed guy looked at his own palm and saw cold sweat caused by fear. As Jiang leaves the trial place, the sleepy-eyed guy understands something. He never considered anyone to be his rival, especially someone around his age, but Jiang is different. He does not feel any rivalry toward Jiang. It is just that his body is warning him that if Jiang becomes his enemy, he should kill him right here. And so that marks the end of the 4th trial, leaving only the last trial, which is the most important one in the Corpse Blood Valley. This trial will decide who the real top performer of the Corpse Blood Valley is. Now that the 4th trial is finished, there is only one last trial remaining in this Corpse Blood Valley. But before proceeding into that, the Demon Masked Man congratulates the 6 students for making it this far. These people will now have the right to become squad leaders within the Heaven-Earth Association. Also, he is now going to distribute the rewards to the students who got first place in the trials. The students are surprised to hear that there were rewards in these trials. Jiang is clueless about these rewards and all that stuff. What he wants is to find out more about Ghost Blade from the Toad Poison King. For the people who received 1 silver insignia, they will get a Heaven-Earth Association exclusive pill. This pill will grant them 10 to 15 years worth of internal energy. The huge guy becomes a bit upset that he did not get such a chance, while the sleepy-eyed guy becomes happy after hearing this, since he has 1 insignia. And for those who earn 2 insignias, they are allowed to enter the Heaven-Earth Association Treasury Room. This is a library filled with countless martial arts and sacred manuals, where Jiang can pick only 1 martial technique from there. The sleepy-eyed guy becomes saddened after hearing that. Jiang can tell that the other people are showing jealousy. Then he understands that the more knowledge he has about sacred manuals, the stronger he can become. But the blue spirit tells him that a person does not get stronger just by having knowledge about martial techniques. Instead, those techniques will improve that person's insight. The Demon Masked Man is happy to announce the 3rd prize, since it has been 8 years since someone obtained 3 insignias. The 3rd reward is that Jiang can request teachings from one of the 5 kings, 3 sect leaders, or 4 valleys. This completely blows away the other cadets. Jiang asks the red-haired girl if this reward is worth such a reaction. The red-haired girl cannot believe that Jiang does not know how great this reward is. Then she informs him that the Heaven-Earth Association is able to compete with the other 2 powerful factions, which are the righteous faction and the evil faction. Because there are 3 martial masters in the association who have attained the title of 8 stars, and these people are among the 5 kings that Jiang can receive teachings from. Even Ghost Blade belongs to this category. The blue spirit is a bit stunned by this, because in her era there were not 3 people who had reached the evolutionary realm. As the Demon Masked Man heads back to his room after finishing the explanation about the rewards, someone raises his hand. It is Jiang. He wants to know what reward someone would receive if they obtained 4 insignias. The Demon Masked Man states that the one who gets 4 insignias can receive teachings from one of the 6 heavens, the Heaven-Earth Association leader himself. But there will be no more insignias given to the participants. The 6 heavens are stronger than the 8 stars. The blue spirit clicks her tongue in disbelief, because the association master is far above their league. Jiang then responds to her that she does not need to worry about that, because there is still time available before they have to confront the leader. Later in the mountains, Jiang and a guard arrive to enter the treasury of the Heaven-Earth Association. The guard greets himself and informs the person in charge of the treasury that Jiang has received 3 insignias. The person in charge congratulates Jiang for the feat he achieved. Then he introduces himself as Yang Muan, the person in charge of guarding this place. Now both Jiang and the person in charge move deeper into the cave. As they walk, a doubt rises in Jiang's mind. Why is the treasury located this deep, unless there is something hidden inside? Then they see the entrance of the place, and Yang Muan tells Jiang that he can choose only 1 book. Also, he cannot take the original, so he must copy it down. Jiang asks Yang Muan if he can skim through as many books as he wants. Yang Muon says he can do that because only by looking at the topics of the books can one know what they do. As Yang Muon hands the lantern to the protagonist, Jiang feels relieved that he can skim through the martial art books. At that moment, Yang Muon advises and warns Jiang about one thing. There's a room inside the library, and the entrance to that room is marked with a red line. He must not step into that room, no matter the reason. With a scary face, Yang Muon tells him there is something terrifying inside that room, and Jiang wants to know what it is. Yang Muon is about to reveal something that happened a long time ago, but he stops midway and simply suggests that Jiang not go inside the room. In any case, Jiang now understands why the treasury is deep inside the cave. Then he opens the door to the treasury, where countless martial arts techniques are stored. There are 3 floors completely filled with books. Jiang slowly looks at the books on the first floor, and guesses that 2 hours will not be enough to even look at the topics of every book here. Then the blue spirit advises him to move on to the second floor, because everything here is useless. Otherwise, Jiang will only waste his precious time looking through common martial arts. As the protagonist heads to the second floor, Yang Muon becomes quite impressed by Jiang. Not everyone realizes this quickly that they should go to the second floor unless they have entered this place before. The blue spirit informs Jiang that all the books and martial techniques here are copies of the original ones. She explains that they use this method to protect the manuals in case a fire breaks out or an invasion happens. But she is confused about one thing. This place is more secure than the original treasury, so she assumes that things have changed a lot over the past 100 years. In that manner, Jiang starts taking out the books recommended by the blue spirit. At that time, he opens a book and begins reading it. However, the blue spirit falls into a state of awe for some reason. Then she becomes completely speechless because the protagonist is only flipping through the pages. After flipping through a book only once, he asks what book he should read next, and she recommends another one. But she cannot control her curiosity and asks if he is even looking at the contents while flipping through the book like that. He replies that he is even memorizing the book accurately. He reveals to her that he can memorize any book just by skimming through it. Yet that does not mean he can understand everything inside. The blue spirit is bewildered after hearing this, because even in her era, and even from her knowledge of the greatest martial artists, there was no one who could memorize a book just by looking at it once. As Jiang closes the book after finishing flipping through it, the blue spirit starts wondering just how strong Jiang could become, given that he has 2 hours inside the treasury room. Outside the cave, the guard is watching over the place. Then someone sets foot in the area, and the guard looks in that direction. A young man and a young woman are heading toward the cave. The guard is about to draw his sword, but the young man quickly leaps forward and blocks him from unsheathing it. The guard is amazed by that speed, and the young man tells him to calm down. The guard asks about their identities. The young man places his hand inside his kimono and takes out an identity tag mentioning the King of Brilliance. The guard recognizes the identity tag. Then the young man slowly lifts his bamboo hat and reveals his identity. He is the disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, and this young man's name is Yob Wisun. Inside the library, Jiang is swiftly flipping through the pages of each book. He goes through them one after another without taking a break. When he asks what book he should read next, the blue spirit notices an intriguing book on the shelf, and Jiang takes it out. This martial art is called Fluid Mysterious Footwork. The blue spirit explains that this martial art was given as an offering to the association by a sect that once became part of the Heaven-Earth Association. She also says this martial art has the potential to become an extreme ascension martial technique if some additions are made to it. Jiang is astonished to hear that, because according to what the blue spirit told him before, martial arts also have levels, just like human cultivation. Among those levels, Supreme Peak is considered powerful, and this book is at the Extreme Ascension level, which is 1 level above Supreme Peak. Then Jiang starts memorizing the book. After he finishes memorizing it, he wants to find more books that are similar to or above the level of Fluid Mysterious Footwork. In that way, the blue spirit proposes another book to him. It is a palm technique called Taiji Flowing Palm, which belongs to the Wudang sect, but she hesitates a little. Although this book is on the same level as Fluid Mysterious Footwork, she tells him not to read it. Jiang asks why she is hesitating, and the blue spirit replies that this book belongs to the Shaolin Temple, where their objective is practicing divine powers. Meanwhile, Jiang holds a power similar to the underworld, so there is a chance that the energies might collide. Even after listening to her theory, Jiang still tries to memorize the book. After all, the blue spirit once told him that if a person is killed, one can easily identify the martial art behind it by looking at the dead person's body. So Jiang, with a devilish look on his face, states that he could easily manipulate people by creating fake evidence using martial arts like these. The blue spirit is terrified by Jiang's evil brain. Then Jiang starts memorizing this book too. As he flips through the pages, he notices something strange in the book and asks if this book really seems like a copy. The blue spirit takes a look at it and notices blood along with a peculiar way of writing. Jiang believes they must have mixed the book in by mistake, but the blue spirit denies it. Even if it takes time, the association would carefully check every book and make copies of them. There is only one reason the association would give this much importance to such work. The original version of a martial art holds the true power of that martial art, while copies only contain the teachings. Jiang understands the reason behind it. The original version is written by the creator of the martial art, so it holds traces of the creator's habits as well as the technique itself. The blue spirit is stupefied to hear that because Jiang just spoke like someone who had reached the supreme peak in cultivation. And now she realizes that it is not only Jiang's memory that is unmatched. Even his comprehension skills are beyond anyone his age. Jiang asks if what he said is right. The blue spirit does not want to admit it, so with a serious expression, she says that Jiang is somewhat okay. From her words and expression, Jiang figures out that the blue spirit is envious of his skills and does not want to admit that his abilities are superior to hers. Now that Jiang knows he is reading an original, he carefully observes the strokes on the paper and begins visualizing the habits of the writer while he wrote the book. It is at this moment that Jiang feels the stroke made by the brush, and he senses what the writer was expressing through the book. Since this martial art is a palm technique, Jiang can clearly discern the palm technique of the creator himself, as if he is living in that very moment. After a while, he closes the book and feels confused about where he was just now. Then the blue spirit calls out to him, and Jiang asks if he is reading too slowly. To that question, the blue spirit answers that Jiang was in a trance. A trance is a state where a person focuses so deeply that they lose their own sense of awareness. So she advises him not to force his way out of a trance, because he will surely learn something from it. After looking at Jiang fall into a trance, the blue spirit's eyes widen with amazement. Then she tells him that everything present here is not merely a copy, but the originals themselves. From her vague memories from 100 years ago, she tells him to move on to the third floor and recommends that he take out the book she locates. When Jiang takes out the book, it is a martial art called First Liang Sword Technique. Yet she tells him to ignore the book and take out the paper tucked inside it. As Jiang finds the paper folded into a small piece, he asks why she is giving it so much significance. To satisfy his curiosity, the blue spirit reveals that she personally hid this piece of paper inside the book. And what is even more awesome is that this is the Moonless Void Sword Technique, the very martial art the Heaven-Earth Association has been searching for over the past 100 years. She tells him to consider this his fortune, because this martial art is nothing to take lightly. The value of this martial art is so high that even the six heavens, who stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, would try any means necessary to obtain it. As soon as Jiang unfolds the paper, he can instantly see through the martial art written inside it. This martial art is so great that it is considered one of the 5 great sword techniques of the old martial world. The world Jiang is currently visualizing is a world made entirely of blood. And inside that world, the blue spirit is demonstrating the sword technique. Jiang slowly immerses himself in the technique so deeply that the demonic aura around him begins to radiate. The blue spirit guesses that Jiang is now in a state of absolute trance, which means no one should disturb him in the middle of it. So the blue spirit hopes that no one disturbs him at this moment. At the entrance of the treasury, someone is walking toward the library. Seeing these people, the person in charge asks for their reason. Then the young man introduces himself as the disciple of the King of Brilliance, making the person in charge flabbergasted. The person in charge has heard many rumors about the disciples of the 5 kings being extraordinary talents. And after seeing this young man, he understands that the rumors about them are not exaggerated. As the young man asks if he is allowed to enter the library, the person in charge raises his hand and signals him to stop. Because even if this young man is the disciple of the King of Brilliance, there is a difference between the King of Brilliance coming here and his disciple coming here. Their value is not the same. But before he can even finish his words, the young woman beside the young man shows her identity tag. And when the person in charge sees it, he falls to one knee and greets the young woman. The woman states that they are here for only one thing. After seeing the identity tag, the person in charge imagines that this young woman in front of him must be the woman from the rumors. He can also perceive that her martial realm is extremely high, and this woman asks if they can enter. Nonetheless, the person in charge still shakes his head. Then the young man speaks, saying they heard that a person earned 3 insignias in the Corpse Blood Valley and is currently inside the treasury. In that way, he tells the person in charge that he should not make the young woman beside him wait for some mere trainee. Like that, both young people head inside the library, while the person in charge hopes nothing goes wrong. As the young man opens the door and enters the room, he tells the woman beside him that this treasury looks exactly like the main one. The woman agrees with him. At that moment, the young man sees Jiang on the 3rd floor and realizes that he is the top trainee in the Corpse Blood Valley. The young woman is amazed that Jiang obtained 3 insignias and believes it is an amazing feat. This makes the young man click his tongue. Now the young man starts boasting about his own greatness, saying any disciple of the 5 kings can do something as simple as that. But the young woman tells him that this reason alone makes Jiang a guaranteed disciple of the 5 kings, so she suggests that making a connection with him would definitely come in handy. The young man becomes irritated because the young woman is getting interested in another man. Now that the young man observes Jiang, he realizes that something is wrong. Jiang is not moving, even though there are people in front of him. The young man calls the woman beside him young lady and tells her that he will bring Jiang here since he does not want to see her wait for a man. When the young woman accepts that, the young man jumps into the air and lands on the 3rd floor. As soon as he reaches the 3rd floor, he grins at Jiang because what he predicted is indeed right. He wondered why Jiang was not even looking at them when they entered the room. And now he understands that Jiang is in a trance. He plans to disturb Jiang. That way, Jiang's internal energy will twist inside him, and as a result, he will lose his martial realm. The young man reaches toward Jiang with a sneer on his face, trying to move him. But just as his hand is about to touch Jiang, our boy just turns with a stare so fierce it feels like a beast has awakened. That overwhelming presence makes the young man flinch in shock. Now Jiang closes the book and questions him, "What the hell are you trying to do?" A few moments before this situation, Jiang is in a trance, and the blue spirit is watching over him. Then the young man lands on the third floor, and the blue spirit wonders who this young man is. It is at this moment that the blue spirit realizes the young man is trying to place his hand on Jiang in order to disturb him. So the blue spirit shouts at Jiang, telling him to wake up from the trance. As the hand slowly reaches closer to Jiang, the death energy around him begins returning to normal, and the blue spirit understands that Jiang is back in action. Then the blue spirit tells Jiang to quickly look to his right side. Jiang glares to his right, closes the book, and questions the young man, "What the hell are you trying to do?" The blue spirit then informs him that the young man was trying to interrupt him, and if someone in a trance is interrupted, the outcome can be severe. Their internal energy could become completely blocked, and that person might never have the chance to learn martial arts again. Then Jiang interrogates the young man, asking whether he knew about the energy blockage that happens when someone is interrupted during a trance. The young man shudders instead of answering. Jiang understands that the young man knew about it, so he places the book inside his kimono. It is at this moment that Jiang strikes the young man's throat with one blow, and declares, "Now that I know your intentions, there is no need for me to hold back." The young man is sent flying back by a single attack, unable to breathe properly after getting struck in the throat. With fury in his eyes, he grabs his blade and swings at the monster before him. The moment the blade moves, Jiang shoots into the air like an unleashed beast, flipping backward in midair by stepping on the blade. In that instant, Jiang somersaults and uses the fluid, mysterious footwork technique, exploding forward like a predator's dance and unleashing the deadly technique he learned not long ago. The blue spirit is baffled that Jiang is using a technique he memorized only a few moments earlier. As Jiang launches his new technique, the young man raises his blade like a shield, desperately trying to block the incoming force. But the sheer power behind Jiang's strike is monstrous, raw, and unrelenting. It tears through the guard like a battering storm, and blasts him straight off the third floor like a ragdoll hurled by a god. Then the young man uses his blade technique in midair. Jiang evades it effortlessly. That blade strike makes the books on the shelf fall down. Jiang lands on the ground, while the young man becomes scared of his master. The person in charge will definitely complain to his master about the ruckus he caused here. The young man thrusts his sword into the ground, and as he releases his grip from the blade's hilt, he begins generating internal energy in his right hand. The blue spirit recognizes that move right away. It is called sword energy. Sword energy cannot be trained. It is something one must earn through enlightenment. This young man has reached the ultimate peak in the martial realm. Meanwhile, Jiang is only at the ultimate peak in terms of internal energy. At that point, the young man charges at Jiang with his full speed. In that moment, internal energy begins leaking from Jiang's hand, making both the young man and the blue spirit speechless. Jiang has formed sword energy on equal footing with the young man. The blue spirit becomes happy after seeing this, and understands that Jiang gained enlightenment inside this treasury. So Jiang is also at the ultimate peak. The young man becomes furious, thinking that Jiang has hidden his true strength until now. As the young man uses his sword energy to kill Jiang, Jiang can clearly see his movements. He can even see how the technique will end, and where its weaknesses are. Then Jiang unleashes the moonless void sword technique that he just learned. As both of them charge head-on at each other, Jiang's sword technique makes the young man lose the sword energy in his right hand. Taking this chance, Jiang is about to drive his sword energy straight into the young man's face. But in that breathtaking moment, the young woman interferes in the battle and blocks Jiang's sword energy. Her interference makes both the young man and Jiang freeze in shock. The young woman is impressed that Jiang's sword energy counterattacked her internal energy, which is much stronger than Jiang's. And Jiang can sense that the young woman in front of him is strong. The young woman praises Jiang for his extraordinary techniques and skills. Jiang replies that even if her hands look delicate, her martial prowess is great. Those words make the young man angry because Jiang is not giving any respect to his lady. The young woman then twists the young man's hand and tells him to keep quiet. After that, she warns him that if he speaks again without her permission, she will personally kill him with her own hands. The young man has no choice but to nod in agreement. At the same time, she apologizes for the young man's mistake, saying he is too loyal to her and sometimes takes things too far. Then Jiang asks who she is. The young woman takes off the bamboo hat with the veil attached to it and introduces herself. She is Yob Wisun, the third disciple of the Heaven-Earth Association's leader. Jiang is surprised, because he never thought he would meet one of the successors of the Heaven-Earth Association like this. But as the lady takes off her hat, Jiang's expression slowly changes. It is as if he has seen something terrible. Even the blue spirit herself is taken aback, because this young woman looks exactly like the blue spirit. Even her eye color is the same. As she introduces herself and is about to say something, Jiang raises his hand toward her and tells her to wait for a moment. Then he instantly runs toward the bookshelves, with a serious and doubtful expression, asking the blue spirit if she has any descendants. He says he did not even know she was married. The blue spirit yells at him in embarrassment, saying she never had any children. Jiang responds by asking how he would know anything about her past when she keeps skipping it every time he mentions it. Then the blue spirit understands that it is her fault for not revealing anything about her past, but she makes one thing clear: she has never even gotten married in her life, so this young woman is not her descendant. Then Jiang walks back to the young woman. No matter how he looks at her, this young woman looks like the blue spirit's twin sister. However, there is one difference between them. That difference is the aura they exude. The blue spirit gives off an arrogant, cold, and overwhelming feeling, but this young woman has a brighter and more cheerful vibe. Still, Jiang dismisses it there because even he himself is not the original Mok Jongwoon from Mok Sword Manor, so he understands that there are cases where two people look alike. As he looks intensely at her, she believes that Jiang has fallen for her peerless beauty, but Jiang replies like a Sigma male, saying there is no chance of that, which makes the young woman a bit disappointed. Thus, he gives a martial salute to the young woman and greets her. "Forgive my late introduction. I am the newly appointed squad leader candidate. My name is Mok Jongwoon." As the young woman looks at him, even a woman who considers herself a peerless beauty falls for Jiang's handsomeness, and what attracts her even more is the martial realm he has achieved at only 17 years old. So she starts strategizing about how to take him to her side. Then she closes her eyes and is about to say something. Nevertheless, Jiang interrupts her, saying that he has two matters to speak about. The young woman allows him to proceed, and Jiang thanks her for her generosity. The first thing is that he can only stay here for 2 hours. But before he can even finish his sentence, the young woman grants him more time. Jiang appreciates her consideration. Now, by pointing his finger at the young man, he reveals the second topic. Because of the young man, Jiang nearly lost his life, so he would like to receive some form of compensation. As the young woman wonders what kind of compensation Jiang is talking about, Jiang declares with a menacing smirk, "Since I nearly lost my life, I would like to take his life as compensation." But then he says that is what he wanted to say, although doing that would make the young woman lose a loyal subordinate. As such, he changes his mind. Instead, he prefers compensation equivalent to the young man's life. The young woman is struck by Jiang's intelligence. His boldness is so high that she realizes not only his martial arts, but also his intellect are extraordinary. Then the young woman smiles at him. After scheming a way to counter his words, she accepts Jiang's previous deal and says that Jiang can kill the young man here. The young man cannot even utter a single word, while Jiang is baffled by her challenge. The young woman clarifies the situation. She already apologized to Jiang and even twisted the young man's hand for his wrongdoing. But if Jiang is not satisfied with her punishment, then Jiang himself can kill the young man here. However, he needs to face the consequences on his own. Jiang asks her about the consequences she mentioned, and the young woman informs him that this young man, her subordinate, is the disciple of the King of Brilliance. Then Jiang realizes what this young woman is trying to say. If he does anything to the young man, he will have to face the wrath of the King of Brilliance. Jiang begins pondering. If he kills the disciple of the King of Brilliance here and still becomes the top participant of the Corpse Blood Valley trials, there's a chance the King of Brilliance might accept him as his disciple. But that would make his goal of choosing the Toad Poison King as his master a failure, since only the Toad Poison King knows about Ghost Blade. The young woman thinks that if Jiang steps back here, it will only prove that he is all talk and no action. Then Jiang accepts that he has no choice and gives up because of the consequences he would have to face for angering the King of Brilliance. The woman is disheartened after hearing that response from Jiang. But in that fleeting moment, Jiang has already launched himself toward the young man. Tightening his fist, he delivers one hell of a blow to the young man with a satisfied smile on his face. The young man becomes enraged by the assault and curses Jiang, asking if he is crazy. Jiang responds by saying that he opened his mouth and spoke. The young man cannot understand what Jiang is trying to say, so Jiang makes it easier for him. Earlier, the young woman herself said that she would kill the young man right here if he spoke without her permission. And now that the young man has reprimanded Jiang for beating him, he needs to die by the young woman's hands. As both of them are shocked by Jiang's other-dimensional master scheming, Jiang reveals that he was thinking of forgiving the young man after punching him once. But now that the young man spoke without the lady's permission, the young woman has to kill him with her own hands. His craftiness and plotting leave the young woman amazed. This is considered indirect killing. If the young woman kills the young man here, she will have to face the wrath of the King of Brilliance. Meanwhile, Jiang can easily escape this situation without dirtying his own hands while still achieving what he wanted. The young man reminds the young woman about the King of Brilliance's temperament, but Jiang cuts him off from the side, saying that the young man is a disgrace to the young woman because he is trying to manipulate her feelings by mentioning the King of Brilliance. Then with a cold voice, Jiang says to him, "Do not disgrace your lady's honor, just die quietly." The young man rebukes Jiang inwardly. Then the young woman begins laughing loudly. She is captivated by Jiang's cleverness, because she thought Jiang was all talk and no action. Then she asks whether Jiang considered the possibility that she might kill him here to silence this entire discussion. Jiang places his hand on his chin and thinks deeply. Then he answers her with confidence, asking if she is really going to do that. The young woman now places her hand inside her kimono and says she likes his boldness. Then she tosses an identity token at Jiang and tells him that she will grant any request he makes as long as he has her identity token. When Jiang asks why she is giving it to him, she replies that this is compensation for the young man's life. Jiang thought the young woman would go back on her words or kill her subordinate, but now he understands that she is not foolish, so he keeps the token inside his kimono and accepts it with gratitude. At that moment, the young woman tells him to view the token as an investment rather than gratitude. Then she offers him a proposal to join her as a follower because she intends to become the leader of the Heaven-Earth Association. That is why she is searching for capable people like Jiang. Jiang can feel the internal energy she is emitting, but he declines her. By bowing his head, he states that he hates disputes and will not get involved in them. The young woman brushes her hair back and believes Jiang is spouting nonsense instead of revealing the truth. She thinks he rejected her proposal because she is the weakest of the 3 successor candidates, while the other 2 candidates are overflowing with talent and backed by powerful people. But she tells him one thing. There will come a time when Jiang regrets not taking this offer right now, because she will not offer him another chance like this. Then Jiang declares that she will offer him again, because if he proves that his talent is the best, the young woman will desperately desire him. The young woman is astonished by those words and the confidence Jiang is displaying. From his eyes, she can tell that Jiang is not joking about this. Then with a cheerful smile, she mumbles that this is the first time she has been rejected after proposing an offer to recruit someone. In that manner, both the young woman and the young man head back on their way, while the young woman looks forward to the day they meet again. And Jiang responds that he will live up to her expectations. The blue spirit is quite unhappy that Jiang did not do as she wished. She had been telling him to act like the young woman's subordinate for a while, then take the chance to backstab her later. Then Jiang informs her that the risk is too high in this case. He already knows that the blue spirit made that request because she wanted to possess the young woman's body, which is identical to hers. Jiang heard from the demon-masked man that there are 3 disciples competing for the association leader position in the successor race. Among them, the first disciple, Nuyuryang, has the most support, holding 40% of the Heaven-Earth Association's backing. So Jiang believes it would not be a good idea to make the first disciple his enemy. Then, as he walks down to the first floor, he tells the blue spirit that they will get another chance like this, so she needs to be patient. All of a sudden, Jiang stops walking. The blue spirit asks what happened. Then Jiang says he did not notice it until he got closer. But there is a doorway with its entrance marked by a red line. Jiang can feel demonic energy leaking out from that place. The blue spirit recalls the warning given by the person in charge, saying they should not cross that line no matter what. Even though Jiang can sense that something is wrong with that place, he thinks he should check it out first. And as he stands in front of the room, he can see something blurry. Then his vision becomes clear. There is a small wooden chest on top of a table. Jiang finds it peculiar because demonic energy is leaking out from that wooden box. Then he hears a scream from behind him and turns his head in that direction. The person in charge is shocked after seeing that the bookshelves and records of martial arts are damaged. Since the person in charge is not paying any attention to Jiang, he is about to step into the room. But as soon as he does, Jiang hears a voice he thought he would never hear again. It is the voice of his grandfather. Jiang, over here, it is so uncomfortable in here, help me, Jiang. The projection of his lost grandfather can be seen through the darkness on top of the chest. Jiang loses his senses and almost falls for the trick. But then the blue spirit snaps him out of it. Jiang asks her if she cannot see the person on top of the wooden box. The blue spirit asks what person he is talking about. Then Jiang sighs and realizes that it is an illusion if even the blue spirit cannot see it. The blue spirit tells him that he should not fall for such petty tricks. Even though Jiang knows it was not his grandfather calling out to him, deep down in his heart, there was only one person he truly cared about in his entire life. So now he narrows his eyes and finds it unpleasant that someone is pretending to be his dead grandfather. Then someone shouts at the blue spirit, saying that a mere inferior spirit like her disturbed its master's plans. The blue spirit yells back at the wooden box, saying the thing inside the wooden box is the inferior one. On top of the wooden box, there is a small crack and demonic energy is seeping out of it in immense amounts. Then the voice commands Jiang, "Human, open the chest." Jiang reels slightly as the voice changes into something monstrous. Then the voice offers him something. "Human, if you do as I say, I, the ruler of death, shall grant your wish." Jiang mocks the voice, saying it is pretending to be the ruler of death when it could not even save its own body. He intensifies his statement even more, asking how the voice could grant someone's wish if it cannot even break the seal by itself. The voice is shaken by those words and responds. Then Jiang realizes that a monster is sealed inside the chest. As the blue spirit takes a smoke, she notices the crack on top of the chest and guesses that the voice is coming out through that small crack. The voice tells Jiang that it was happy when it sensed that Jiang could hear its voice. But after seeing Jiang roaming around with a mere spirit, it speculated that Jiang must be a religious person. Then Jiang clarifies that he is a shaman who learned some sorcery. The wooden box becomes a bit surprised by that, and the voice says Jiang must be the same kind as the 3 eyes that came last time. Jiang wonders who this 3 eyes is. Then the voice explains about the 3 eyes. It is a mythical creature born in human form with 3 eyes. There are rumors that this creature is killed one day after birth. The voice heard that these creatures had gone extinct in ancient times, because it is stated in ancient books that 3-eyed creatures bring misfortune and disasters to the world. Then the voice narrates that this 3-eyed being completely sealed off its presence. No one could detect its presence or hear its voice, as if it never existed. After hearing the words flowing from the wooden box, the blue spirit strongly denies it, saying that erasing one's presence goes against the natural order. The voice is impressed that a mere creature like the blue spirit knows a little about the natural order. The blue spirit becomes frustrated because the voice keeps calling her an inferior spirit again and again. Then Jiang tells her to calm down, and with an evil face, he says he has something in mind. The blue spirit knows how cruel Jiang's ideas can be, and she realizes that Jiang is going to absorb the demonic energy from the spirit and make the voice into his familiar spirit. Then Jiang prepares to absorb the energy through the ritual of attachment. But the voice says Jiang is underestimating it just because it is trapped here. It declares that it is the ruler of death. Jiang asks what difference that makes to him. The voice then tells him that earlier it heard Jiang saw an illusion of his grandfather, so if Jiang helps the voice, it will make his dream come true. Jiang is triggered by those words. Normally, he would not care how much people rebuke him, but when it comes to his grandfather, the situation is never the same. Then Jiang asks if the voice is trying to come out of the wooden box. The voice happily agrees, and Jiang, with a sinister expression, begins absorbing the demonic energy of the voice through the ritual of attachment. The voice begs Jiang to stop, saying it has been sealed for a long time and this is the last remnant of its demonic energy. But Jiang says it is too late. The demonic energy is so rich that by absorbing only a little, he has already gained 50 lives worth of demonic energy. He becomes thrilled and absorbs even more until he is certain that he has dried the voice out of its demonic energy. The voice is now unable to speak properly and tells Jiang to stop, because its demonic energy is being depleted. Then Jiang feels that something is wrong here, as if he needs to stop what he is doing right now. However, the blue spirit encourages Jiang to focus on what is ahead of him and take the voice as his familiar spirit once the absorption is completed. Then with one hand, Jiang squeezes out the demonic energy. With the other hand, he uses his sword energy to break open the wooden box as it nears its end. And right when Jiang is about to break open the wooden box, a blow erupts in. Makes Jiang's sword energy vanish. Jiang is caught off guard. Cracks begin forming more and more, making both Jiang and the blue spirit dumbfounded by the demonic energy leaking out of the wooden box. Because only now do they realize that Jiang has not even absorbed 1/100th of 1% of the demonic energy the voice has. What is even more terrifying is that the demonic energy continues increasing to a point that feels unbelievable. This leak of demonic energy even makes someone like Jiang start sweating, because he cannot understand whether there are beings out there powerful enough to hold this much demonic energy. He is not afraid of the being, but he is quite surprised to see something like this. The box starts to shatter. Then it speaks to Jiang, while carrying a vague suspicion that Jiang is a man capable of handling death energy. Someone smiles at Jiang horrifyingly. I was very lucky to meet a person capable of handling death energy. I shall possess your body. Jiang understands that the voice has made a fool out of him. The scroll bursts open from inside the wooden box. Jiang realizes that the voice pretended to have gotten weaker, then took the chance when he let his guard down. The scroll unfolds itself, making Jiang startled. Inside the scroll, there is a beautiful painting of a landscape, and in the middle of it, a creature can be seen. Then demonic energy pours out from the landscape at an extreme level. A middle-aged man with white hair appears, his eyes glowing with a radiant molten color. As the being steps out of the landscape, the blue spirit warns Jiang to run away right this instant without even looking back, because this is a being far more terrifying than any creature she has encountered. As the being lands on the ground, the blue spirit tells Jiang one thing. She once encountered a powerful person who is one of the 6 heavens of the world. But this being standing right in front of them is multiple times more powerful than that martial artist who reached the top level of this world. There is a book called The Classic of Mountains and Seas. This book is banned from the world, and no one is supposed to read it because it contains information about the ancient times of the world that should never be revealed. And it is mentioned in this book that among the Chimorios, there are beings that exist in a realm so high in dimension that no one can even fathom reaching it. Jiang knows that those words are about beings like the one in front of him. This is a Chimorio of the sacred beast realm, the highest level of the Chimorios. This middle-aged man looks at Jiang intensely, feeling joy from making eye contact with him. Then he asks, "Are you shaking?" The order of Chimorios goes like this. The lowest level is ominous beast, the next one is strange beast, after that comes mythical beast, then demonic beast, and then sacred beast. The highest level is divine beast. The lady shaman once informed Jiang that divine beasts do not exist in the current world. And the being in front of Jiang right now is a sacred beast. According to the lady shaman's words, even sacred beasts should not exist in the current world because they are immortals. Not even the 6 heavens, who are known as the pinnacle of martial arts, are capable of defeating them unless someone has reached a level beyond human limits. Jiang's body is pressured so much by the being's mere presence that he cannot even keep his head raised. As the being points its finger downward, its internal energy forces Jiang to slam his head into the ground, shattering the ground itself from the momentum. The being is taken aback. It intended to crush Jiang's head to death, but somehow Jiang survived. Jiang is perspiring from the pressure. He is stunned to see that the being is still full of energy even after being sealed for such a long time. The being chuckles after hearing Jiang speak about full energy, leaving Jiang bewildered. Then the being reveals that this is actually its weakened state because it was sealed for a long time. It is also a bit angry that an insect like Jiang is judging it as if Jiang were king. Jiang is stupefied that someone has compared him to an insect, but he knows he cannot argue with that because this being is not something he can underestimate. Then the being lifts its index finger and says that Jiang is a unique person, someone it has never met even after living for thousands of years. Now both spirit dolls that Jiang is holding are pulled out from his kimono, and Jiayu shouts for Jiang. The blue spirit immediately comes out of the spirit doll, grabs Jiayu and tries to run away from there. But the being will not let the blue spirit do as she wishes. It starts sucking in the air, saying it has been starving for a long time, so the blue spirit should satisfy its hunger a little. The blue spirit is being sucked toward the being like food, while the being tells her to offer up her soul, saying it could be considered a great sacrifice. But Jiang will not let things go the way the being desires, so he uses his sword energy to save her. And as the being sees Jiang charging toward it, it gestures upward with its index finger, shifting Jiang's gravitational force. Jiang is smashed into the ceiling of the cave, and the debris blows apart from the impact. The blow makes Jiang let out a deep groan, yet the being does not give Jiang even the smallest break. It swipes its index finger, and that gesture makes Jiang smash violently into each corner of the cave. He suffers damage beyond human limits. Yet he stays alive, all for the sake of taking revenge for what happened to his grandpa. Watching her master suffer like that, Jiayu becomes enraged. She uses her chains to stop the being from moving, and the chains tie it up. Nevertheless, it does not even last a second. The being frees itself from the chains effortlessly, leaving Jiayu flabbergasted. Then the being snaps its finger, just like Thanos did in Avengers. Since Jiayu used her hands to bind it, the being takes both of her hands as revenge in one swift motion. Jiayu is thrown into immense agony. As Jiang watches this, he cannot think of a way to defeat that monster, because even the six heavens are no match for it. Even the blue spirit, who is known as a blue rank spirit, is speechless. With his voice shuddering, Jiang speaks in a low voice and admits that he made a grave mistake this time. As Jiang slowly gets up from his state, the monster becomes perplexed. Only now does it realize that from the beginning of this situation it never saw fear in Jiang. Jiang only sweated a little, but he was never truly frightened by the being. Then the person in charge arrives to see what happened because of the loud noises he heard. When he sees the evil being, he is confused about who it is. But to his surprise, the being recognizes the person in charge right away. Since the person in charge has been here for a long time, the being lifts its hand to pull him in and eat him as breakfast. But as it is about to use its demonic powers on him, the power does not work for some reason. Then the being realizes the cause. The person in charge is standing outside the red line, so the being guesses that this work must have been done by the three-eyed guy. The person in charge understands that his martial arts will not be a match for the being, so he runs away to inform the higher-ups about this situation. The being follows after him. But as the being is about to cross the red line, a sorcery activates and makes sure it cannot cross. The sutras repel the being back toward the wooden chest. Jiang senses that the red line is the being's weakness. So in that split second, he makes a quick decision and orders the blue spirit and Jiayu to get out of there without a second thought. As the three of them hurriedly run to cross the red line, the being extends its hand, refusing to let them leave the room. Jiayu somehow makes it past the red line, but Jiang does not manage to do the same. The being uses its demonic powers to stop Jiang. Now the being pulls Jiang close to itself. It is amazed to see that Jiang is such a quick thinker. Not even a second had passed since the being was repelled by the sorcery, yet Jiang immediately commanded his spirits to use that chance to escape. Jiang says he has to think that fast because the being is difficult to deal with. The being becomes frustrated about the three-eyed guy because the three-eyed guy made sure it could not escape in any way possible. Then Jiang asks if the offer is still valid. The being is confused about what offer Jiang is talking about. Jiang, with his face covered in blood, answers that he is talking about the offer where the being would grant him one wish if it came out of the wooden box. Jiang says the being was able to come out of the wooden box because he came into this room. Then the being points out a mistake. Jiang stepped into this room because of his own greed to absorb the monster's demonic energy. Jiang smirks and responds that the being should at least go along with it, and not be petty about these things when it is already this old. The being is baffled as to why Jiang is not feeling any fear, even when he is on the verge of death. It then breaks Jiang's right hand and questions whether Jiang was born without fear, or whether he is confident that he will not be killed by the being even in this situation. Jiang sneers at the being, and replies that it definitely is not the second option. The being enjoys breaking one of Jiang's arms, so now it plans to take out both of his legs. Then Jiang speaks to it. If the being makes Jiang unable to move, then it will not be able to cross the red line. The being understands that Jiang is bargaining with his life here, so it imagines that Jiang also values his life. But to its astonishment, Jiang explains that he does not value his life, because humans are naturally bound to die. Then the being asks the purpose behind Jiang's breathtaking attempts to escape from this place. Jiang, with an expression resembling an Asura, lets the being know, "I am living in this world because there is someone I have to kill." Even the evil being itself is thrilled to hear Jiang talk about revenge with such a hellish expression. The being becomes intrigued by this revenge, so it asks if there is only one person Jiang wants to kill. Jiang responds that he cannot ask for more in this situation. The being is impressed by Jiang's intellect because he knows exactly how to speak in every moment. Then the being releases its controlling technique and accepts Jiang's proposal, since it is in a good mood today. As Jiang sits on the ground, he grabs his elbow and twists it in one swift motion, forcing his hand back to normal. However, he still cannot use it as freely as before. The being is struck by Jiang's healing skills. Then Jiang glances slightly at the blue spirit, already blueprinting a way to get out of here. Since the being released its controlling technique, that means the being believed in him. So Jiang plans to make it out of here in that split moment. Nonetheless, the being catches on to Jiang's scheme. It lifts Jiang once again, and wonders if it really needs Jiang's body to get out of this room. After all, it can easily control Jiang with its skills. It never placed its trust in any humans. But the being before Jiang's eyes is even worse when it comes to trust. Because this being has lived for so long, as Jiang is unable to think of a way to fight against the being. Both the blue spirit and Jiao Soha look at him with sadness filling their eyes. And when Jiang glances at them, he simply chuckles once. At that moment, he can discern one thing. Both the blue spirit and Jiao Soha are trying their best to get their revenge, even after they have died. Just as his eyes are about to shut, he remembers how his grandfather was murdered. In that moment, only one thing flashes through his mind. If there are people out there who are still trying their best to get revenge even after death, then he should be able to avenge his grandfather while he's still alive. It is at this moment that Jiang clenches his teeth. His veins burn with rage, hot enough to melt even heat energy itself. And just as he clenches his fist in anger, the being senses that something dreadful is beginning to occur. Jiang's eyes scorch with an infernal blaze. He is furious that his grandfather was sliced in half, and even more furious that his resentment is still so weak that he is dying like this. The blue spirit, whose spiritual energy has been drained and weakened, staggers and looks at Jiang with a haggard face. Then she realizes that demonic energy is being sucked in through Jiang's palm by the ritual of attachment. The concentration and vastness of that energy are beyond imagination. The color also plays a crucial role in this, and that is when the blue spirit understands one thing. Jiang has ascended to the transcendent realm, and now he unleashes one of the greatest martial techniques that once represented the old martial world. The Moonless Void Sword Technique. As Jiang falls to the ground without a break, he launches himself at the being. The being is dumbfounded after seeing this, because it had noticed earlier that Jiang was somehow controlling death energy. But it did not think much of it because it did not bother him. Now that the being has seen Jiang's potential, which is on a whole other level, it gathers some internal energy and prepares to counterattack. Its internal energy takes the form of a claw, and prepare to strike Jiang at full force. Just as Jiang puts his life on the line to deal with this monster, he sees hands coming out from the ground. Those hands are made of blood. The blood hands try to grab the being, and this is when the blue spirit enters the room once again to help him, betting her life as the stake to protect Jiang. Then she looks back for a brief moment, and tells Jiang to run from here without looking back. Jiang is confused for a second, not knowing whether he should abandon the blue spirit and run. But he has no choice here, so he takes this chance and runs away. As he glances back, he wonders why the blue spirit is sacrificing her life for someone like him when she is only a familiar spirit. On top of that, she would be able to move freely if Jiang died. Then the being catches the blue spirit by the throat, and becomes surprised that she is far better than an inferior spirit. Now it starts sucking her soul as a meal once again. The blue spirit cannot do anything against that being, and simply accepts her death one more time. And as Jiang watches this, she whispers to him in a low voice, "Get out of here, hurry." After seeing her like this, Jiang cannot bring himself to run away. At that moment, he grits his teeth, and quickly stops sprinting. The being becomes confused as to why Jiang is looking back instead of running. Then Jiang channels some of his internal energy into a small sword energy. Both the being and the blue spirit watch, wondering what Jiang is doing. To their bewilderment, Jiang stabs his own heart, and spits out a mouthful of blood. Both the being and the blue spirit are completely stunned by this act. Even in this moment, Jiang sneers at the being, and declares that the being now has nowhere to escape, because Jiang is going to die. The being releases its grip on the blue spirit, and hurriedly comes to catch Jiang as he falls. Then it catches Jiang, and questions whether he has lost his mind. But Jiang is already using the ritual of attachment. The being becomes tense because Jiang is the only way for it to get out of this room. And before the being's thoughts can even process, Jiang grabs its hand tightly and tells it that all of this effort was just to grab its hand. The being is staggered after realizing that Jiang risked his life just to catch a single hand. Then Jiang uses the ritual of attachment. Even Jiang himself is not sure whether the being will fall for his trap. It is simply a gamble with his life, because he figured out that the being had regained less than 1% of its original power. So Jiang only needs to absorb that demonic energy to settle things. Now tension fills the being's eyes because Jiang has caught onto its weakness. So the being grabs Jiang's hair unyieldingly. Even though it slams Jiang's head hard enough to break the floor and blood flows out from his head, Jiang does not lose consciousness. No matter what the being does, Jiang only keeps laughing at it without stopping his technique. At that point, the blue spirit uses her blood hands to stop the being from smashing Jiang's head into the ground. In that heart-stopping moment, Jiang starts laughing loudly, and as the being looks at Jiang, Jiang bursts into such menacing laughter that even the being starts to perspire. Yet a person like Jiang, who is nothing compared to the legends it once fought, has made it understand the emotion called fear, and even when it was being sealed, it never knew what fear was. It fought against the immortals of ancient times. It has lived for more than 1,000 years. His laughter makes even the being, who is known as one of the 6 demons, tremble in fear for the first time in his life. That laugh, it is not human. The being grinds his teeth, unable to accept this inferiority from someone like Jiang, who is nothing but a mere parasite in his eyes. So with all his might, he raises Jiang's head, and uses a method where his soul starts taking form. That form begins heading inside Jiang. The blue spirit recognizes this soul method as an astral body. It is a technique where the astral body enters a person and takes full control over their body. As the astral body heads inside Jiang's body through his eyes and mouth, the blue spirit rushes toward the being to stop the process. But then the soul reaches the depths of Jiang's mind, where the demon seal is present. And as soon as the soul gets near the seal, Jiang's eyes glow with infernal crimson. The soul that penetrated Jiang's body is forced out and returns to the being. At that instant, the being suddenly lets out a scream, opening his mouth with tension filling his eyes. There is no fearlessness anymore. His arrogant expression is nowhere to be seen. What is that thing inside you? This being is definitely a monster from ancient times, he said. But this is the first time in his life that he has encountered a being like Jiang, a demonic monster and bloodthirsty savage. Jiang does not know what the being is talking about, because all those memories are sealed inside his mind. As the being is about to say something, blood erupts from his mouth, and he instantly loosens his grip on Jiang. Jiang's eyes widen. Suddenly fur sprouts all over the being's face, and his skeleton begins changing rapidly. Then a huge shadow falls upon Jiang and the blue spirit. The being's true form has manifested. It glares at Jiang fiercely. It is a raccoon-like beast. The demon seal inside Jiang is something so ferocious that it even forced this being to manifest its true form, as if the demon seal is higher in authority than a being of the sacred realm. Then the being senses that something is wrong. Jiang is using the ritual of attachment, but the being cannot feel his demonic energy being absorbed. Then he looks behind him and sees that Jiang is sucking out the energy from the wooden box. The wooden box is regaining its lost power as the death energy is being absorbed from it. Now the being understands that Jiang had been faking from the beginning. He did all of that just to divert the being's attention away from the wooden box. Then the being turns its head toward Jiang and commands him to stop. In that moment, the scroll that had fallen on the ground rises into the air once again and unfolds itself. Then a white light begins to radiate from it, and that light wraps around the being with strange white strings. Jiang figured this out when the being was banging his head against the ground. The being was sending its demonic energy to the wooden box, and that was when Jiang felt something strange. Now the being roars throughout the cave, trying its best to unseal the strings. Slowly, the strings begin getting cut off as the being tears through them. Both Jiang and the blue spirit leap into the air. Then both of them deliver a heavy strike to the being, making it lose its balance. Jiang and the blue spirit look at the being, and Jiang smirks as he wishes for them to never meet again. In that manner, no matter how hard the being tries to come out of the scroll keeps pulling him back. As the scroll successfully pulls the being inside, it folds itself again. The wooden box, which had been shattered, smoothly attaches its own parts back together, and silently returns to the table. The room goes back to the way it was before. However, this time there is no demonic energy leaking out, because the box has fully repaired itself. Jiang is finally relieved, and says he almost got indigestion from that. The two of them are completely exhausted to the point where they can barely stand still. The blue spirit is glad that the seal worked again. Then she notices something peculiar. Cracks are forming on Jiang's skin. As all the energy from the surroundings is absorbed into Jiang, the blue spirit understands what is happening to him. This is called metamorphosis. It literally means changing the bones and shedding the previous waste. It is a phenomenon where the body undergoes a rapid change in response to enlightenment. And now something truly strange has occurred. This is something that should only happen when one reaches the evolutionary realm. But Jiang absorbed a huge amount of demonic energy from the being. Normally, if a person absorbs internal energy far beyond their capacity, their body cannot hold that much power. Thus, they die from the overflow. However, Jiang's body is truly something else. His body adapts to the demonic energy, and he reaches the level of the blue spirit in her past life in terms of internal energy. Now he can control the flow of internal energy far better than before. After some time, the process is complete, and Jiang recovers from his wounds. Besides, his body now feels much lighter than before, and he understands that he is at the level of the evolutionary realm. As he clenches his fist, he can see that the energy and strength inside it have changed tremendously compared to before. Now that he is at the level of the 8 stars in terms of internal energy, he's going to ace the last trial of the Corpse Blood Valley. A few days ago, when Jiang was in the carriage heading to the Heaven-Earth Association, he asked his master if there had ever been anyone who took a spirit belonging to the sacred realm as their familiar spirit. His master told him that there were 2 shamans who did that, and both of them belonged to the highest rank of shaman cultivation. However, the shaman clarified one thing to Jiang. Spirits of the sacred realm are so powerful that even the 6 heavens are no match for them. So the shamans who took those spirits are not actually humans. But his master halted his words midway and said Jiang should not concern himself with those things right now. Jiang looks at his palm and realizes one thing for certain. he still has a long way to go. As Jiang turns his head toward the blue spirit, his eyes widen after observing her condition. Then the blue spirit calls Jiang in a low voice. Jiang senses that her soul has weakened. Her body is starting to crack, and it is beginning to disappear. As the blue spirit realizes that this might be her last time in this world, she appreciates Jiang for attaining metamorphosis. Then while looking at him, she reveals with a disheartened expression that she did not even have the chance to tell him her backstory. But after seeing Jiang's martial prowess, she believes he will become strong enough to avenge his grandpa. Jiang questions why the blue spirit returned and saved him when she could have simply stayed behind the red line. The blue spirit smiles faintly and answers that everything will be over once Jiang dies. But now that Jiang is alive, she knows he will reach the top level of this world, even if she vanishes. Jiang, without any emotion on his face, becomes perplexed that the blue spirit is really about to fade away. And as half of her body has already evaporated, she requests Jiang to promise her one thing. She says she will die without any regrets because she has hope in Jiang. She believes he will definitely take revenge on the Heaven-Earth Association on her behalf. Then, with her eyes closed and a tear flowing down her face, the blue spirit vanishes into thin air. But our protagonist is not a common man who would let her disappear like that. So by grabbing her hand, he begins releasing his demonic energy. The blue spirit is startled by the immense amount of demonic energy being transferred into her body. She has never experienced such pure and thick demonic energy before. This demonic energy makes her body completely recover from the wounds inflicted during the battle. And surprisingly, her body begins processing a further level up beyond the blue spirit level. The atmosphere around them slowly changes into a blood field. The blue spirit is astonished as she looks at her cultivation level. Then Jiang congratulates her for reaching the next stage. According to the Book of the Shamans, Jiang knows there is a level beyond the blue spirit level, and that is the indigo level. These indigo level spirits are far stronger and incomparable to blue spirits. If blue spirits can make the opponent hallucinate inside their blood field, then indigo level spirits can descend that blood field into reality and trap the opponent inside it. Furthermore, indigo spirits are strong enough to rival demonic beasts. The blue spirit looks at her hands in joy after seeing her cultivation reach new heights. Now Jiang folds his arms and asks what the blue spirit said just a few moments ago. This makes the blue spirit flinch. Then Jiang reminds her how she begged him when she thought she was going to perish from this world. The blue spirit starts chewing on her clothes in embarrassment because of the words she spoke in the heat of the moment. Jiang asks if he needs to call her by a new name now that she has leveled up, but she tells him to call her as usual without any changes. Then Jiang realizes that she actually likes the name he chose at the beginning. The blue spirit shouts at him, saying she never liked that name and tells him to stop making fun of her. Now Soha cries out and calls for Jiang, since she lost both of her hands in the fight against the sacred beast while trying to save him. Then only a few moments later, she makes a joyful expression. Subsequently, someone waves his hand and says he will be waiting for them. It is none other than the person in charge, who is giving Jiang a send-off as he leaves the library. But when looking at the person in charge, Soha is stupefied because Miran is happy after possessing his body. And to our shock, Soha has possessed the body of the person in charge and is cheerfully waving her hand at the protagonist. A few minutes earlier, unlike the blue spirit, who took some time to level up from blue spirit to indigo spirit, Soha reached the blue spirit level as soon as she received a small amount of demonic energy from Jiang. This was possible because Soha had already been on the verge of the green spirit level. Right after that, Soha successfully took the person in charge's body, because this guy was trying to blow the emergency horn, and Soha stopped him from doing that. Soha is very happy to possess a man's body. Jiang imagines that Soha likes that body because now she can read all the martial arts stored inside this library. But the blue spirit says it is disgusting. As Jiang and the blue spirit leave the place, Soha organizes the books that fell on the ground when the young man and Jiang fought earlier. And this is when she stumbles upon the demonic room again. The room is now completely silent, and everything has returned to the way it was before. She remembers what Jiang told them, that he is not capable of handling such a thing. So he understood that it was safe to leave the wooden box here, and he instructed Soha about one thing. If anyone ever comes to this place in search of the wooden box, she needs to inform Jiang quickly through telepathy. However, Soha wonders if it is really safe to abandon such a terrifying thing here. Moreover, she is deeply intrigued by the three-eyed person who managed to seal such a powerful spirit when it still had its full power. A spirit that even the six heavens of the martial world are no match for. She knows that the six heavens of the world are not ordinary martial artists. Their realm is so powerful that only 6 people have reached it so far. But she does not want to bother with that wooden box anymore. So she goes back to placing the books in their proper positions. Outside the mountains, the guard who escorted Jiang to this place has been waiting for him for a long time. He was informed by the young woman that Jiang would be late, but he knows it has already been more than an hour. And just as he moves from this place to check on Jiang, someone appears right behind him. The guard is suddenly shocked to see Jiang standing there. Jiang asks the guard if he got bored from waiting too long. The guard shakes his head and says he is all right, but he is amazed by one thing. Before Jiang entered the library, his aura was like that of a first-rate martial artist. But right now, the guard cannot sense anything from him, as if Jiang has become stronger than him. As the guard escorts Jiang back to the Corpse Blood Valley dorms, he guesses that Jiang must have attained a way to completely suppress his martial energy. But the guard can guarantee one thing. Unless Jiang chooses to lose in the final trial on his own accord, there is no cadet who can even make a small scratch on his body. On the night before the final trial, a person walks toward a building. One of his hands is weighed down by many weight bracelets, while the other carries a pot. This middle-aged man with a serious expression is one of the 5 kings and one of the 8 stars of the martial world. He is known as the Lightning Fist King. As he looks at the building ahead of him, it is revealed that this manor belongs to the Dark Sect, which is one of the 3 powerful sects in the Heaven-Earth Association. He is a bit displeased with this place, because no matter how many times he visits, the Dark Sect always gives off ominous and dark vibes. Then someone notices that one of the 5 kings is here and greets the Fist King. The Fist King turns his head back and greets that person. This person who looks innocent is the leader of the sect, the Dark Sect leader. This Dark Sect has the most power among all the sects in the Heaven-Earth Association. The Fist King asks the Dark Sect leader if he is still wearing a mask to hide his identity. The Dark Sect leader chuckles and says it is a rule he must follow. The Fist King smiles and agrees because he knows the reason the leader must hide it. The Dark Sect was created for intelligence and record-keeping, and only the Heaven-Earth Association leader knows the true face and gender of the Dark Sect leader. Even the Fist King does not know whether the Dark Sect leader is male or female. At that point, the Dark Sect leader asks why the Fist King has come to his sect. Then the Fist King places down the pot he brought. This pot contains wine, and it is known as Top Scholar Red, a famous wine in the world equal to another renowned wine called Daughter in Red. The Dark Sect leader cannot understand why the Fist King is giving him such high-quality wine. Then the Fist King makes things clear. He's bribing the Dark Sect leader for one request. The Dark Sect leader needs to do a difficult favor for him during the Corpse Blood Valley final trial tomorrow. The Dark Sect leader laughs in a low voice at the Fist King, wanting to know what the favor is. Now the Fist King begins explaining the matter in detail. But before he can even speak, the Dark Sect leader interrupts him and makes a guess, asking if the Fist King is here to request that the Dark Sect leader give up on a disciple. The Fist King flinches at the Dark Sect leader's response, because the Dark Sect leader has indeed guessed correctly. After the completion of the final trial, the Masters of the Heaven-Earth Association can choose 1 disciple each from the 6 students who reach the final trial. So the Fist King does not want to lose the student he already selected beforehand to another master. Yet the Dark Sect leader declines the Fist King's request, saying there are reasons for it. On that occasion, the Dark Sect leader mentions one more thing. Normally, the request would have probably been rejected, but after seeing such precious wine in front of him, the Dark Sect leader has changed his mind. So he is willing to know which student the Fist King is referring to. The Fist King remains silent for a moment, because he cannot decide whether he should reveal the student he has chosen. There is a possibility that the Dark Sect leader might take an interest in that student from this point onward. Nonetheless, he has no choice but to disclose it. The student the Fist King is aiming for is the huge guy. Among all the masters present in the Heaven-Earth Association, only the Fist King has not been able to have a successor. If anyone wants to inherit the Fist King's legacy, that person must successfully master his martial arts. Nevertheless, there is a catch. All the previous students who took on that role ended up with crippled bodies, because their bodies were nowhere near the level needed to support the Fist King's martial arts. Only people with an outstanding physique can manage and master the martial arts of the Fist King. The Dark Sect leader understands why the Fist King made this request. Then by clapping his hands and laughing, the Dark Sect leader tells the Fist King not to worry. The Dark Sect leader is aiming to take a girl into the sect. The Fist King knows there is only one girl among the 6 trainees, and that is the red-haired girl. The Dark Sect leader nods at the Fist King and says he's going to select that red-haired girl. Both of them are happy that they are not seeking the same trainee. Besides, the Fist King knows one important detail. There is a woman who is the head of a sect called the Musician Sect, and she is also pursuing the red-haired girl. But the Fist King gives a martial salute to the Dark Sect leader with a joyful expression and does not reveal that information. He does not tell the Dark Sect leader that the Musician Sect is also aiming for the red-haired girl. Far away from that place, the girl suddenly feels as if someone is talking about her. It is the red-haired girl kneeling in front of Jiang. Seeing the red-haired girl suddenly turn her back like that, Jiang asks if she's having a problem. She says she is fine. But she is curious about the motive behind Jiang's sudden summon in the middle of the night. By narrowing her eyes at Jiang, she becomes stressed, wondering why he looked for her so late at night, especially when they are completely alone in a bedroom. Then Jiang states while sitting like a king that he is planning to use her tonight. After hearing that statement, the red-haired girl protects her body by covering it with her hands. She cannot understand why Jiang is behaving like a nighttime beast, but inwardly she is ready to do it with him because Jiang's charm and demeanor are majestic. Then Jiang straightens things out and says that he wants to have a duel with her. This leaves the girl stunned, since she was having some lewd thoughts about him. She becomes discouraged when she realizes that Jiang has never seen her as a woman. Then Jiang continues, saying that she can even kill him in this duel. He is doing this only to warm himself up for tomorrow's final trial. The red-haired girl calculates that she has the advantage here, because Jiang only has to defeat her, while she has the chance to kill him if she wants. So she accepts the duel. As Jiang gets up from his seat, he cracks some of his muscles and prepares for the fight. After that, Jiang offers her something. If she manages to win this duel, he will undo the poison he previously inflicted on her. But before his explanation can even finish, the red-haired girl has already launched herself with a dagger in her hand, pointing it toward Jiang's neck. Yet within an instant, Jiang presses his index finger against the girl's neck. This makes the girl realize the power gap between them. She knows that if Jiang had a dagger in his hand, her neck would have been stabbed instead of being touched by his index finger. Then Jiang licks his index finger and declares that she is too slow for him. As he opens and closes his hand to feel his muscle grip, even Jiang himself is surprised by the sudden spike in power inside him because of the metamorphosis process. The blue spirit advises Jiang not to get overconfident and think he is already a powerful master. There is a huge gap between someone whose internal energy has reached the evolutionary realm and someone who has actually been in the evolutionary realm for a long time. Jiang understands why the blue spirit says those words, but there is something greatly influencing him right now. It is the power he currently possesses, along with the ability to keep anyone in check with that newborn strength. Until now, Jiang has always considered martial arts as only a method to take revenge. But from now on, his perspective toward martial arts has changed significantly. He is now thriving to learn more about martial arts so that he can dominate the entire world with his presence. The red-haired girl can sense the abnormal energy spreading through the room. She clearly knows that Jiang used to be only a little higher than her in cultivation level. But now only one phrase comes out of her mouth: he is a monster. The next day, the time to witness the final winner of the Corpse Blood Valley has finally arrived. The demon-masked man is monitoring the entire field and nearby areas. Then he sees the dark sect leader attending to spectate the match, and the demon-masked man finds it somewhat difficult to accept the dark sect leader's arrival. Not because there is any conflict between them. It is just that the dark sect leader has not shown any interest in these types of ceremonies for a long time. In that moment, someone draws her fingers across a musical instrument, and the sound waves from the instrument make the guards of Corpse Blood Valley tightly cover their ears. The higher-level masters are unaffected by that melody, while the Fist King becomes a bit irritated that the lady has once again begun her stupid way of showing off. The dark sect leader only chuckles at this. The woman playing the violin-like instrument is the head of the musician sect, the Sound Valley Master Heng Yoring. The demon-masked man is a bit unsettled to see the Sound Valley Master attending this ceremony. This is the wicked hobby of the Valley Master. She tries to show off her martial arts even though everyone already knows about them. Even the vice leader of the Heaven-Earth Association, who is known to be a very tolerant man, once warned her to stop using these cheap tactics. Yet her arrogance knows no bounds and she does not even listen to the vice leader. She simply does as she pleases. As the woman prepares to raise the tempo of the instrument even further, the guards slowly begin falling to the ground because they cannot bear it anymore, even while covering their ears. Seeing this rudeness from the woman, the demon-masked man has hesitated until now because stopping her could cause a disturbance in their relationship as sect leaders. Nevertheless, the demon-masked man is someone who always prioritizes his men, so by gripping his sword tightly he prepares to stop the woman's actions. This is when a person emerges with a presence that shakes the area. It is none other than the King of Brilliance himself, one of the most powerful people in Murim and one of the 8 stars of the world. With a serious and annoyed expression, he roars at the woman, "Master Heng, you must pause your music." As soon as the lady realizes that it is the King of Brilliance, she becomes a bit nervous and obeys him, saying she will stop playing the instrument now. As the King of Brilliance climbs the steps, the lady feels the air around her becoming lighter as everything returns to normal. When the King of Brilliance takes a seat, the woman is struck by his martial prowess, which makes the ground tremble even though many martial masters are present here. The demon-masked man knows that the woman cannot do anything to the King of Brilliance. In the past, the woman once argued with the King of Brilliance, and the King of Brilliance used his power to show her exactly why he is called the King of Brilliance. He drove her to the verge of death simply because he was a little irritated. Nonetheless, the demon-masked man cannot understand why the King of Brilliance wants to spectate this match. The King of Brilliance already has many disciples, so there should be no need for him to attend this. Then one student turns his head to the left side in awe. All the students are dumbfounded. After seeing the masters who have participated to take disciples from the 6 trainees, but nobody knows which trainee each master is fascinated by. Afterward, the demon-masked man greets the King of Brilliance by bowing his head. The King of Brilliance also greets the demon-masked man cheerfully, saying it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Then the demon-masked man asks which disciple the King of Brilliance is interested in this time. The King of Brilliance says he wishes to keep it a secret, since many people might hear them. The King of Brilliance now sharply looks at the trainees gathering on the stage. Among the trainees, the King of Brilliance sees Jiang. This is when the King of Brilliance lets out an exclamation of excitement. He is extremely happy to see that Jiang survived the Corpse Blood Valley, because Jiang is the only person in the world who can retrieve the Lost Moon sword arts that the Heaven-Earth Association has been desperately searching for over the past 100 years. The King of Brilliance is brimming with happiness because Jiang has not let him down, and now he is prepared to take Jiang in as his disciple. The King of Brilliance assumed that Jiang would get trampled in the trials, yet he never anticipated that Jiang would actually reach the last trial. Some time ago, the King of Brilliance slammed his hand on the table furiously. He questioned the person in front of him, asking who did this to him. The young man who fought against Jiang yesterday makes a victim-like expression and explains to the King of Brilliance that if he had used his full power, he would have definitely won against his opponent. However, the King of Brilliance cuts off the young man's words and asks him only one thing. What is the name? The young man first needs to repeat the name of the person who did this. He then mentions the name Mok Jong-woon. As soon as the King of Brilliance hears that name, he exhales deeply in astonishment. Even he gets goosebumps for the first time. Clenching his fist tightly in exhilaration after learning that Jeong is alive. He thought the moon sword technique might go extinct, but to his surprise, Jeong made it to the last trial of the Corpse Blood Valley. Then the King of Brilliance seriously demands the reason why the young man fought Jeong. The young man genuinely says that he was just trying to disturb Jeong from a trance unknowingly and without any ill intentions. As soon as the King of Brilliance realizes that his disciple was trying to do something so dangerous to the person who is the most important one in the Heaven-Earth Association, the King of Brilliance gives one powerful knockout blow to the young man's head. The King of Brilliance is truly impressed by Jeong's performance because not only did he survive the Corpse Blood Valley, he even made it to the finals. Now with an aggressive grin, he ponders that he is fixated on taking Jeong as his disciple, even if others criticize him for having an orthodox student as his disciple. Then, as the King of Brilliance turns his eyes to the right side, he sees another intriguing trainee among the competitors. And that person is no less than the Mok brother, Mok Yuchun. The King of Brilliance is quite amazed to see the Mok Yuchun enter the finals. He knew that the Mok brother's potential was good, but he never anticipated that his aptitude was high enough to kill the unorthodox trainees. The King of Brilliance is glad that he visited this year's final ceremony, because there are very talented people this time. Now even the King of Brilliance is ready to see who will dominate the Corpse Blood Valley's final trial. The demon-masked man then voices out the description of the final trial, and commands some of his men to bring the item. At that instant, Mok Yuchun and the sleepy-eyed guy are dumbfounded after seeing the item the demon-masked man ordered to be brought. It is a match bracket. When the match bracket is placed in the trial area, Mok Yuchun understands that the final trial is going to be a one-on-one battle. The demon-masked man then reveals to everyone who does not know that this trial consists of duels. The trainees need to win against their opponents and show their worth to the martial masters who are present here. Furthermore, all the trainees will be chosen by one master, and the trainees will not have the privilege to choose their master, but the one who gets first place in the trial will have the privilege to choose their master. The students watching from the audience start muttering to each other, saying the top trainee will be extremely lucky because he will have the opportunity to choose a master from the 5 kings. Among the 5 kings, 3 are part of the 8 stars of the world, and 2 of them are present here. The demon-masked man then wishes for everyone to give their best shot without hiding anything they have at their disposal. The huge guy is happy to hear that and starts thinking about which master he should choose if he gets first place. Meanwhile, the sleepy-eyed guy is already daydreaming that he is going to be the winner. Both the red-haired girl and the tattooed guy who's possessed by the demonic monk remain silent. And Mok Yuchun has no intention of winning this trial. His only goal is to stop Jeong at all costs from winning. While Jeong is disappointed about something, he is no longer interested in getting first place, because he was hoping the Toad Poison King, one of the 8 stars, would attend this ceremony. Only then would Jeong have a chance to retrieve information from the Toad Poison King about Ghost Blade. But now, Jeong is left in a situation with no reward. According to the demon-masked man, the trainees can only choose from the masters who attended the ceremony. So Jeong simply mumbles that he is quite displeased with this trial. On the flip side, Mok Yuchun is puzzled about one issue. A one-on-one tournament will not work well if there are 6 members. There should either be 4 or 8 members. Then, according to the demon-masked man's order, a subordinate comes forward with a wooden box filled with numbered tokens. As Mok Yuchun steps forward to pick a token number, he draws number 6. As shown on the match bracket, number 6 will compete with number 5, and the winner of that duel will directly advance to the last round. The huge guy becomes jealous of Mok Yuchun and thinks he can pull out number 5. But because of his bad luck, he gets number 4. Then the sleepy-eyed guy takes out number 2, while the red-haired girl gets number 3. So the red-haired girl and the huge guy will battle against each other. Now Jeong goes to pick his token number. As he places his hand inside the wooden box, he picks out a token. His token number is 1. This makes the sleepy-eyed guy flinch because he is matched up to fight against Jeong. And lastly, the demonic monk is matched against Mok Yuchun. As Jeong casually walks past the sleepy-eyed guy in a bad mood, the sleepy-eyed guy feels uneasy because his first opponent is the toughest one present here. But he still has confidence because he has a hidden trick up his sleeve, and this trick could even rival a strong person like Jeong. Jeong is currently in a bad mood, and he agrees with himself that he was only interested in these trials because he was looking for clues to find more information about Ghost Blade so he could kill him. But the Toad Poison King is absent from this ceremony. The sleepy-eyed guy then approaches Jeong. By extending his hand, with a cheerful smile, he says he hopes both of them will do their best in this match. But Jeong is not such a softie. By closing his eyes and speaking in a serious tone, he remarks to the sleepy-eyed guy, "If I were to do my best, the match would end before it could even properly start." The sleepy-eyed guy bites his lips hard, embarrassed by Jeong like this. But what can he do when the main character is aura farming like that? The demon-masked man tells Jeong and the sleepy-eyed guy to quickly appear on the stage. As both of them walk up the steps, the sleepy-eyed guy calls out to Jeong. He is unable to take this feeling of inferiority from Jeong, so he musters up some courage and recommends that Jeong make a bet. Then, by turning to the back, he says the loser has to call the winner master for the rest of their life. Jeong just blindly stares forward without responding. The sleepy-eyed guy tells Jiang that he can just let it go like nothing happened if he is too scared to accept the bet. But to the sleepy-eyed guy's madness, Jiang says that the bet is not spicy enough. So to make it even spicier, he suggests with a devilish smile that the loser has to bark like a dog and behave like a dog for the rest of their life. The sleepy-eyed guy stands frozen because of the stakes Jiang just made. Then Jiang says the same words back to him. If the sleepy-eyed guy is scared, he can just drop it. Then by placing his leg firmly on the ground and releasing his internal energy, the sleepy-eyed guy accepts the bet. Every master attending the ceremony is shocked by such strong internal energy at such a young age. Even the King of Brilliance is surprised by the internal energy released by the sleepy-eyed guy, and he already starts considering that Jiang might lose this match. The Fist King is baffled to see someone of this caliber. He cannot control his manners and asks the nearby guard about the sleepy-eyed guy. The guard tells the Fist King that the sleepy-eyed guy is from one of the lower clans, so no one gave much thought to his martial prowess. The Fist King becomes remorseful for making a bad decision by bribing all the masters with such precious wine for the huge guy. And the King of Brilliance understands why everyone is interested in the sleepy-eyed guy. The sleepy-eyed guy is currently at the end of the ultimate peak, which means he is close to the level of the transcendent realm. The demon-masked man raises his hand and tells the two of them to get ready. As the two people take their fighting stances, the demon-masked man begins. The battle between Jiang and the sleepy-eyed guy who is close to the transcendent realm. Jiang had already surpassed the ultimate peak and reached the evolutionary realm in terms of internal energy, matching the martial masters who are spectating the match here. As the battle between them about to begins, the sleepy-eyed guy looks forward to seeing Jiang's power because of the challenge he made. But the sleepy-eyed guy is confident in his strength, not because he is at the ultimate peak. It is because of a secret technique he possesses, one that even martial masters cannot easily master. In that instant, the sleepy-eyed man lunges at Jiang. His sudden speed is so terrifying that every trainee freezes, their eyes widening in shock. With a blinding strike, the man's fist shoots forward. But Jiang catches the blow with ease. His body remains unshaken, his aura remains untouched. Now Jiang prepares to counter, because the sleepy-eyed guy should not be able to use another attack with his left hand. Yet before Jiang can counter, the man's other fist comes crashing down like a thunderclap. The impact forces Jiang back a single step, a sight that leaves even the King of Brilliance and the Fist King speechless. The sleepy-eyed guy uses his left palm with a crushing technique, while his right fist hammers forward in a relentless barrage. Blow after blow rains upon Jiang, each strike carrying the weight of an earthquake, forcing him backward under the sheer onslaught. Every trainee except the demonic monk possessed in the bald guy's body stands dumbfounded. To see Jiang, the infernal storm himself, being pushed back by another person's fists is a nightmare none of them thought possible. Because using a fist technique with one hand and a palm technique with the other is not as easy as it looks. The sleepy-eyed guy asks if Jiang is surprised by his secret technique. Jiang just stands there without giving any answer. Then by projecting his internal energy, the sleepy-eyed guy challenges Jiang to win against this move, saying this is his ultimate technique. The judges know this cannot be brushed off easily. Anyone with knowledge of martial arts knows that using two techniques simultaneously is impossible for most people, because both techniques require separate flows of internal energy to perform. Just one tiny mistake could lead to a permanent loss of internal energy. Moreover, the brain must also move accordingly with the martial art, so even if a person trains hard in it, they cannot do anything unless they have the talent to handle it. This alone shows the proficiency of the sleepy-eyed guy. The King of Brilliance feels bad for Jiang, given that Jiang was matched against the toughest opponent before he could even prove his worth. Normally, humans become either frightened or discouraged when they face such an opponent. But Jiang right here is the resemblance of a demon. He is actually exhilarated after seeing this, and says, "You did the wrong thing by showing me your ultimate technique from the beginning. That's nice, now I will show you the difference between our power levels." The sleepy-eyed guy suddenly feels a dark presence. He does not know the reason, but all his instincts are telling him to drop out of this match. But he suppresses those instincts, and confidently says that Jiang should stop acting tough when he is going to lose. His legs shatter the ground beneath him under the sheer weight of his power, as the sleepy-eyed guy charges at Jiang to finish him off with a final blow. Just when the sleepy-eyed guy thinks his victory is confirmed, Jiang clenches his right hand into a crushing fist and stretches his left hand open like a blade. This is when Jiang makes everyone realize just how high his martial prowess is. With the surge of his power, he shatters the rhythm of the sleepy-eyed guy's assault, deflecting each strike with blows so devastating that they resound like sky-shattering booms tearing through the heavens. With that overwhelming might, Jiang hurls the sleepy-eyed guy backward, breaking him under a savage force that no ordinary being could ever withstand. But the sleepy-eyed guy is not going to stand still. By forcing back his momentum, he rips through the air with terrifying speed, but Jiang meets him head-on. An annihilating strike cracks the sleepy-eyed guy's chin, snapping his head back. Before the man can even fall, Jiang's blazing fist smashes across his cheek, and in the same breath, Jiang's knee drives into him like a death sentence. A bone-crushing blow that leaves no room for escape. The sleepy-eyed guy is flabbergasted. Although he displayed both a fist technique and a palm technique, Jiang is strong enough to mix foot techniques into this as well. While floating in the air, the sleepy-eyed guy realizes one thing. He is no match for Jiang. What is even more dangerous about Jiang is that he simply increased the amplification of the fist and palm strikes to the next level. so even defending himself from Jiang has become pointless. The sleepy-eyed guy has no chance to breathe. Jiang's ruthless onslaught cages him from every direction. The sleepy-eyed guy grits his teeth, unable to back down without putting up a fight. He burns his last shred of internal energy so fiercely that the ground beneath him shatters and debris surges upward. Before the fragments can even fall, he vanishes and reappears beside Jiang, as he is about to deliver a devastating hit to at least knock Jiang down once. Jiang evades that mighty strike by curving his upper body to the right side with the support of his hand. In that position, Jiang says to the sleepy-eyed guy, "From now on, you better act and bark like a dog." That is when he delivers a cataclysmic heavenly slam. The sleepy-eyed guy spits blood from his mouth, and Jiang returns his body back to position. This display makes the masters and trainees truly witness the martial arts of a demon god. The demon-masked man then raises his hand and announces that the match is over. The winner is Mok Jongwon. The sleepy-eyed guy has fallen unconscious, while Jiang stands there with a majestic appearance. All the masters rise from their seats after seeing this. The trainees have no words to say, because this is not something normal. Even the renowned geniuses of the world are not capable of imitating a person's moves just by looking at them once. As the match ends, the guards pick up the sleepy-eyed guy's body, since he has fallen into a deep slumber, while Jiang walks down from the stage. Because of Jiang's martial prowess, every master now feels the urge to take him as their disciple. After witnessing Jiang's dramatic performance, the Fist King whispers to himself that he has changed his plans regarding his disciple. Now the Fist King is looking to take Jiang as his disciple. The King of Brilliance catches those words and becomes uncomfortable. He asks the Fist King to clarify what he meant. The Fist King makes eye contact with the King of Brilliance and makes things clear. He will be taking Jiang as his disciple. Then he boldly tells the King of Brilliance that the King of Brilliance should not interfere in these things when he already has so many disciples. Otherwise, it would make the King of Brilliance look greedy. The King of Brilliance crushes the handle of his chair with his grip strength alone. Then, rising from his seat, he glares at the Fist King while slowly releasing his aura and asks if the Fist King really dares to call him greedy. The Fist King does not lose his composure. He begins discharging his internal energy and responds by asking how else he should describe the King of Brilliance's actions when he is trying to gain even more disciples despite already having many. With only those few words exchanged between them, both of them unleash their power and prepare to engage in battle. The spectators cannot say anything or try to stop them because they are two of the 5 kings. The rest of the masters are not in any league to stop this, as the situation gets out of control. A person finally steps in. It is the Dark Sect leader. He has something he wishes to say. As both kings look toward him to see what he is going to say, the Dark Sect leader simply points out one rule of the final trial. The one who gets first place has the privilege to choose their own master, and according to the battle, Jiang's potential is enough to get him the first position. So there is no need for the 2 kings to fight, because Jiang will be the one choosing after he gets first place. After hearing that, the 2 kings do not even know what to say. The King of Brilliance feels shy, because he acted like that when what the Dark Sect leader said is indeed true. The Fist King looks to the side and curses himself inwardly, because he got agitated without even thinking about such a simple rule. Both kings realize one thing. They lost their patience because of Jiang's demonstration of power. The Dark Sect leader tells the 2 kings that they should just enjoy watching the match, and a guard brings a new chair for the King of Brilliance. The 2 kings are still feeling embarrassed, since they acted like small kids fighting over a piece of chocolate. Meanwhile, Jiang is sitting on the steps, observing the next match between the red-haired girl and the huge guy. The Sound Valley Master is not interested in what the Dark Sect leader has to say. She's planning to make Jiang her own disciple by contacting him without letting anyone know. The demon-masked man then begins the battle between the red-haired girl and the huge guy. The red-haired girl strikes the huge guy, while the huge guy defends himself from all of her attacks. Just as Jiang is calmly watching the match, someone speaks to him and the voice is transferred directly into his brain. Jiang becomes perplexed by this, as Jiang scans the area to find out who is speaking to him in such a manner. That person provokes him, saying Jiang is not strong enough to figure out who it is. But before the person can even finish those words, Jiang's eyes rapidly sweep toward a certain person. He is eyeing the Sound Valley Master. This amazes the Sound Valley Master because Jiang spotted her in no time. By licking her finger, she becomes even more desperate to take him under her wing. Then by sending another message directly to his brain, she compliments him, saying his sharp senses are far better than those of many martial artists. So she asks if Jiang wants to know how she did it, and Jiang nods in agreement. Now she's going to teach him how to do it as a gift for his accomplishment in the first match. By sticking her tongue out, she explains it to him in detail while touching her tongue. There's a certain part under the tongue, and by clicking it a set number of times while using internal energy, a person can speak to whoever they want without opening their mouth or letting their voice out. No one other than the speaker and the receiver can hear what they are saying. She tells him that if Jiang practices this for 3 months, he can achieve it easily with his outstanding talent. However, right after she finishes her explanation, Jiang speaks to her using that same voice transmission. The sect head is overwhelmed by Jiang's matchless speed in learning things. In that way, Jiang tries to find out the name of this move, and the sect head tells him that it is called secret sound transmission. As the huge guy pushes the red-haired girl with his heavy body, the sect head reveals her true intentions to Jiang. She makes Jiang aware of something. If he is planning to become the disciple of one of the 2 kings, it could lead him toward a hopeless future. After all, the King of Brilliance already has a successor and many disciples under his command, so Jiang would only get trampled by his fellow members if he goes there. But if he chooses the Fist King who has no successors or disciples, there is also a problem. The Fist King uses powerful martial arts that ordinary people cannot train in, and they end up crippling themselves in the process. However, if Jiang chooses the Sound Valley Master as his master, he will be surrounded by beautiful women. They will do all sorts of tasks Jiang wants them to do because Sound Valley is full of girls and has no boys, so Jiang can enjoy many women like an emperor. Then by sharpening her eyes, she even warns Jiang. If he dares to reject her, she will have no choice but to selfishly take Mok Yuchen under her wing because he is Jiang's brother. Then she will play with him until she gets bored of him, and after that she will kill him. But the person she is trying to blackmail is Jiang, and to her craziness. Jiang responds with a cheerful and bright smile, offering that the sect head can do anything she wishes with Mok Yuchen. Jiang gives her full rights to kill him. The sect head can see that Jiang is not speaking nonsense. He is serious about this. She can perceive just how dangerous and evil-minded Jiang truly is. The fact is, Jiang has been trying to kill Mok Yuchen from the beginning, but he held himself back because it could cause an uproar if he did it aimlessly. And now that the sect head has threatened Jiang by saying she will kill Mok Yuchen, why would Jiang not agree? He's getting what he wants without staining his own hands with blood. This is when the sleepy-eyed guy opens his eyes after the deep sleep caused by Jiang. As he rises from his position, Mok Yuchen suggests that the sleepy-eyed guy should rest for a while. The sleepy-eyed guy remembers his loss and how embarrassingly he lost to Jiang. Mok Yuchen comforts the sleepy-eyed guy, saying he did well. Then, by getting up, the sleepy-eyed guy smiles and tells Mok Yuchen that he made a deal with Jiang, so now he needs to do his part as promised. As the sleepy-eyed guy stands in front of Jiang, he falls to his knees and accepts that he will be Jiang's dog from now on. Then, by bowing his head, he greets Jiang as his new master from today onward. Mok Yuchen cannot understand the situation properly. He just shouts at the sleepy-eyed guy, telling him to stop doing that. On the other side, the match is won by the red-haired girl, since the huge guy fails to keep up with her martial arts. The next match is between the demonic monk in the body of Yom Ga and Mok Yuchen. When Mok Yuchen sees the red-haired girl coming down from the stage, he warns her that Jiang is using some strange tactics to make everyone around him into his subordinates. But the red-haired girl does not bother listening to what Mok Yuchen is trying to say. She simply replies that Mok Yuchen is a bit too late. To Mok Yuchen's shock, the red-haired girl now bows her head and greets Jiang as her master. Seeing everyone act so strangely makes Mok Yuchen disoriented. Now he yells at Jiang, asking what he did to the sleepy-eyed guy and the red-haired girl. But Jiang is not sure what Mok Yuchen is currently going for. And just as Mok Yuchen questions him about this subordination scheme, the demon-masked man calls Mok Yuchen from behind, telling him to get onto the stage, since Yom Ga is already there. Mok Yuchen has no choice but to obey the demon-masked man's words. As he heads onto the stage, he wonders where things went wrong for Jiang to act like this. Mok Yuchen only wants to bring Jiang back to how he was before. But as more time passes, even the people around Jiang are slowly changing and behaving in a new way. Mok Yuchen assumes that everyone is doing this because of Jiang's overwhelming talent. As he gets onto the stage, he knows that only by becoming stronger than Jiang can he bring Jiang back to the way he was before. Then, by facing Yom Ga, Mok Yuchen clenches his fist in rage as the veins pop out of his hand. And at last, he's going to use the blood reversal technique for the first time in his life during a duel. He has never shown this power in front of anyone before. Sometime later, as the match between Mok Yuchen and Yom Ga ends, someone falls to his knees. Yom Ga has lost the match against Mok Yuchen. Mok Yuchen is exhaling heavily, but somehow he managed to take down Yom Ga. There are two masters here to recruit trainees, but they are not at the level of the sect masters or the 5 kings. The red-haired spiky man is the squad captain of Sacred Blood, and the long-haired man is the squad captain of Yama's squad. Both of them discuss the skills of the two participants. Yom Ga has great efficiency, but Mok Yuchen has great instincts that cover his weak experience in fighting. However, the Masters and the 5 Kings are completely silent for some reason. And to make it worse, there is a strange radiation surrounding Mok Yuchen. The Dark Sect leader senses something vicious from Mok Yuchen. And it is not only him. All the masters are watching Mok Yuchen seriously without saying a word. In that manner, Mok Yuchen becomes agitated, as if he cannot control his body for an unknown reason. The King of Brilliance has his mouth open wide because Mok Yuchen's internal energy has just increased twofold when he was about to lose the match. And right after that sudden surge of power, Mok Yuchen defeated Yom Ga with a single hit. The Fist King explains that Mok Yuchen must have used some forbidden technique to double his internal energy. Then the King of Brilliance alerts the Fist King that they need to be prepared, because there might be a chance of Mok Yuchen losing control. If that happens, the 2 kings will have to step up in order to subdue him. At that moment, the blue spirit indicates to Jiang that Mok Yuchen is getting impatient. In the worst-case scenario, all his veins could even explode from the pressure. That is when Jiang says something shocking: that person is already dead. The blue spirit is baffled by those words, because Mok Yuchen is alive and standing in front of them. That is when Jiang clears up the doubt. It is not Mok Yuchen who is dead, but the body the demonic monk possessed. And because that body has been killed, the demonic monk is back to his original form. Then the demon-masked man announces to everyone that the tattooed guy is dead. The tattooed guy died after coughing out a massive amount of blood. That announcement shocks all the masters and trainees, and Mok Yuchen becomes depressed by that fact. The demon-masked man places his hand on the tattooed guy to check the reason behind his death. That is when the demon-masked man finds something peculiar. It is not only that the tattooed guy is dead. All the veins in his body have exploded in a strange manner, and the place where Mok Yuchen landed his hit has been completely blackened. The problem here is that whenever someone kills a person, most masters try to identify the murderer through the wound or the martial arts inflicted on the victim. But this pattern on the tattooed guy is something the demon-masked man has never seen in the righteous faction or the evil faction. It does not even belong to the Heaven-Earth Association. The Blue Spirit then says the reason Mok Yuchen did this is because of the fake cultivation technique that Jiang taught him when Jiang was learning basic martial arts for the first time. Now that Jiang gives it some thought, he tells the Blue Spirit something unbelievable. If he gets matched with Mok Yuchen, he is planning to lose that match. Mok Yuchen looks at the tattooed guy's body with guilt filling his eyes. Even though Mok Yuchen killed a lot of people after being dragged into the corpse blood valley, he only did that because there was no other choice. So Mok Yuchen feels guilty for killing a person when it was not even required. This deep sorrow makes his mind change. He just cannot accept that he killed someone so unjustly. And now, the energy field around Mok Yuchen becomes savage. While his body bursts with a blood-red essence, only one thing repeats in his mind: kill all the people near him. By grabbing his face, Mok Yuchen does his best to control this powerful malevolence. That is when he discovers that this is not some otherworldly power. These are the side effects of the cultivation technique he practiced. Mok Yuchen recalls all the memories from when he began learning this technique, and that is when he notices that this cultivation technique stops all the other emotions a human has. It only drives him to kill everyone, and this can be called killing intent. Mok Yuchen starts laughing as if he is enjoying this. To his surprise, this feeling of killing intent makes his body feel pleasure whenever he kills someone. The King of Brilliance rises from his seat after detecting that malicious presence from Mok Yuchen. And just as he is about to tell the demon-masked man to restrain Mok Yuchen, a small tag falls from Mok Yuchen's robe. As the material falls down, Mok Yuchen's gaze turns toward it. The material is a pendant. Mok Yuchen remembers the scene when the spy handed over that pendant, trusting him to fulfill the mission of the Orthodox faction. Those echoes of the past make Mok Yuchen grit his teeth. Then he stomps on the ground to maintain his balance. All the top-tier masters are astonished by what Mok Yuchen is doing, because he is attempting the most difficult part. He is regulating his composure by keeping his body in a tight position. The King of Brilliance is impressed that Mok Yuchen is pulling off an amazing feat that most people fail to do. Mok Yuchen's entire body has swollen veins spreading across it, and in this moment, his mind goes back to the time when Jiang explained why he chose Mok Yuchen to train in the fundamental martial arts. Jiang told him that Mok Yuchen was the most talented person out there. Mok Yuchen tightens his teeth, because that was the first time someone acknowledged his skills. And with that, Mok Yuchen successfully settles the blood reversal technique. As he relaxes, all his veins sink back into his body, and now he has only one goal: to bring Jiang back to his former self. The Fist King inwardly compliments Mok Yuchen for being able to maintain that energy. Jiang will be fighting Mok Yuchen in the end, so Jiang gets onto the stage for his match against Mo Harang. Nonetheless, Mo Harang raises her hand and surrenders herself. The demon-masked man accepts her surrender and proceeds to the next phase. The King of Brilliance never expected this kind of outcome to appear in the Corpse Blood Valley. Even though he does not know the true intentions behind the Heaven-Earth Association leader's order to send Jiang and Mok Yuchen to the Corpse Blood Valley, he's surprised to see that the finalists of a competition held by the Heaven-Earth Association are people from the Orthodox faction. Now, this is a battle between two brothers. One has the power of some unknown kind of demonic energy, and the other is a true demon himself. Even the demon-masked man is not in a state to hold his breath anymore, as he urges them to begin the match. This has never happened before. The final contestants of the Corpse Blood Valley versus Mok Jongwoon. Get ready for the ultimate showdown. As the battle is about to begin, both competitors stare at each other face to face. Even the masters are looking forward to seeing the outcome of this finale. Mok Yuchen gives Jiang a warning. He says Jiang is his brother, but Jiang has gone too far this time by killing so many people unnecessarily. And by looking at the way Jiang does things, Mok Yuchen can foresee that Jiang will not stop killing people. So as his brother, Mok Yuchen is going to put an end to all of this. Mok Yuchen knows that he is not capable of defeating Jiang with his current power level. So he warns Jiang that there are side effects to the technique Jiang taught him. And when those side effects are activated, Mok Yuchen's power level increases dramatically. With that power level, Mok Yuchen is strong enough to kill Jiang. That is why Mok Yuchen tells Jiang to stop all his evil actions and forfeit the match before things get intense. Jiang does not respond to those words and simply stands still. He is now sure that the increase in Mok Yuchen's power level happened because of the fake technique. So by using a move called Demonic Eye, Jiang is able to see the flow of another person's internal energy. He learned this move from the Lady Shaman, and it allows the user to see what the naked eye cannot. After inspecting Mok Yuchen's body, Jiang can see the flow of his internal energy. The flow of internal energy is so powerful that if the user of this martial art attacks a person, the victim's body will explode because their veins are overwhelmed by the pressure. However, if it is not maintained properly, even the user might suffer backlash and meet the same fate as the victim. Jiang never knew that just randomly changing a few verses in a book could cause such a powerful martial art to be born. This is when an interest is born inside Jiang to learn more about it. But even if he remembers the verses he altered, he does not know the breathing technique Mok Yuchen uses to perform this technique. And there is only one way to find out. In order to learn that martial art without any mistakes, Jiang needs to intensify it. And that can only happen when Mok Yuchen loses his sense of justice or gets consumed by rage. But right now, Mok Yuchen is neither angry nor does he have any intention to kill Jiang. So Jiang has no option but to provoke Mok Yuchen until he uses that martial art. Jiang then smiles and states that he never expected Mok Yuchen to gain such immense power. Nevertheless, he expected the technique he taught him to have some serious side effects. At that remark from Jiang, Mok Yuchen becomes perplexed. He asks why Jiang taught him that technique if he knew it had side effects. At last, with a dreadful smirk, Jiang reveals why that technique has side effects. It is because the technique was fake from the beginning. From that statement, Mok Yuchen stands paralyzed, because he never imagined Jiang would do such a thing. Mok Yuchen asks why Jiang would go to such lengths when there was no need for him to do that. Mok Yuchen shudders heavily, unable to accept the sudden truth. The aura slowly begins to draw out of his body as he finally understands that Jiang never truly cared for him. But Mok Yuchen still has a faint hope in Jiang. He thinks Jiang might only be provoking him by saying a few lies. The demon-masked man swings his hand down, signaling the start of the fight. Mok Yuchen rushes at Jiang with the intention of making him surrender. Jiang instantly counters, slamming a blow into his chin. Without pause, Jiang's leg whips around and crashes into Mok Yuchen's cheek with bone-rattling force. Blood bursts from Mok Yuchen's mouth as his body shakes violently under the raw brutality of Jiang's power. But his spirit remains unyielding. He rises once more, hurling himself at Jiang in a last attempt to end him. Strike after strike thunders through the arena, yet Jiang remains untouchable. He flows past every blow with calm and deadly elegance, sliding like a butterfly. Jiang even suggests that Mok Yuchen use that powerful martial art. Mok Yuchen is completely confused as to why he cannot hit him. In his mind, Jiang is like a huge wall, massive and sturdy. However, it is not like Mok Yuchen has lived an easygoing life until now. He has trained since childhood like a maniac, yet his arms cannot even graze Jiang. Only one thought flashes through his mind, the urge to use that martial art, and now his killing intent is also rising. But Mok Yuchen is resisting the martial art, refusing to let it consume him with killing intent. Because when he thinks back to how Jiang used to be in Mok Manor, his desire to use that martial art begins to recede. Sensing Mok Yuchen's attempt to resist the martial art, Jiang pours even more fuel into the flames. His fist crashes into Mok Yuchen. Without pause, he surges forward, unleashing a cyclone of merciless strikes. Each blow rips through flesh and bone, driving Mok Yuchen down with a violence that makes the very air tremble. For a fleeting second, Mok Yuchen's pride twists into rage. With a roar, he drags his arm back and hammers down a savage strike that forces Jiang to skid several steps across the floor. Jiang knows that Mok Yuchen is finally showing his martial art, and if he needs to increase the intensity of it, there is only one way. As Mok Yuchen looks at Jiang, Jiang sneers and mocks him, saying he was expecting a great fight from his brother, but Mok Yuchen is only landing puny hits. Then he declares that he should not have expected much from the son of a concubine, because Mok Yuchen is just a lowborn. That declaration sparks a flame leading straight to a volcano. Now Mok Yuchen's finally fall for our MC's rage bait. All the veins in Mok Yuchen's body bulge out heavily, and Jiang notices something. It is the energy leaking from his body. Now Mok Yuchen responds to Jiang. He says he never believed Jiang would teach him properly. He thought Jiang might be scheming something, when Jiang suggested that he would teach him the secret martial arts of Mok Manor in exchange for learning the fundamentals. But later, when Mok Yuchen practiced the martial art, he finally started believing that Jiang did not have any evil thoughts, because that technique made him multiple times stronger. Right after Mok Yuchen finishes his words, a blood-red aura pulsing with menace gushes out from his body. His clothes slowly begin tearing apart as his muscles grow. The aura swirls like a whirlpool. Anyone near such power can tell that they should not engage in that battle. Jiang activates Demonic Eye and figures out that Mok Yuchen's internal energy has tripled, and it is persistently escalating even further. It reaches the point where his current attire can no longer hold on, as his body grows like a dominant beast. For some reason, Jiang is not even afraid of this. He is just excited like a monster ready to hunt. As Mok Yuchen extends his hand, his body like a heavy beast, he has lost his sense of justice and patience. His only aim is to kill Jiang, no matter the cost. The entire ground is being crushed as Mok Yuchen walking up to Jiang, and the weight of his presence makes the stage crumble. The two kings jump into action to stop Mok Yuchen, but Mok Yuchen lunges at Jiang, breaking the sonic barrier. The demon-masked man and the other guards also move in to stop Mok Yuchen before he makes any contact. But all the masters are a bit too late. Within the blink of an eye, Mok Yuchen dissolves the stage behind him into nothingness with his annihilating power. Mok Yuchen is right in front of Jiang, and the blue spirit tells Jiang to run away or defend himself. But Jiang replies that he is not here to win this match. Then Mok Yuchen, with all his might, and without leaving behind a single drop of his energy, smashes Jiang. Jiang is blown into the audience stand, breaking through the wall in the middle, while the two kings immobilize Mok Yuchen by slamming his head into the ground. But Mok Yuchen still does not regain his senses and laughs hysterically. In contrast, the remaining guards and trainees check whether Jiang is all right. The blue spirit asks if Jiang is alive or not, and Jiang with a nosebleed answers that he is well, but that punch was really strong. Then by raising his hand, he reveals that he has successfully acquired the martial art. Only for this sole reason, he did not fight back or defend himself against Mok Yuchen. And now he is truly happy that he has another powerful card up his sleeve. As Mok Yuchen laughs nonstop, all the masters and guards surround him so he will not do anything reckless. Then seeing that Mok Yuchen still has not regained his senses, the King of Brilliance prepares to punch him while controlling his power to the minimum. In that moment, the King of Brilliance knocks out Mok Yuchen with a small blow. Mok Yuchen loses consciousness from that power, and taking this chance, the Dark Sect leader presses his acupoints to keep him unable to move. But those acupoints do not work on Mok Yuchen because of the unknown martial art, and Mok Yuchen slowly begins regaining consciousness once again. That is when the Sound Valley Master steps forward to solve the issue. By placing both of her hands near Mok Yuchen's ears, she uses sound vibrations on Mok Yuchen, making him screech in pain. Only then does Mok Yuchen finally settle down, and all the masters relax after seeing that. The Fist King asks what kind of martial art she used, and she says she did not use anything special, just her everyday sound martial art. Even she did not think it would work. As Mok Yuchen falls asleep, the King of Brilliance finally relaxes because they were about to lose a powerful man like Mok Yuchen. The King of Brilliance understands that Mok Yuchen needs to recover for a while, since he used some forbidden martial art carelessly. However, because of Mok Yuchen, the King of Brilliance had completely lost focus on Jiang, so he instantly turns his head in Jiang's direction. But Jiang is doing well without any problem. Both kings are speechless after seeing that, because Mok Yuchen landed a powerful punch with all his might on Jiang. And Jiang took that punch without using any defensive martial arts. A circumflex euros that could only mean Jiang's level is far above Mok Yuchen in terms of martial prowess. The demon masked man asks if Jiang is all right. Jiang reassures him that he is fine. Then Jiang reveals to the demon masked man that he does not need to worry because Jiang took that punch head-on purpose. The demon masked man is stupefied by that because Jiang did not even try to guard up when Mok Yuchen was aiming to kill him. And the demon masked man starts pondering. If Jiang was able to calculate the power level of his enemy in that short period of time, then he can tell that Jiang must have had some kind of motive for doing this. The demon masked man cannot control his curiosity and asks Jiang why he took that blow. Jiang shows his fist and reveals to the demon masked man that his target was to steal that martial art from Mok Yuchen. The demon masked man has no words to express his amazement. As Jiang exercises his hand, he realizes how the veins make his fist even more powerful. He tells the demon masked man that if he uses this technique on a single spot in his body, he can deal a perfect death blow to the opponent. But when he sees the demon masked man just standing there like a doll without saying anything, Jiang asks if he did not like what Jiang did just now. The demon masked man shakes his head and tells Jiang that he was simply taken aback by Jiang's martial prowess. The demon masked man is having many thoughts. Jiang is doing something that no one in the world is capable of doing. And now that the demon masked man thinks about it, Jiang promised that he would reach the evolutionary realm in 2 years. But after seeing his capabilities, the demon masked man realizes that Jiang might reach a realm far beyond that in 2 years. The demon masked man wonders just how powerful and dominant the future Jiang will become. He can discern one thing. A circumflex euros Jiang will definitely become a power that even the entire world would not be able to take down, even if it stood against him. Now that Jiang has attained this powerful martial art, he wants to name it. So he asks the blue spirit to give the martial art a suitable name. As the blue spirit thinks about it, she finally comes up with a name. A circumflex euros blood reversal technique. She named it like that because whenever the user uses this martial art, the flow of blood reverses. By tightening his fist, Jiang is happy to hear that name, and the demon masked man compliments Jiang, saying Jiang always surprises him with his unparalleled talent. Now Jiang looks away and wants to know Mok Yuchen's condition. The demon masked man looks at Mok Yuchen and explains that the masters stepped in at the right time and stopped Mok Yuchen's actions. Otherwise, Mok Yuchen would have died right now because of the blood flowing in reverse and the forced increase in his internal energy. Jiang thought Mok Yuchen would die because of the overflowing energy, but he concludes that Mok Yuchen is fated to live longer, and his primary objective of obtaining the blood reversal technique has also been achieved. With that, the Corpse Blood Valley trials have ended. But there is one problem that has not been solved. That is the winner of the last trial, who should be the top trainee. The King of Brilliance thrusts his blade into the ground as he gets serious, while all the masters split into two sides. One side is vouching for Mok Yuchen to be the top trainee, while the other side is vouching for Jiang. With a ruthless expression, the King of Brilliance says that if the match had continued, Jiang would have won, because Mok Yuchen would have died due to energy blockage. Yet the Fist King argues with the King of Brilliance. If the match had really continued, Jiang would have died because Jiang is no match for Mok Yuchen. Then the King of Brilliance replies that Jiang was able to withstand Mok Yuchen's ultimate attack. so Jiang would live longer than Mok Yuchen, since Mok Yuchen would die early because of his overflowing energy. According to the rules of the Corpse Blood Valley, the top trainee gets the privilege to choose their mentor. However, the Fist King knows that Jiang would choose the King of Brilliance because the King of Brilliance has the highest power here, so he is planning to make Mok Yuchen the top trainee. That way, Jiang would have no choice but to obey whoever takes him in. And if both the Fist King and the King of Brilliance are seeking to take Jiang, everyone would support the Fist King because the Fist King has no disciples. And the King of Brilliance is vouching for Jiang to be the top trainee because he knows Jiang from Mok Manor. The King of Brilliance is the only person other than the demon masked man who knows about Jiang's real identity. So Jiang will obviously choose the King of Brilliance if he gets first place. The Sound Valley Master says Mok Yuchen just used some evil arts, so they should make Mok Yuchen the top trainee, since the Heaven-Earth Association acknowledges evil arts as a form of martial arts. The King of Brilliance becomes more and more enraged because the opposition party is trying to snatch Jiang. Now he's preparing to fight every single one of them to take Jiang as his disciple. That is when someone raises his hand and makes a proposal. Everyone's attention turns to the Dark Sect leader. After seeing all this commotion, the Dark Sect leader finally decides to put a stop to it. He says they are arguing like this because no one knows what would have happened if the masters had not intervened at the last moment. So there is only one way to conclude this problem: make both participants the top trainees. In other words, it is a tie. The Fist King wants to decline that opinion because then Jiang will have the right to choose. He cannot take that risk. That is when the demon-masked man finally says something. They cannot make both trainees losers. So he accepts the Dark Sect leader's opinion and makes both trainees winners. At last, the problem is solved without the King of Brilliance killing anyone. All the masters remain silent without dragging the conversation any further, because the test was made by the Corpse Blood Valley, and the head of the Corpse Blood Valley is the demon-masked man. So no one can argue with the demon-masked man declaring the two trainees as top participants. The Fist King just shuts his mouth, because what can he do when the demon-masked man has already declared the winners? It would only make the Fist King look bad if he starts arguing with the demon-masked man. Even the Sound Valley Master is upset by the final declaration. Both the Dark Sect leader and the King of Brilliance are happy that things went according to their wishes. Like that, two trainees are made top trainees for the first time in the history of Corpse Blood Valley, and many people do not know that both of these people are from the Orthodox sect, which means the righteous faction. Then the demon-masked man tells Jiang to come up on the stage so he can select the master he wants. The Fist King is really annoyed to see that Jiang gets to make the choice. As Jiang steps onto the stage, with a majestic look and strong demeanor, he stands like a king. Now everyone is looking forward to seeing which master Jiang is going to choose. Jiang, with a bright smile, has already made his decision. As tension rises for the Fist King, Jiang gives a martial salute and apologizes to everyone. Then he makes a statement. All the masters present here are great figures, and someone like Jiang is not capable of making the right choice in such a situation. The masters are clueless about what Jiang is talking about. Then he clarifies it to everyone. Therefore, I will be direct. I would like each master to tell me what they can offer me, and I will choose the master who gives me the best offer. All the masters sitting on the chairs freeze completely for a moment because of Jiang's audacity. Then the King of Brilliance bursts into laughter, because he has never seen someone so gutsy. The Fist King has watched many trainees in his lifetime, but this is his first time seeing a trainee make martial masters fight for him. And Jiang extends his hand, telling the masters to start the bidding process. The Fist King is truly impressed by Jiang's bold actions, because Jiang is literally negotiating with the higher-ups of the Heaven-Earth Association. And the masters do not even have a choice here. Because if the Fist King thinks about his pride and lets this opportunity go, another master will take that chance and pull Jiang in as their disciple by offering him something valuable. Then one squad captain offers Jiang the vice leader position in his squad. After that, the red-haired squad captain offers Jiang the vice leader position plus a secret martial technique. This makes the other squad captain click his tongue. Then the Sound Valley Master jumps into the offerings and says that after watching Jiang this whole time, she can see that he has learned to wield a sword. And she is the only one here who knows sword techniques better than the others. On top of that, she will even teach him musical martial arts. This makes both squad captains click their tongues. Jiang starts pondering. The Sound Valley Master's offer is not bad because he can learn both sword arts and musical arts at the same time. Plus, he has already learned one of her moves, which is called Secret Sound Transmission. Then the Fist King steps into the program. Before presenting his offer, the Fist King asks Jiang one thing. Does Jiang wish to learn multiple techniques, or does he wish to learn a technique that can actually make him powerful? The Fist King tells him that Jiang has the potential to learn any technique, so there is no reason for him to learn sword techniques like everyone else. Then Jiang answers with a confident expression that his goal is to become stronger. So he is willing to learn any kind of martial art that makes him stronger, and he is willing to use any kind of weapon. The Sound Valley Master becomes irritated and humiliated, while the Fist King laughs in excitement because Jiang's way of thinking is the same as his own. Now welcoming Jiang with both hands, the Fist King offers him something. No ordinary martial artist has ever managed to learn his fist techniques, and the Fist King can tell that Jiang is more than formidable enough to learn fist martial arts. Once he masters this, there will be no one who can match Jiang in hand-to-hand combat. This is when the final boss enters. The King of Brilliance opens his mouth and says that Jiang and he have once again become connected like this. This makes the Fist King click his tongue. Jiang replies to the King of Brilliance that he is glad to see him again after some time. Then he thanks the King of Brilliance, because it was thanks to him that Jiang was able to set foot here. The Fist King's expression changes as soon as he realizes that Jiang and the King of Brilliance already know each other. The King of Brilliance says he never expected Jiang to reach the position of top trainee. Jiang responds that he had a good experience thanks to the King of Brilliance. From Jiang's words, the King of Brilliance can at least tell that there is no resentment from him, so he is happy to know that Jiang is still on his side. Then the King of Brilliance asks Jiang if, given the chance in the future, he would run back to the place he came from. Jiang shakes his head and says he came to this place of his own will, so why would he return? All the nearby masters cannot understand what the King of Brilliance and Jiang are talking about. Then the King of Brilliance tells Jiang to become his disciple. In return, the King of Brilliance offers Jiang not only his strong martial arts, but also his protection. If anyone ever causes a commotion about Jiang's whereabouts, he will defend Jiang from them at any cost. So by raising his hand, the King of Brilliance tells Jiang to grab it and join him as his disciple. The Sound Valley Master does not understand the situation. Why would anyone cause a commotion about Jiang's whereabouts? Meanwhile, the Dark Sect leader chuckles as he starts comprehending the gist of the situation. Then the Sound Valley Master questions what about Jiang's whereabouts would make people hate him. The demon-masked man begins to feel that the situation is turning against them. The Dark Sect leader finally understands that Jiang is from the Orthodox sect, and this information is only known by the King of Brilliance and the demon-masked man. But right now, Jiang is in the Heaven-Earth Association. Once people learn that he is from the Righteous Sect, Jiang will be cornered like a rat, because the Righteous Sect is the enemy of the Heaven-Earth Association. The Dark Sect leader truly has no words to describe the King of Brilliance's intelligence, because in this case, Jiang has no choice but to take the hand of the King of Brilliance. But our boy is not someone who can be blackmailed like this, so he simply grins at the King of Brilliance and starts speaking. The King of Brilliance's authoritative expression changes into a stunned one, because he cannot understand what Jiang is planning to do. At that point, Jiang remarks that if his whereabouts are going to create trouble for him in the future, then he should explain everything right now so there will be no nuisance later. The King of Brilliance is wise enough to know that Jiang is about to reveal his real identity, and before the King of Brilliance can stop him, Jiang gives another martial salute and introduces himself once more. I am the third son of Mok Sword Manor, which belongs to the Orthodox sect, and I am Mok Jongwoon. The Fist King rises from his seat, his mind blown by the shock. Not only him, but the trainees and the rest of the masters are all bewildered after hearing this. And surprisingly, even Mok Yuchun wakes from his deep slumber because of the shock Jiang has given everyone. Jiang then continues, saying he was brought here by the King of Brilliance as a hostage from Mok Manor. The King of Brilliance can no longer do anything, so he has no choice but to cover his face. Then, while looking through the gap between his fingers, he realizes that Jiang is an insane bastard who revealed something that could be considered his biggest weakness. The huge guy's mouth hangs wide open in shock. Why has Jiang, who's from the Orthodox sect, participated in the Corpse Blood Valley? And the red-haired girl cannot believe that she swore her loyalty to someone from the Orthodox sect. The sleepy-eyed guy is surprised that not only did Jiang participate in the Corpse Blood Valley, he even became the top trainee of it. The Dark Sect leader is deeply influenced by Jiang's brave actions, and not only that, the two top trainees of the Corpse Blood Valley are brothers from the Orthodox sect, which is the enemy of the Heaven-Earth Association. Then the two squad captains become furious after learning this, because the mustache squad captain's father was murdered by the Orthodox sect. As soon as the two captains are about to suppress Jiang, the King of Brilliance commands them to stop their actions, or they will face serious consequences. The Sound Valley Master cannot accept this anymore. The King of Brilliance might be fine with it, but she was just about to take someone from the Righteous sect as her disciple, which could have become a huge disgrace to her sect. The Fist King says the same thing. He even reminds the King of Brilliance that the King of Brilliance's sister was killed by the Orthodox sect, so he should not support the Righteous sect like this. Then the Sound Valley Master fuels the conversation even more, saying the King of Brilliance might have sent Jiang into the Corpse Blood Valley to kill him, but Jiang performed much better than he expected. The King of Brilliance warns her that she is crossing a line and that she should know her place. The Sound Valley Master knows that no one here has the power to oppose the King of Brilliance's words. So both the Sound Valley Master and the Fist King turn their chairs to the other side and agree that they do not need someone from the Orthodox sect as their disciple. Only the Dark Sect leader and the King of Brilliance are now on Jiang's side. And Mok Yuchun is seeing the hatred the people of the Heaven-Earth Association hold toward the Orthodox sect for the first time. But what truly astonishes him is that despite everything, Jiang knew his identity would cause huge chaos, yet he still revealed his real identity to everyone. This makes Mok Yuchun believe that Jiang is still a true orthodox martial artist whose blood flows with righteousness, even if everyone is antagonizing him. So Mok Yuchun is about to swear to the heavens that he will risk his life for Jiang. But before he can make that promise, Jiang gives another martial salute and prepares to say something again, because Jiang knows a way to handle the circumstance that he created himself. Mok Yuchun looks forward to seeing what Jiang is going to say this time. Then Jiang informs all the masters that although he was born in the Righteous sect, he has always hated the concept of black and white logic. Mok Yuchun is stupefied after hearing that, and sweat pours down his face because of Jiang's sudden surprises. As such, Jiang makes a declaration, Starting today, he is going to separate himself from the past. Furthermore, he is willing to cut off all family connections to Mach Manor and become a true member of the Heaven-Earth Association, so he can fight that disgusting Orthodox faction. His declaration echoes in everyone's ears, and all of them are frozen as Jiang disowns his own roots. The King of Brilliance is truly joyful after hearing that, because countless thoughts had been running through his head about how to resolve the problem of Jiang's whereabouts, but Jiang just made everything much simpler for him, and the Fist King regrets turning his chair around so quickly. Mok Yuchen has now completely lost his hope of bringing Jiang back to his past self. At the same time, he is also relieved, because if Jiang had spoken just a little later, Mok Yuchen would have already sworn his loyalty to him before the heavens. The King of Brilliance laughs to his heart's content, because Jiang is truly unpredictable, and Jiang asks the masters if there will be any problem now. Now let's go back to the past, around 300 years ago. A person is being murdered ruthlessly by someone, and no matter how much the victim begs for his life to be spared, the other person does not let him go. The killer has long white hair, and this person's power is completely off the charts. Then a cloaked person steps into the room and says this is truly his first time seeing someone who made a tower of heads by killing the most powerful and renowned martial artists. After beheading those martial artists, the white-haired man piled their heads into a tower. This white-haired man is about to be executed tomorrow. But just when the guards let their guard down, the white-haired man kills every single one of them. However, the cloaked person is not interested in any of this. He's more curious about the reason the white-haired man committed all these evil deeds when everyone is calling him Esagui, the Thousand-Head. The white-haired man can see that the cloaked person is not an ordinary martial artist. He can smell the scent of metal and something burnt. With that information, the white-haired man guesses that the cloaked person must be a powerful blacksmith. The white-haired man can also tell that the blacksmith has killed all the warriors present in the prison. Then the white-haired man finally answers the blacksmith's question. He says he's doing all these things because he never knew what emotions were. Even now, he kills people because he wants to see the emotions people make when they are dying. Moreover, he even accepted his execution tomorrow so he could learn what emotions feel like when he is about to die. The blacksmith responds to that answer by saying the white-haired man is qualified. The white-haired man does not know what the blacksmith is talking about. Then the blacksmith explains, if the white-haired man's desire is to die, then why is he getting executed when they will just kill him in one strike, and eventually he will be forgotten by the world? But if the white-haired man agrees, then the blacksmith will show him the emotion he is so desperate for. Besides, the blacksmith is going to create a sword using the white-haired man's flesh and bones. This will become the most powerful demonic sword ever created, and the white-haired man will never be forgotten by this world. Inside a furnace filled with molten lava, a person's hand emerges from the flames. It is the white-haired man, and he is enjoying himself as he burns inside the furnace. He is so happy because he is experiencing pain for the first time. That pain makes him feel joy as his body is burned alive. At last, he understands what true emotion is. Then the blacksmith, without any delay, uses the white-haired man's body while it is melting inside the furnace. He hammers it countless times to prepare the sword. Finally, the sword takes form, and it becomes the most sovereign demonic sword in history. Now coming back to the present, both the Sound Valley Master and the Fist King are regretful for what they have done. The King of Brilliance raises his voice and declares that from today onward, no one has the right to say that Jiang is from the Orthodox sect. The King of Brilliance is now smiling with superiority, because Jiang is going to become his disciple since all the other masters turned against Jiang just now. Then the Dark Sect leader finally makes his move. With a chuckle, he says he is the final bidder here. Only then does the King of Brilliance remember that the Dark Sect leader is still beside him. He becomes tense, wondering what the Dark Sect leader might propose. Then the Dark Sect leader says his blade techniques are nowhere near the level of the King of Brilliance, and his position in the Heaven-Earth Association is also lower compared to the King of Brilliance. But there is one thing that could attract Jiang. As Jiang said earlier, he is not attached to any weapon or martial art. He only needs to become stronger in the Murim world. The Dark Sect leader snaps his fingers and calls his subordinates to bring the item he is going to offer Jiang. Jiang becomes truly intrigued, wondering what the Dark Sect leader is preparing. From the shadows, two armored guards march forward with a long sealed chest trembling in their grasp. Before the box even reaches the center, the air twists violently. All the masters watching this are frozen in place. That energy is not just ancient. It is deadly, demonic, and unrestrained. That is when the Dark Sect leader offers, Jiang, if you walk with me, the world itself will kneel before you. I shall grant you the most demonic weapon ever forged, the Evil Commandment Sword. The two guards place the sword at the center of the stage. The King of Brilliance rises in rage because he knows what is inside that box. By unsheathing his blade from its scabbard, the King of Brilliance warns the Dark Sect leader. If the Dark Sect leader does not give a reasonable explanation, he will have to face the wrath of the King of Brilliance. Because what lies inside that box is no mere artifact. It is a calamity bound in steel. Jiang's fascination burns in his eyes as he leans forward, eager to witness the infamous Evil Commandment Sword. Then the Dark Sect leader explains to everyone that this sword was made by the world's greatest blacksmith, Gu Yaja, and this person created a total of 5 demonic swords. However, the Heaven-Earth Association got their hands on this sword in the Imperial City, where this sword created a bloodbath after its owner was consumed by it and died as well. This sword was not made for weak people, it was not even made for powerful people. It was destined only for the untouchable few, those who exist beyond the measure of mortal power. And for those who are unworthy, there is only one fate, to be devoured by the sword. Since this sword was made using a human body whose power level was otherworldly, its rightful wielder will not just fight battles. They will create history in the martial world as a legend. Even the King of Brilliance, who is one of the 8 stars, has no choice but to be horrified by the energy emitting from the sword, and his body begins trembling. The King of Brilliance trusts the dark sect leader on this and spectates the scene with anxiety. Just a few moments ago, the King of Brilliance, with his eyes radiating thunder, swung his sword and destroyed everything. The King of Brilliance demanded an explanation from the dark sect leader as to why he brought something so dangerous here. And the dark sect leader is not someone who can be easily touched in the Heaven-Earth Association, so he replied coldly that he will not give an explanation for the things he does. The King of Brilliance threatened the dark sect leader, saying there will not be a second time. Then the Fist King, foreseeing a war between the King of Brilliance and the dark sect leader, interrupted them and told them to stop. Since the dark sect leader has no choice, he is willing to explain the situation in a clever way. The evil commandment sword has a unique power. When someone holds the evil commandment sword, they go crazy the moment they grip it, and then they announce all their hidden desires. And since Jiang declared that he will leave the Orthodox sect and become a member of the Heaven-Earth Association, they need to check Jiang's desires. They need to know if he truly means those words, or if he is just lying blatantly. That is why the King of Brilliance cools down and seriously looks forward to knowing Jiang's hidden desires, because even he does not know why Jiang volunteered to become a hostage and came to the Heaven-Earth Association. As Jiang is about to take the demonic sword, the dark sect leader chuckles, intrigued to see how things will go. If Jiang expresses his desire for the Orthodox sect, then he will be punished for the crime. But if he does not express anything toward the Orthodox sect, then he can become part of the Heaven-Earth Association. And then the dark sect leader will have the strongest trainee as his disciple. Now that Jiang sits down and opens the box, the blue spirit whispers to him that the sword's demonic energy density is pretty close to that sacred realm beast. She advises him to watch out before holding the sword, because the energy is not normal. Jiang smiles and replies that this sword is urging him to unsheath it. The blue spirit has one more doubt. If everything goes well and Jiang is capable of handling the sword, will he choose the dark sect leader just for sword? Jiang responds that if the dark sect leader specializes in intelligence networks, then he could find out more about Ghost Blade from the dark sect as well. Plus, Jiang is very interested in this sword. At last, the sword is drawn from its box and terror itself seems to awaken. A torrent of demonic energy bursts forth, its madness clawing at the air. When Jiang's hand closes around the hilt, that power surges to an even greater height as if the sword has found its rightful vessel. If this sword is considered a demonic sword and Jiang is a demon himself, just imagine what the world is about to witness when a dangerous demon holds the most demonic sword ever created by the greatest blacksmith in all martial generations. That instant, the entire domain drowns beneath its presence. Even the bravest warriors can do nothing but tremble. Their courage shatters into dust. And now that Jiang has held the sword tries to consume him and check his deepest desires. Like that, the sword transforms into an evil being and senses the demonic energy inside him. An eye appears on the sword's hilt, and that is when the sword enters Jiang's mind to check his memories. Now that the sword is checking Jiang's memories, a tree is burning down. Jiang's grandfather is lying on the ground after being killed. And at that time, Jiang feels no emotion. He is incapable of even letting a single tear flow from his eyes. The sight of his grandfather, with only the upper body remaining and the lower half torn away, is indescribably horrible. Jiang has always treated humans as mere tools, but there is only one person he loved the most: his grandfather. From behind, the evil being examines all these memories, enjoying what it sees, while Jiang is currently unconscious. The evil being understands Jiang's goal. His desire is to kill the person who murdered his grandfather, a bloody revenge. Then by grabbing Jiang's shoulders, the evil being realizes that revenge can also become a desire. But this is not the desire Jiang fundamentally possesses. Then as the evil being looks somewhere else, it realizes that something is wrong here. There is a hidden power, a maelstrom of darkness, a rage so uncontrollable, and a regret that no one in the world possesses. That is when the evil being sees a huge wall near the area. The evil being can see that these walls surrounding the sides were planted by Jiang. But then, the evil being hesitates again, because this wall is 100% created by Jiang. Yet as it looks at Jiang in front of him, the evil being cannot hide its bewilderment. Jiang's current strength is nowhere near the power of the being that planted this wall. These walls are making Jiang focus solely on revenge against the person who killed his grandfather. But when the evil being walks outside the wall, it can see that Jiang's true desire is not only to avenge his grandfather. There is another desire sealed somewhere. This is when the evil being sees a door in the grassy plains. As soon as the evil being sees the gate, it knows that this gate is binding the memories and deepest desires stored inside him. The evil being starts laughing, now interested to see what lies beyond this gate. Because from inside that gate, the evil being can feel sadness and vengeance. However, there is a seal called the demonic seal. And inside this gate lies the origin and true self of Jiang, the one that no one, not even Jiang himself, remembers. Once the seemingly impenetrable wall of lamentation is shattered, the origin of desire that has been accumulating inside will pour out. The evil being grabs the door handle and prepares to break open the seal. But as soon as the evil being opens the slightest part of the door, someone grabs its hand. It is none other than Jiang. The demon immediately shakes off its hand and becomes flabbergasted to see Jiang here, when he is supposed to be in front of his grandfather. And when the evil being tries to see how he escaped from his grandfather and came here, Jiang is still in front of his grandfather. He never left that position. So the evil being rapidly turns its head to see what is in front of it. And that is when the evil being begins to feel an emotion. Even when it was dying, the evil being only felt pure joy. But this emotion it is feeling right now is called fear and dread. The entire sky is devoured by a raging storm of darkness. Even the heavens tremble at the sudden surge of deathly power. Jiang's ultimate power has been unleashed. His eyes blaze with a maelstrom of darkness, and the land itself shakes violently from his presence. Jiang takes a step forward. Each step is destruction, breaking reality itself. The evil being uses all its power to run away from this area, because it has dared to challenge an unstoppable force, a hellborn entity that even gods would not dare confront. Even the beast of the sacred realm, which has the power to dominate this world, had no choice but to run away as soon as it saw Jiang's true form, the definition of terror and dread itself. As the being glances back for a moment, Jiang is following it with an aura like a demon god. The evil being has seen countless humans and different creatures in its lifetime of more than 300 years, but there is no human who has this level of aura. The energy and dynamism are ferocious. The being trips because it is not focusing on the ground, while Jiang approaches, and in that moment the being feels something more dangerous and more frightening than death. The shadow of Jiang is the symbol of a monstrous demon. The evil being knows it will be devoured by Jiang. But Jiang simply passes over the being as if someone has called him. He stops midway, and that is when Jiang speaks. There have been a lot of visitors recently. Jiang is mentioning the demonic monk and the Chimorio of the sacred realm. Then Jiang looks back and with a deadly smirk, he flicks his finger at the being. That single motion covers the whole world in darkness. And the moment the darkness touches the being, it is sliced into pieces and sent back to Jiang. From the outside world, the origin of Jiang is slowly making an appearance. This is when a crack appears in the sky. Jiang is unleashing the darkness stored inside him for the first time in this world. This level of energy is not something the King of Brilliance or the Dark Sect Leader has ever seen or heard of. The King of Brilliance asks the Dark Sect Leader with a fearful expression if this is how the process usually goes. And the Dark Sect Leader responds with a trembling voice, "This is not the power of the blade. This is the power of Jiang, King of Brilliance. We need to run away from here. We cannot handle this level of energy. We need to call the association leader." But before anyone can move from their places, the storm of the deadliest energy is unbound. As soon as the King of Brilliance sees Jiang's eyes, which have darkened into pitch black, blood suddenly begins flowing across the ground. The whole place is flooding with blood, and the King of Brilliance cannot understand what is happening here. Then, when he looks in front of him, his eyes widen as if he has seen something unholy. What is this? The place is filled with skulls. The Heaven-Earth Association has been destroyed and drowned in a bloodbath. The King of Brilliance is sitting on a chair in the middle of this chaos. He calls for the Fist King and the Dark Sect Leader, but both of them are already dead from the level of energy, with only their skeletons remaining. The King of Brilliance thinks this might be an illusion, but he can clearly feel all 5 of his senses, so he knows this is reality. That is when Jiang steps forward, descending from the stage with a sword gripped tightly. A torrent of boundless energy roars from his back. His face blazes with ferocious black flames like a maelstrom of dark fury, while his eyes are cold with infernal fire, searing the air with unrelenting wrath. As Jiang climbs down from the stage, the King of Brilliance realizes there is no man nor creature as powerful as Jiang right now. Even the King of Brilliance acknowledges that Jiang is dangerous, because right now Jiang's power level is multiple times greater than the Sacred Realm beast. That is why the beast was frightened and sealed back. The manifestation of Jiang is so overwhelming that the King of Brilliance cannot even lift a single finger. The King of Brilliance trembles violently in that position, and just as Jiang stands right in front of him, the force field becomes so tremendous that the King of Brilliance's flesh begins leaving his body without Jiang doing anything. His presence alone makes a martial artist of the 8 stars extinguish into nothingness. And that is when the King of Brilliance returns back to reality and catches his breath, as if he has been given a second chance at life. The King of Brilliance cannot believe it was just an illusion. Even now, his hand still does not move as he wishes. Not only the King of Brilliance, even the Fist King and the Dark Sect Leader went through the same experience, while the Fist King had an illusion of himself being decapitated. The King of Brilliance is now doing his best to avoid eye contact with Jiang, because the moment someone makes eye contact with Jiang's eyes, they will have to go through the same thing. The King of Brilliance furrows his eyebrows and understands one thing. Something that should have been sealed away for a long time has been unleashed into this world once again. Then the King of Brilliance sees the sword in Jiang's hand, and the sword itself is trembling in response to its wielder's power. That is when Jiang wakes from his unconsciousness. He simply looks at the sword, not even knowing what happened after he gripped it. But he can see that the sword is shaking violently, and he is able to tell that the sword has finally subordinated itself. As he lifts his head, all the masters who were acting high and mighty just a few moments ago are now cowering in dread. Because of what Jiang has shown, now that Jiang is gripping his sword firmly, he can understand that the sword has been settled. With a worried voice, the blue spirit asks Jiang if he is all right. Jiang responds in a composed manner that he is fine as always, and he wants to know if anything happened while he was spacing out. The blue spirit tells him that he suddenly lost consciousness while standing, so she is curious about what he was doing, because all the masters in the audience started trembling the moment Jiang took hold of that sword. Jiang explains to the blue spirit that the moment he tried to suck out the demonic energy from the sword, he began witnessing memories related to it. He saw how the white-haired man gave up his life to become part of the sword. Even Jiang is amazed that someone was crazy enough to give up their life just to experience emotions for the first time. Not only that, there are many other memories he glanced through while he was unconscious. And among them, there are memories of the dark sect leader from when he first held the blade and went insane. By licking his lips in an evil way, Jiang becomes fascinated, wondering what else this sword is capable of doing. As the masters slowly regain their senses, the dark sect leader still cannot believe that what he saw just now was nothing but a mere illusion. That illusion was so real that it made every martial master present here believe it had actually happened. When the dark sect leader grabbed the sword for the first time, he accidentally killed his loyal guard, and he was never able to forget that humiliating incident because it was deeply etched into his mind. The King of Brilliance seeks to find out if Jiang is in good shape, and Jiang answers that he is having no problems with the sword. So the King of Brilliance has no choice but to check the sword himself. As he jumps onto the platform to test the sword, the other masters tell him to stop. Yet the King of Brilliance does not listen to them. When the King of Brilliance holds the sword, nothing strange happens. It is like holding a normal sword. This leaves the dark sect leader bewildered because it is completely different from what he expected, so he can conclude one thing. If the sword is not exuding its ominous energy, that means the sword has accepted Jiang as its master. With that, the Corpse Blood Valley trials come to an end. Jiang and Mok Yuchen are deemed the top trainees, and Jiang becomes the dark sect leader's disciple. Since not only the masters, but even the other trainees and cadets saw the illusion caused by that sword, they all reach an unspoken agreement. If they ever have to face Jiang as their enemy, they need to separate Jiang from the sword first. The King of Brilliance is filled with regret because he failed to get his hands on Jiang. He never expected the situation to change because of a sword. However, Mok Yuchen confronts the King of Brilliance and offers to become his disciple. If the King of Brilliance can guarantee that he will make Mok Yuchen stronger than the protagonist, then Mok Yuchen will follow him. The King of Brilliance agrees without even a glint of hesitation. In that way, the King of Brilliance takes Mok Yuchen as his disciple. Meanwhile, the Fist King chooses the sleepy-eyed guy, and the Sound Valley Master gets her hands on the red-haired girl, just as she wished before coming to spectate the final trial. And the huge guy is chosen by the red-haired squad captain. With that, the Corpse Blood Valley arc comes to an end, and this marks the start of a new arc at the Heaven-Earth Association's main gate. Jiang and the Dark Sect leader are heading to the Dark Sect. Since this is Jiang's first time entering the Heaven-Earth Association, he is excited to see such a massive place. The Dark Sect leader laughs and says he is baffled, because he has never taken in any disciple who did not choose the path of the sword. Jiang mentions that no matter what the training is, he can adapt to it rapidly. Those words bring a cheerful look to the Dark Sect leader's face. But there is something the protagonist needs to pay before learning the martial arts of the Dark Sect. Since the Dark Sect's martial arts require yin energy, and yang energy is the energy stored within men, while yin energy is stored within women. Jiang needs to gain yin energy. So in order for Jiang to gain yin energy, he needs to be castrated. In other words, the two balls under his small brother need to be sliced off. Suddenly, Jiang's small brother wakes up from its sleep after hearing those words, and the blue spirit cannot hold back her laughter. Somewhere at a strange place, all the candles ignite, and a person starts coughing. This old man with a gloomy yet serious expression is the Heaven-Earth Association's vice leader, Mong Xiachen. The gloomy old man asks the person coughing how he is feeling right now. And the person behind the curtain, the one who is coughing, is the Heaven-Earth Association's leader.